and welcome. Good morning to all our viewers. We are coming to you live from the SSC grounds for the 49th annual one-day encounter between the two premier Catholic schools, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. It's just minutes away from the first delivery to be bowled. I'm joined here with Haritha Pereira. Good morning to you, Haritha.
Good morning to you, Ranjika, and good morning to everybody. The happy news is that it's bright and sunny, burning hot sun, and the virtually inundated ground of last evening looks so beautiful.
Indeed, happy sight for both the sides, I think, and also especially for the spectators, Haritha, because a lot of Josephians and Patriots have been waiting for this day to come, and they've made plans. They've come down from all around the world to witness this encounter, because it's been 3 years that they get a chance to cheer the boys. So it's a lot of anticipation for this day, and pray to God that it remains the same throughout the day.
Yeah, I know you are excited too, because the same experience for you too, as a former schoolmate of the school at Bambalapitiya. Exactly the situation for a good game to get underway.
Indeed, Haritha, perfect conditions. We had this on both days in the morning session, yesterday and day before at the big match. And here's the match summary. This is what happened yesterday and day before. St. Peter's College were asked to bat first. They only managed to score 214 runs thanks to two brilliant half centuries from Chamithri Pereira and Ruslan Lagamage. Especially those two batters came in at a time where St. Peter's were down 3 wickets in just for 10 runs. So they needed a big partnership, and they provided that partnership. And lucky escape, I would say, for the Patriots to somehow get over that 200 run mark. And in response, St. Joseph's College were 240 for 2. They were unfortunate to not being able to go for a result this year. They lost 40 overs in the first day. The second day, only a couple of overs were bowled after the lunch session. But a brilliant, classy knock from Sadish Jawad, and back-to-back centuries in the big match. 110 not out. Hiran Jayasur was unfortunate to miss out on a century. He was stranded at 91 when the heavens opened up, and there was no chance of play after that.
Yeah, the third wicket partnership, a record partnership for St. Joseph's against St. Peter's for the third wicket, 161 runs when the heavens opened up. I think it's one of those matches where Siobhan Daniel missed out. He had missed out on being a top performer with the ball. That was understood. Made only 12 runs after giving a catch. Held on to 2 catches though after dropping 1. So missed opportunities there for Siobhan Daniel.
Yes, Daniel would be disappointed to miss out. His brother, of course, had a memorable century in that big match. They were down and out, 5 wickets down inside the first 10 overs. Came out all guns blazing, hitting the ball all around the park. You must be remembering that knock from Jan Daniel.
I know. Still looking forward to him being the cricketer we thought and we predicted he would be. He's still active, but not that same Jan Daniel that we thought would find him.
Yes, Siobhan Daniel also a big prospect. He's earmarked by the selectors as well, and followed around. He's playing around the country. He's playing abroad as well. This is tally between the two sides. St. Joseph's College leading 24 wins to 21. St. Peter's College are holding the trophy for now. Yes, last year a surprise victory, I would say, because the Josephians had a star-studded side, but it was a good defense by the Patriots to win the trophy last year.
Yeah, these things happen in a limited overs encounter. The side that plays well all round on the day, if you have done your basics correct, 60% chance that you will come on top.
Indeed, Josephians this year will be trying to take the trophy back to Dali Road. Here's the last 10 results. You can see Peters College winning by 26 runs last year. But before that, St. Joseph's had a 3-year victory run. Dominant 3 years that was from the Josephians, and prior to that, Pete Wrights won a couple in the 42nd and 43rd encounters, and before that it was once again the Josephians who have dominated once again with 3 wins on the trot.
Looking back at the last 2 matches, 50-50 story, so that gives you a little bit of more perspective of how this match is going to be. On paper, the Dali Road team will be considered the better side because of the 4 youth internationals, including the current 3. But this match could be a different story altogether.
Yes, like you mentioned, when it comes to white ball cricket, the team who does better on the day could surprise us all. Here's a look at the 2021 encounter, the winning moment of the Josephians. Pete Wrights were bundled out cheaply. Skipper Nipunaka Fonseca, the lone hand, but they were nowhere close to the total that they conceded by batting first. Josephians dominating that encounter in 2021.
85 runs is big in a one-day game. So those are pleasant memories, sweet memories for those who are involved and for the die-hard cricket fans from the 2 schools. But coming back to this game, I think it's going to be a decisive factor. The toss. It's a psychological aspect here. Just getting back to the situation of the venue itself, which looks pretty very well arranged and prepared despite that heavy rain yesterday.
Yes, it is a good drainage system here at SSC. We've always known that, and so far the groundsmen have done a brilliant job. Sri Lankan groundsmen are world renowned for that.
Yeah, Mahesh Bopage and his team have always been on the spot. One of the better cricketing facilities in the country, no doubt about it. So much of history and tradition and culture as far as the ground authority is also concerned. Big story here.
Yes, last year the Pete Wrights got the better of the Josephians. The stunning comeback this was. Look at that field to take that last delivery. They were cruising, the Josephians, at one point at halfway stage, but suddenly, all of a sudden, it caused a collapse, and then the curtains for the Josephians.
Yeah, Vanuju Kumara, he had done well in the 2-day game too, and he's doing well in the cricket scene these days.
Indeed, he's making a name for himself.
As an all-rounder, mind you.
Yes, a century for him with the bat 245. Pete Wrights put up Danal Hemanand, the left-arm seamer, once again. 2 all-rounders to premier their main aspect of the game is bowling, but they came up with the goods this century and 81. I think that's where Josephians lost the game, that partnership between those two.
In that middle order, Shenal Botejo at the top of the order made 34 runs. Mudita Desanayaka, workman like 3 for 43. Deshan Senviratna 2 for 45. Vinit Vellalage just managed a wicket. The Josephians, in reply, they were restricted. Siobhan Daniel, despite making 91, almost a runner ball. Sadish Javadan again amongst the runs, 61. Dunit Vellalage made only 28. The difference was the controlled bowling attack. Shannon Rodrigo 3 for 32. Niman Umesh 3 for 34. Manuju Sahan 2 for 50. See, the spinners have done the job. They have had 8 of the 9 wickets.
Indeed, it was a collective effort from the Pete Wright bowling unit. They were really good. They didn't give up. That's what mattered, because Siobhan Daniel was going all guns blazing. He was looking so good out there. Gifted away his wicket, and that started the collapse, and at the end, he just couldn't get anywhere close to the winning target.
So when you say you won by 26 runs against a star-studded side, that team also had 3 youth players and 3 prominent youth players in that side, like Dunit Vellalage, Siobhan Daniel and Sadish Javardhana. Those things don't matter. As I said earlier, if you do your basics right and play as a unit, if you have a good plan against your opposition and you execute that plan very well to the maximum of your skill, sometimes the game of cricket can produce those unexpected but deserving results.
Indeed, Haritha. The point that you made earlier about the toss, how crucial the toss is, especially from what I witnessed in the Joe Pete encounter, whoever who bats first and gets a score, we don't need a big score, but gets a score around 250, 260 or 230, that psychological factor you were talking about, it actually affects the team who's chasing. The only instance I saw that it didn't affect, when that was under the captaincy of Lakshana Rodrigo, where they chased down a mammoth. If I'm not wrong, it was about 320 runs. The two batters, Lakshana and Hashan Vansekar, totally dominated that chase. But other than that, I've always seen how teams struggle to chase down targets.
See, what happens is the moment you come out in this sort of situation, you're always mindful of the fact of what is going to happen in the evening. Whether it's going to be a huge run chase, whether it's going to be a tight run chase because you are going down with wickets lost at the top of the order, that plays in the mind of a team that is not really prepared mentally. So that is where the mental preparation of a game of cricket is very important. Don't put too much emphasis on what happens with the toss. Sometimes, due to the weather condition, today in the morning it's perfect conditions. Only the aspect is whether the outfield is a little bit damp and a little bit slow. But I believe it will improve very quickly.
Yes, it will surely improve. Be interesting to see what the captains decide what to do, whoever who wins the toss. But the pitch conditions, I think, would be pretty much similar to what we had the last 2 days.
I don't think, see, near cloudless skies, this can change very quickly, but for the moment there has been brilliant sunshine for about 2.5 hours up to now, and that should take off whatever moisture that was on the playing surface itself. But by and large, there will be a little bit of assistance to the new ball bowlers if you can use the conditions very well. But that is not to say that you can't bat on this track. You must be mentally prepared to play the bowling, and there'll be movement, there'll be lift, there'll be pace from both sides from what we saw in the 2-day game. But you must be prepared to play the bowling on its merits.
Indeed. Just minutes away from the toss as well. All important toss. Especially the last 2 days, Haritha, I think the crowd was not great. I would say it was not what we expected. But today, like I mentioned earlier, the crowd factor will also come in. There will be cheers for both the sides. That will have an effect with the players. It's not going to be easy, especially when it comes to chasing. So players will have to mindful of that as well.
Yeah, I know, because there was a little bit of entertainment provided with the bowlers, especially Gagan Chamod picking up a wicket with the first ball, bowling a maiden over in the first over, picking up 2 wickets. Then that half-century partnership for the Pete Rights for the 3rd wicket. Then we come to that record partnership for St. Joseph's also for the 3rd wicket. In fact, St. Peter's had a 4th wicket partnership of 77. So you're looking at the entertainment provided by the likes of Sadish Javardhana and Hiran Jasundara for the Josephians last afternoon. If the weather stays this way through the first innings, and if the batting clicks for either side, 225 minimum is within grasp.
Indeed, perfect conditions, like we've been mentioning, as we see the crowd slowly gathering to the stadium, and like you mentioned, Hiran and Sadish, that partnership, they were flawless. I would say no chances whatsoever. They understood each other's game. You saw when Sajish was struggling, Jayasundar took over and up the ante. He was getting the boundaries away, getting those quick singles, changing singles into doubles. They were putting fielders under pressure. It's a stunning partnership between those two.
Yeah, the
batters.
indicator there was a 54-run opening partnership. Narayan Muralidharan left, then only 25 runs before Siobhan Daniel was removed. That should have given the Peterites a lot of incentives. But the Josephians hit back. They never let the maintained rate of scoring go down a lot and complemented each other very well with running between wickets in particular. And the attack on the bowlers was kept up from both ends. That was the key factor. Runs were flowing from both ends, and the two players complemented each other with their excellent show of skills.
Yes, now we have both the batters down there in the field. Sachin with them to have a chat with the two batters and how they feel about their knock.
අයිබෝවන් 89 වැනි සාන්තෝරුන්ගේ සටනේ සාන්ත ජෝසප් විද්‍යාලය වෙනුවෙන් තුන්වන කඩුල සඳහා නොදෙවුණු ලකුණු 161ක සම්බන්ධතාවයක් වාර්තා කළ නායක සදීෂ් ජයවර්ධන සහ හිරාන් ජයසුන්දර මාත් සමග සිටිනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී සදීෂ් මුලින්ම සුබපතනවා ශතකයට ඒ වගේම හිරාන් ඔබට සුබපතන අර්ධ ශතකයට සදීෂ් ගිය අවුරුද්දෙත් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා මේ අවුරුද්දෙත් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා එනිම් දෙකම නොදෙවුණු ඉනිම් මොකද හිතෙන්නේ ඒ ගැන ඔයා තමයි ඒ වගේ දෙයක් කරපු පළවෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයා මේ සාන්තෝරුන්ගේ ඉතිහාසයේ
ඇත්තරම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මට ඇත්තරම මුලින්ම ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙන්න ඕනේ මගේ ටීම් එකේ සමාජිකයින්ට මොකද ඒගොල්ලෝ සෑහෙන මේ සපෝට් එකක් දෙනවා මට හැම වෙලාවෙම ඒ වගේම මට හැම වෙලාවෙම ඕනේ මගේ කණ්ඩායම හොඳ ස්ථානයක හැමතිස්සෙම තියන්න ඒ වෙනුවෙන් මම ගොඩක් මහන්සි වෙනවා හැම දෙයකටම උදව් කරපු හැමෝටම ගොඩක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා
හිරාන් අවුරුදු 48ක වාර්තාවක් තමයි ඔබ දෙදෙනා විසින් බිඳ දැමීමට සමත් වුණේ මීට කලින් 1975 දී තමයි සාන්ත ජෝසප් ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් මේ වාර්තාව තුන්වන කඩුල සඳහා ලකුණු 115ක වාර්තාවක් තිබ්බේ නොදෙවුණු ලකුණු 161 සම්බන්ධතාවය ගැන මොකද හිතෙන්නේ සදීෂ් එක්ක දාපු පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක ගැන
ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි අයියේ ගැන අපි දෙන්න පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් ඉස්කෝලේ ක්‍රිකට් ගියද්දි මේ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් දැම්ම ඉතින් ඊයේත් කොහොම හරි ඉස්කෝලේ වෙනුවෙන් මැච් එක ඕවර් 60 වෙනකල් කොහොම හරි ගන්න තමයි අපි දෙන්න ප්ලෑන් එක තිබ්බේ.
සදීෂ් ඔයා දැනගෙන හිටියද මේක වාර්තාවක් කියලා කොයි වෙලේද දැනගත්තේ සහ මොකද හිතෙන්නේ මේ සම්බන්ධතාවය ගැන?
මට තේරුණා මේ මම හිරාන්ට එක මොහොතක කිව්වා මේක වාර්තාවක් වෙන්නේ නැති කියලා මේ ඊට පස්සේ අපි දෙන්න හිරාන් කිව්වා වගේ සෑහෙන ලොකු මේ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප්ස් දාලා තියෙනවා පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් ඒක සෑහෙන අපිට හයියක් වුණා මැද බැට් කරද්දි
හිරාන් ගිය අවුරුද්දෙත් ඔයා වන් ඩේ එකේ සහ ටූ ඩේ එකේ අර්ධ ශතක ලබා ගත්තා. නමුත් මේ පාර වාට අවාසනාවන්ත විදිහට ශතකය මගේ හැරුණා. මොකද හිතෙන්නේ ගැන?
පොඩි දුකක් තියෙනවා. ඒත් ඉතින් කරන්න දෙයක් නැහැ. හැමදේම හොඳට වෙන්න කියලා දාන්න.
හොඳයි සදීෂ් හිරාන් දෙදෙනාටම සුබවතනවා. එක් දින මහා තරගයත් ඉතාමත් හොඳින් අවසන් කරන්න හැකි වෙන්න කියලා. හොඳයි එසේනම් නැවතත් අවස්ථාව ප්‍රධාන විස්තර විචාරක කුටියට.
It's a nice feeling, I think, growing up together, playing cricket together in the junior levels and coming to the big match and having such a big impact in the big match. That would have been a really nice feeling for those two players.
Yeah, when he was chatting, I'm wondering whether Sajish Jayawardene is today going to have a 110 number on the back of him. Because he had 103 from last year.
Yes, indeed. We saw that. But it's a player to watch out for, I think, Sajish. Very technically correct. He understands his capabilities. I think that's very important when it comes to playing cricket, I think, Haritha.
See, there's another record of sorts. Through the entire Battle of the Saints of 2023, he was out in the middle.
That's true, actually, when you think of it. Doing the wicket-keeping job as well for the Josephians. Not an easy one. So, it's not... It'll be interesting how I think he deserves to etch his name under the winners captains list today. Hope he can achieve that and hope the rain stays away as well, Harithan.
Yeah, the indicators are all good for a very good crowd to come in. The teams are hungry. Everybody wants to see. I may be biased, but a lot of people would want to see what Siobhan Daniel can do with his ability as a player. Good all-round player. Over the last few years, he has done well with the bat, with the ball and on the field. But this year, they are still waiting for him to deliver.
Yes, in the big match series, I think he would have wanted to do more than what he did, but unfortunate to miss out. There are a lot of players who had that unfortunate instances, like good players who have missed out in the big match, but like you mentioned, a real talent, Shevon Daniel.
See, when you talk about all the others like Demut Karunaratne, like Angelo Matthews, like Tessera Pereira, to name a few, they have all done very well. And you don't want to miss out on that sort of thing. His elder brother is somebody who will be spoken of when you talk about the Joe Pit. And they want to talk about Shevon Daniel in that sort of parting performance.
Yes, he deserves it. We'll go to short commercial break. At that sign, we have more action coming to you live from SSC grounds.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash, face cream, 3-in-1 fix එක sharp look එකට trick එක.
Hot and spicy රසද ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට Papare beat එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා boundary උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමු දෙයි cheer up කරමු අද දින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream, 3-in-1 fix එක sharp look එකට trick එක.
Welcome back. Coming to you live from the SSC grounds. Just a few minutes away from the first ball of this 49th Battle of the Saints limited overs encounter played for the Papare Pille Memorial Trophy. We're talking about Josephian batting lineup. I think must also talk about the Peterite batters as well, especially the skipper, who will be trying to make amends for missing out in that first innings.
Yeah, I think they will rely on Nimuthu Gunawardene and Sanjay Gunatilaka, the captain and the vice captain, to deliver. Because when you have players of that caliber, they can not only build up long innings, they can also take the ball over the boundary. Both of them, if they bat to their full potential. So if they come up with a good performance, this is where the batting lineup comes into play. I think in trying to solve that, you must be aware that they need a good start, and Vishen Halamage in particular, the other batter that has underperformed, and all three of them can bat and take the attack to the bowlers. So if the rest of the batting can sort of do their job around them, this Peterite batting card would look a lot more promising and attacking and intimidating to the opponents.
Indeed. perfect conditions for batting indeed here. Let's take a look at the St. Joseph's College performances in the one-day season so far. You can see a couple of 4 losses this season to St. Thomas's College Mathare, St. Anne's Kurunagala, and then Trinity College Kandy, and then Richmond College Gaul in the quarterfinals of the season.
So up and down performance from the team from Darley Road. Usually they were really good over the last few years in both formats. But don't take away anything from some of the other sides that have beaten them.
St. Peter's College performance this season in the one-day format, winning the finals against Thurston College. Back-to-back victories for them in the finals, beating the same opponents as well in the Tier B.
Yeah, and the semi-final win against Mahinda, these were good sides, mind you. And even when you look at the team from Morutu, the Morutu Mahavidyalaya, St. Servatius Mathara, these were good sides. Take that. They have been unbeaten in that run. So that will give them some confidence, surely.
It will surely, like you mentioned, they have a lot of potential in their side. And the 2 names you mentioned, Nimuthu Gunawardhan and Sanjay Gunathilaka, both of them they can clear any boundary. And if they get going, that's going to be a real plus point for the Beatrites.
Yeah, for them to get going, I think it's crucial that the performance of the top order, and I'm particularly pointing at Vishen Halambage. He has to play a responsible and much more mature innings, because he's capable of doing that. He's a youth international, he's been earmarked, he's been trained, he comes from a good stock. So it's up to him to realize that his wicket, there's a huge prize for it.
Yes, Vishen Halambage missed out in the first innings. Scored for the Josephians this season. Skipper Saish Jayawardene and Lahiru Amarsekara, the off-spinning all-rounder, Shimon Daniel, Avinta Dialvis, Hiran Jayasundara, Abhishek Jayavira, Mudita Disanayaka, Rishma Amarasinghe, Hirun Kapuru Bandara, Yenula Devtusa, Sahan Dabare, Kaven Patirana, Gagan Chamod, Manasa Madhubashana, Narayan Muralidharan, Kenneth Liyanage and Sasanka Ranavira.
Interesting whether there would be any change from the big match team to this outing.
Both teams will be looking for some changes. I believe the Beatrite squad Nimuthu, captain Sanjay Gunathilaka, the vice captain Vishen Halambage, Uvin Salgado, Rusandagamage, Shannon Rodrigo, Sean Robert, Kavika Jayasundara, Lashmika Pereira, Nathan David, Lakindu Sachin, Ishira Ayupala, Chamindu Pereira, Rithil Suravira, Sachin Pereira, Venuk Hemachandra, Dylan Damsara, Dinet De Silva, Anupa Guruman, Janit Kaushan and Aaron Moses.
Difficult to understand who are going to be left out, if ever it's going to happen. But the good aspect of this is that the indicators for the captain is to play positive cricket. That is because the square had been properly covered. It looks quite dry. I don't see the surrounding areas having any moisture, which means that it will be batting friendly after maybe the first 10 overs, the power play.
Little earlier, Haritha, we had the opening ceremony of the 49th Battle of the Saints, limited overs encounter, the 2 rectors with the chief guest.
Asela Patrana captain St. Joseph's in 1995. His opposing captain Damien Pereira was the chief guest in the 2-day game. Sri Lanka's first Indo cricket captain, current Indo cricket coach.
Stunning jerseys, I believe, both the sides. Beautiful designs. It has grown in the last couple of years from the traditional colours. And you can see the players being introduced to Asela.
as well as son Kawin Patran is in the Josephian squad. Remember his younger brother Danuko Patrana, explosive bat.
That's the Papare Pille Shield. That's what at stake today at the SSC grounds. Currently residing at the Bambulapitia. And like I mentioned earlier, the Dialog boys will be eager to take it back.
That means both trophies are at Bambulapitia?
Both trophies plus the rugby trophy and the football trophy is at Bambulapitia currently. So the Sophians will be keen to get back at least one for sure today. When we go to the center, we have Farviz Maharoof taking a look at the pitch and what's on offer for us today for this one-day encounter.
It's a 49 battle between Joe Pete, the one-day encounter. Yesterday, a torrid rain made sure that the two-day game finished early. And the same pitch being used today. Yesterday and day before, close to 100 overs being used, and the groundsmen have stick to the same pitch. And I feel this looks still good. It looks dry, and there's some grass on top of it to cover underneath. It's quite dry. Can see some cracks appearing, but I don't think it will be a much issue. This grass cover will hold on to it nicely. Team winning the toss may like to bowl first. Why I say that? Because of the rains later, the teams batting second would like to see the Duckworth and Lewis try to chase it down. But ideally, pitch like this, super for batting as well as being used for 2 days, you like to bat first. But saying that, because of the weather, team might be tempted to chase down. Overall, I think very good pitch, 50 overs. I think a pass score close to 250 will be a decent score.
So Maharoof is saying that the team who wins the toss might be tempted to bowl first. What do you reckon?
I would always want to go with the scoreboard pressure. I know the Josephian attack is good, but if St. Peter's win, I want them to bat. If St. Joseph's win, I think they will anyway bat.
Yes, I also agree with you, Haritha. They know what's in store for them. They know they batted on the same pitch. They know what's there. It's a batting paradise. I've been telling that from the word go. I was there in the center on the first day itself. There was moisture, there was swing in the first hour, but after that it was so easy to bat on, and batters will be enjoying batting here. It's pretty similar to what we had in the last 2 days as well.
Yeah, there'll be a fair amount of carry that would enable the batters to play their shots. Stroke play is something that is very conducive in a one-day game. You want to come and see the batters perform, not exactly the bowlers perform. So he was predicting at 250. If that is going to happen, the top order will have to score first and fire well. That is what is important, and to do that, you must be confident in your mind.
We don't have to wait for long. We have Damit Veerasinghe at the center with the all-important toss. Let's see what happens there.
We are all set for the coin toss of this 49th limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. I have the match referee with me, Mr. Manoj Mendes, and the two captains, Sadish Jayawardena of St. Joseph's College, Nimuthu Gunawardena of St. Peter's College, and the standby umpire, Hemantha Boteju. The home team captain for the limited overs game, Sadish Jayawardena, will now spin the coin. Tails it is, and St. Peter's College has won the toss. Nimuthu, what are you going to do?
We choose to bat first.
What's the reason in batting first on this surface?
The wicket has been dried a bit rather than the other 2 days. So I think that batting first will be a good decision.
50 over game, what sort of a score do you want to post?
We must go above 250, 260.
You all were the limited overs champions in the Tier B division. How's the team morale coming into this limited overs game?
Yeah, we have one change from the big match. Amithu Pera goes out and Lashmi Pera comes in.
Thank you very much, Nimuthu. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Sadish, you lost the toss, but if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
I am going to bat first also. So good toss to lose. We are hoping to get them under low score as much as possible. So we always try our basics to do correctly.
You became the first Josephian to score 2 consecutive hundreds in the big match. How happy are you with your performance in the 2-day encounter?
Yes, I am very happy about my performance, and also I am very thankful to my teammates to give me such a wonderful support. So I am, yeah, that's it.
Now with the weather playing around, do you all want to restrict the pit rides to a minimum over number? Do you all have a plan like that?
No, we are hoping to manage our basics correctly, yes.
Is there any changes from the big match for the team?
Yeah, there are one change. Manas Madhubhashan goes out and Kenneth Lianake comes in.
Thank you very much, Sajish. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre is St. Peter's College has won the toss and they will bat first.
So you were right.
No, it was my hunch anyway. That's the side.
Shane Halabage, Ovin Salgado, the opening pair, with the Gunwardhan at 1 down, and Narusana Gamage coming off from a brilliant half century in the big match. Laspika Pereira comes in for the half century, and from the big match, Samithu Pereira and Vice Captain Sanjay Gunatilaka, Kavika Jayasundara, Nathan David, Shannon Rodrigo, Lakindu Sachin, and Sean Roberts.
It's a good all-round side. They are looking at the all-rounders to perform for the pit rides.
Josephines, Sajis Jayawardena, Avinta Dialvis, Shevon Daniel, Naren Murridharan, Hirun Kapurubandar, Hiran Jayasundara, Udita Lakshan, Kenneth Lianage comes in for Manasa Madhubhashana, Yenlo Devtusa, Lahiru Amansekar and Gagan Chamod.
They would want to see the bowlers do very well, supported well by the spinners, and there'll be a good management of the bowling aspect here for the Joes, I would believe.
Indeed, pretty sure that Gagan Chamud will be determined to replicate his performance from the big match. And to start off the commentary, I'll hand over the mic to Michael Adams and Santosh Gunatilaka.
Good morning. First ball about to be bowled. It's 49th one-day encounter. Main battle between the Saints. Ovin Salgado stats: 317 runs in 11 innings. 28 average, a good strike rate 74, base score of 94. 17 years old. Few more years to come. Say good morning to Santosh. Good morning, Santosh.
Good morning, Michael. Yes, we're here at the SSC for the all-important Battle of the Saints limited over encounter. St. Peter's winning the toss and electing to bat first. The two openers at the crease. This is the opening bowler, Gagan Chamod, the best bowler from the two-day encounter. He got a 5-wicket haul. This has stats 5 matches, 8 wickets. Good economy rate. Best of 3 for 61.
Had a wicket in his first ball in the two-day game on Friday, running into the same batsman. That time shortish. No trouble. Salgado may be breathing a sigh of relief. Just want to get that first single as well.
Yes, indeed, he was very unfortunate in his first big match. He got out for a first ball duck, a golden duck, Michael. Very unfortunate, but the limited overs encounter, he's negotiated his first delivery.
Well, that was a superb delivery, Santosh. I don't think any batsman, would have expected that. Right on his toes, that first delivery.
This time wide outside off stump. Not a lot of swing, Michael, as yet. Probably still warming up Gagan Chamod.
There's a bit of pace as well.
So he looks a very good fast bowler. A very well built lad, Gagan Chamod. It generates a bit of pace. He can swing the ball both ways as well.
Your thoughts on winning the toss and batting first? I think that was expected.
Down the leg side, clips it off his pads. It's off his pad, given leg buys. So the first runs for the Pete Prides on board. There's a new opening partnership here, Michael. It's a new pair rather. Nathan David has been promoted to open the batting. Vishen Halamage has been kept to come down the order. Nathan David, 2 matches. He's played just 9 runs, nothing much to talk about there. He's 17 years old. He has a couple of years more for the Pete Prides. So it's a new challenge for Nathan David. He's been promoted to open the batting. So
wicket keep off the side as well.
Yes, indeed.
Has he opened in the one-day format before or no? Not sure.
I don't think he has, Michael. I think it's a tactical change. They won the toss. He's a good batter of the fast bowlers. He bats really well. He negotiates the swing and the pace very well. So I think it's probably a tactical change.
The difference is with the new ball, whether he can handle that if he has not opened, or maybe may have opened in the junior cricket.
Yes, he's usually a top order batsman. He bats usually number 3, number 4, but unfortunately in this team he finds himself low down the order. But in the limited over format, there you go, pitched outside off stump, squeezed it. Nathan David, he gets a boundary, gets off the mark with the boundary. The first boundary for the Pete Prides, first runs off the bat. St. Peters move on to 5. Nathan David gets the first boundary, 4 off 2. It's a good shot from Nathan David. Not really muscling the ball, just timing it. There you see.
Gagan was looking for some swing. Got a bit of way movement, but was pitched right up to the batsman. He had to just get back on it.
There you go, just leaning into the ball, Nathan. It's a good shot, good start for the youngster.
He'll be confident with that shot.
That's a good comeback from Gagan Sharma. The beautiful delivery to end the first over. The Pete Prides 5 for no loss.
The two teams, St. Joseph's College, Sadish Javadhan skipper, Avinta Dialvis, Chevon Daniel, Naren Muralidharan, Irun Kapur Bandara, Hiran Jayasundara, Mudita Disanayaka, Kenneth Lienage coming in for this game. Yenula Devtus, Lairu Amarasekara and Gagana Chamot.
For the Pete Prides, Vishen Halamage, Ovin Salgadu, Nimutu Gunawardhan, the skipper, Usanda Gamage, Lashkram Pereira, the change, one change, Sanche Gunatilaka, Kavika Jayasundara, Nathan David, Shannon Rodrigo, Lakindu Samarajiv and Sean Roberts.
That one name, Sanche, must be used to saying that a lot. Sanche Gunadil. I'm sure Sanche must be a common name.
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, it's Santosh's brother, the vice captain of the side. So Santosh captain and brother is vice captain.
Yes.
Couldn't do the same thing the brother did, but
unfortunately, yes. But something's better than nothing. Anyways, we gotta start off with spin here. The Josephians, Yenula Devtus are getting the second new ball.
This is going to be interesting. New ball, I don't know how he would grip it, but I'm sure he is. He's used to it because even in the 2-day game, a couple of matches that he opened the bowling.
Quite an interesting tactic from the Josephians with the ball, swinging in the first hour or so. We had a lot of rain yesterday as well.
They've decided to leave out their other fast bowler. This is the problem. It's going to give extra balls, extra runs, and that's wide down the leg side. Goes past the keeper to the boundary. So 5 runs there.
Yes, not a good start from Yenula Devtus. Bowling down the leg side. It beat everyone, beat the batsman, it beat the wicket keeper. So 5 extras to the Pete Wright total.
This is something they'll not want to do, starting off giving extra runs.
It's the start that the Pete Wrights would have dreamt of, having 10 runs after first over. Ovin Salgado yet to get off the mark in the Battle of the Saints.
Well, he must be having a few butterflies, trying to get that first run. Pretty decent bet. Few hundreds to his name during the season, and that's it. Yeah, it'll settle a lot of butterflies off the mark.
Because I think he also likes to take on the bowling, and maybe that's one reason why the Josephians have opted to go with spin, because he's a really good batter of pace, and he takes on the pace bowlers. So it's a good tactic to keep him quiet and maybe induce a false shot, because he's one player that can take the game single-handedly away from the opposition. But nevertheless, he's off the mark of his 5th ball, so he'll be a relieved man.
I would like to see how Modita would have handled the new ball, because he generally moves the ball both ways, bowls some cutters, the leg cutter, the off cutter, he has a variety. Might have been a handful, but they've decided to go with the left arm spinner.
I'm short cutaway to the sweeper cover boundary. There is protection there. Just a single for Nathan David. He looks very confident, Michael. He looks a confident player. He's definitely high in confidence after that boundary. So if he could go and get a big score, a good start for the Pete Wrights, and the Pete Wrights will be in a good position to put on a formidable total.
Yeah, we've seen this pitch given a lot of runs, playing it for the 3rd day, but we had just 57 overs on the first day and 56 overs on the second day, so not a lot used.
General Devtusa, he's got his lines and lengths right. Just had the warm-up delivery, Michael, in the first of his first ball rather. He's more of a wicket-to-wicket bowler. He attacks the stumps, and that's, I think, the key to his bowling. So that's 12 for no loss after 2 overs to the Pete Wrights.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Gagan Chamod continuing from the tennis court end. He's got 2 slips in place for Nathan David. On the leg side, clipped off his pads, Nathan David picks up another single. So it's good batting from Nathan David. He's rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Santosh, I think that's the plan of the Pete Wrights. Nathan David just occupy the crease, bat as long as he can. Maybe Ovin Salgado, after he gets his eye in, may go after the bowling.
Yes, I think that's definitely the ploy from the Pete Wrights. They would want Nathan David to see off the new ball and see off the swing and pace that's on offer in this morning session. And for Ovin Salgado, just go about his business as usual. So this is going to be an interesting battle. Gagan Chamo, their best bowler, against Ovin Salgado, who likes batting against pace. A good piece of field in there from the Josephian fielder there. Good looking shot as well from Ovin. Pitched up. He's driven beautifully, but definitely saved a few runs for his team there.
Strangely, going in with just 1 slip. Yenula Devatusa, brilliant fielding. That would have definitely been a boundary if not.
driven officially from Ovin Salgado, just falling short of the fielder there on that occasion as well. So, like I mentioned earlier, Michael, he's going to go for his shots there. You see, once again, the ball just holding on in the wicket with all the rain it had yesterday, all the dew and the moisture. So it's not going to be easy for Ovin to play his free-flowing shots.
I think the first hour is going to be crucial here.
Good bowling from Gagan Sharma. He's not giving anything on offer for the Pete Rides. The Josephians will want a breakthrough here. An early breakthrough always puts the batting team on the back foot.
I'd like to see that mid-wicket be put to slip and get him to, maybe play across the line, which can also bring about downfall.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, beautifully bowled there.
Yeah, you see, swinging it away from the left hand, like you mentioned, Michael. I absolutely agree with you. Maybe having two slips, because we're still in the third over, with the ball swinging and all the moisture in the wicket.
I'm sure you know a lot about it because you opened the bowling for your company in the Mercantile.
Yes, indeed. I always go with two slips in the first couple of overs, maybe attacking the batsman a bit more, getting them to play the ball shot that will bring about a wicket.
And you've been able to get a wicket in the first ball in most of the matches. It's a better line. Escaping it there. So after 3 overs, St. Peter's are 13 for no loss.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Good thing with the spin is Josephus will be getting through their overs quickly. Peter will have to have an eye on that, not let it drift.
Once again, short outside off stump, played it towards the sweeper cover boundary. Nathan David moves on to 7, so he's batting really well, Michael. He's seeing the ball really well. He would want to go on to make a big one, and Pete Reds too. We want him to see off the first hour or so.
His track will get better to bat on when the day progresses. They would like to keep that run rate to a minimum. Strapped on the pads.
That was a loud appeal from Yanula Devutusa, but the umpire turns him down. Sagadu just playing a lazy shot there. There you see once again, that's missing. It's missing off stump. Good decision from the umpire, but
we'll have to be a bit careful. A bit of a lazy stroke there, right? Just walking across and trying to just get bat on ball. Because basically nothing shot. And again, beautifully bowled there.
That's good bowling from Yanula. He's not giving anything on offer for Vince Agarwal. He's been quiet, 1 of 15 deliveries. As he's just going on with the arm. He's got a slip in place just for that delivery.
With the new ball, Santosh, anyway, that will be the case. You're not going to get ball turning into the left-hander. So you'll have to be careful with that.
Bowling with a sweeper cover and a deep mid wicket, so mid off and mid on up in the circle, which shows that he's not going to pitch anything up. He's not going to give anything. He's just going to bowl it flat and keep the batsman on the back foot rather.
Bowling quite fast as well. See the slip coming out to short third.
The packed offside field for Yanula Deotusa.
The dot ball went the fourth over. St. Peter's 15 for no wicket.
So this was what happened last year, Michael. St. Peter's College winning the toss, electing to bat first. They were 60 for 6 at one time and got 245 for 8. Vanuja San, the skipper, and Danal Hemanand being chief records for the Pete. Right? Vanuja got 102, Danal 81. Mudit Disana got 3 for 43 early on. Deshan Senurata got 2, Mithira 1, and Dunit Vella 1. St. Joseph's College in reply, 50 overs, 219 for 9. Siobhan Daniel went berserk. But when he got out, everything went downhill for the Josephians. Siobhan Daniel got 91. Sadish Javor, this year's skipper, got 61. Shannon Rodrigo 3 for 32. Niman Umesh 3 for 34. And Radha 2 for 50. St. Peter's College winning by 26 runs. That was a very interesting game, Michael.
It was. As long as Siobhan Daniel was there, the Josephians were pretty happy.
It was. It kept shifting from time to time to the Josephians, then to the Pete Prides.
It was one run out that Sadish and Siobhan got involved in, and Siobhan was run out, and then it went all downhill.
Yes.
And something you don't normally see. Dunit Vella like 28 or 52 balls. He was bogged down.
Yes,
that was where the whole thing turned.
Yes, I think that's where the Pete Prides, really did well to keep Dunit Vella quiet. And credit to the Pete Prides skipper as well, coming in when they were 60 for 6, scoring a magnificent 100, taking his team out of danger, and then coming and getting 3 wickets as well. So
I think this ground and this Joe Pete in the one days has had similar matches. I think you were part of one, right? When Lakshan
I was on the receiving end.
Lakshan come again. Sachin, the Mahinda Singh has scored similar, right? 30 odd for 6, the Josephians.
That time, the Josephians were 60 for 6, and then...
were you captaining that team?
No, I wasn't captain. It was my last year. And Lakshan Kamage scored 100, and Sachin the Mahinda Singh scored 80.
Yeah.
It was a similar situation.
Salgado. Yeah, the Sandosh, these biscuits, they are really good. This really, it was, I enjoyed it yesterday. And well,
I'm gonna have some, Michael.
I will certainly. Really good. Santosh, you should try that. I'm sure you may be on a diet, but it's really good. You can keep it quiet.
So Vin Salgado has just managed a couple of runs in 20 balls, so the Josephians have done well to keep him quiet. He's probably still has some butterflies in his stomach, Michael. He's playing his first one-day limited over encounter rather, and he's surely under pressure at the moment. He wants to get going. Oh, beautiful delivery from Gagan Shamod once again. It's good. He's been really good, Michael, throughout the Battle of the Saints. He's into his third over. He's only conceded 5 runs. That's also with a boundary. So he's doing his job for his captain, Gagan Shamod.
Seems to like the left-hander more than the right-hander.
Yes, absolutely. He swings the ball both ways. He gets the batsman thinking.
Sometimes I think that's the main reason. Bovin is not sure whether the ball is going to come in or go out. So he has to keep poking his bat at it. So quick single, wrapped on the pad. Bowler was interested in appealing. Couldn't prevent that run or leg by. So 5 overs gone. St. Peter's 16 for no wicket.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික්ස් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest 9mm sausage, the bite that bites back.
So Yenula Devtu to continue. His ball 2 overs, conceding just 9 runs. Ovin Salgado 2 off 22. Yenula has got a deep mid wicket and a long on in place for Ovin Salgado, the left-hander.
Because I've been intent on just playing the ball on its merit. Thing is, you need to get some runs, put the Josephians under pressure, because if they keep doing this, the Josephians are going to come right over you.
Yes, absolutely, Michael. I think the intent is key when playing a limited over encounter.
It's not the big shots, Santosh. What I'm saying is, you nudge it into the gap and take the singles. You get 4 runs, four singles, you got 4 runs. So, that pressure will...
Yes, absolutely. I think in the limited or in the shorter format, it's the singles and the doubles that, frustrate the bowling team. And the Petrets haven't been doing, or rather Ovin Salgado hasn't been able to rotate the strike much. But Nathan David, on the other hand, he has been able to get the quick single or two when he was on strike. A small misfield there from the Josephian fielder results in a couple of runs for Ovin Salgado. But then again, Michael, it was just he was just playing the ball on its merit. And he was fortunate that the fielder had a small mishap there.
Dived over it, basically. But this is what they need to tighten. The bowler is bowling his heart out. You just can't afford to give, single is fine, but you can't give extra run.
You see, once again, Yenula Devdusa just keeping it outside off stump, and Ovin Salgado just happy enough to play it on its merit. His 4 of 27 balls. Michael, he needs to get going for the Petrets, because the start is what matters in the shorter format. If you get a good start, then you're in a good position to get a formidable total. So another dot ball to end the 6th over. The Petrets 18 for no loss.
Heels Crest 9mm sausage, the bite that bites back.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Gagan continuing from the tennis court end. Good start to the over from Gagan Chamod. If you're just watching this live coverage, this is the 49th limited overs cricket encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. This game is being played for the Reverend Father Peter A. Pille Memorial Trophy. St. Joseph's last won this encounter in 2021 and St. Peter's won in 2022. Wonderful delivery from Gagan Chamod. Most impressive seamer from the two teams in the two-day encounter, Gagan Chamod. All together, St. Peter's College having won the toss. Electing to bat first. So far they haven't lost a wicket. Gagan Chamod became the first Josephian seamer since 2010 to pick up 5 wickets in the big match. It was the last delivery, clearly going down the leg side. As I welcome a neutral commentator for this Josephian period, Mr. Farviz Maharuf. Very good morning to you, Farviz. Are you happy seeing this young seamer in action?
Morning to you, Damit. Morning to all our viewers joining from all over the world. 49th encounter. Limited over. Joe Pete, beautiful shot. There was some width outside the off stump, some movement away from the right hander. Squeezing the pass. So far, St. Peter's seeded start, 22 for no loss. But anything loose such as that, the batsmen have put it away pretty easily.
Yeah, that's the second boundary in this innings. Second of Nathan David's bat. Yeah, you correctly said it, Maha. A sedate start. Ovin Salgado have faced 28 deliveries and have only been able to score just 4 runs. That time around, umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe signalling it as a wide.
Correctly said about being a neutral, Damit, but I have so much friends in St. Peter's and St. Joseph. Don't know whom to support. So I reckon I'll stay neutral as possible. Well left. What I'm impressed about this young fast bowler, Gagan Chamod, is that the pace he bowls with, he gets movement as well. That's quite rare for a fast bowler at this age. Certainly the way he has bowled in the 2-day encounter and the entire season for St. Joseph's, the promising fast bowler has a big future, how I see it. I've seen many players and officials talking about him, this boy, and it's all about grabbing the opportunity once he leaves school, how he's going to play in the first class structure. But if he keeps fit and the bowl the way he does, pretty sure he will have a long and a good career.
A dot delivery to end the 7th over. St. Peter's 23 for none.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමාදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Yanula Devtusa continuing from the Vidyamouth end. They had Manasa Madhubhashana operating in the big match as the second seamer, but not for the limited overs game. Ovin Salgado clearly struggling to get his rhythm going. He got a first ball duck in the big match, so he's been a little more cautious in his approach in this limited overs encounter.
A bit confused, isn't it, Ovin Salgado's tactics going forward? 4 of 30 deliveries in ODI, part 1 day limited over format. You want the openers to be a bit more aggressive. So maybe the St. Peter's College think tank thinks first 10 overs not to go too hard, too big, try and keep wickets, and in the middle overs try and rotate the strike and eventually put those bad deliveries for boundaries.
Yeah, clearly There's plenty more fans today. This time around, Ovin Salgadu tries to be a little aggressive, and a great catch from Hiran Jayasundara. Hiran Jayasundara, he is the wicket-keeper batter in the Sri Lanka under-19 squad, but for his college team, he is playing as a fielder. And Ovin Salgadu, after being under immense pressure, tried to play that release shot. Good catch.
Unlucky there, Ovin Salgadu. I thought it deserved a boundary. He timed it well, played it uppishly, but could go the aerial route. Ovin Salgadu gone for 4 of 32. St. Peter's 23 for 1.
Hot and spicy රසට ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකකින් නැටවේ සෙට් එක තාලෙට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප්පක උස්සමුදේ තීචිය රැප් කරමු අදවටින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Captain Nimuthu Gunawardena walks out to the middle. Strange to not see Vishen Halamge out there in the middle yet, but nevertheless Nimuthu Gunawardena has plenty of experience playing for St. Peter's College, playing his last big match, and as the captain he'll want to prove a point. These are his limited overs numbers. Mind you, the Peterites are the limited overs champions in the Tier B segment. Best of 61. And the captain, after falling for a duck in the 2-day encounter, he'll want to be a little more cautious, but he'll want to be somehow get some runs behind his name. Yes, Devtusa.
Captain's knock is needed for St. Peter's. Nimuthu Gunawardena, very experienced player. He is here. Because Ovin Salgadu perishes trying to go for a boundary. Timed it well, couldn't get the placement, couldn't get the aerial route, and in the end, very well caught. A forward defense to end the 8th over. St. Peter's 23 for 1.
Yeah, the Peterites, they were the limited overs champions in the under-19 Division 1 Tier B segment. Vishen Halamage, the top run scorer, the best score of 141. Very impressive strike rate. And an average of 48. He's yet to come out to the middle. Ovin Salgadu is out. They still have Rusanda Gamage, Sanshay Gunathilaka, Vishen Halamage. Plenty of battle left. But the Peterites, they need a solid start. And they'll want these two right-handers, Nathan David and Nimuthu Gunawardena, to set a good platform for this second wicket. Here's Gagan Chamod once again. Outside edge, there was no second slip in place. Farvis, you're a fast bowler. You would have wanted a second slip at all.
Especially when he's bowling so well, fresh from breaking the 5 wickets in the 2-day encounter. Ball is still moving. Batsman is not settled yet. I'm a bit surprised why there's no second slip. If I'm being really honest to you. The ball is bowling this well, moving, and some bounce. Just a no-brainer. Just a no-brainer when it comes to mid-wicket. And the fast ball is taking away from the offside of the right hand. You could easily have the short mid-wicket at second slip, or maybe the gully fielder.
Yeah, they have a sweeper in place also for Nimuthu Gunawardena. When he's just arrived to the middle, Gagan Chamod picked up 5 wickets in the big match. This is some very good seam bowling first over, 2 wickets, Ovin Salgadu and Nimuthu Gunawardena. Then that was Vishen Halamage. That was a very good first spell, and then he came back, picked up the wicket of Rusanda Gamage, and then the last wicket of Lakindu Sachin. Outside edge, and a drop. Oh dear, oh dear. Captain Sadish Javardhana drops his counterpart. Hopefully he hasn't done any damage while diving for it. Straight away, Gagan Chamod getting some sea movement. Here's the replay. Pitched up, some movement. Could have been the catch for the first slip, isn't it, Farvis?
When the wicketkeeper makes his mind that he has to go, it's a positive thing. But in the end, I'm with you, Damit. I thought leaving with the first slip would have been a better option and a safer option. Looks like he's getting onto his feet. Maybe hitting his rib cage to the floor. Never comfortable. It's best to get his well back. Get those deep breathing inside for him to leave. But our urge of having a second slip proves even better now. Outside edge, easily been caught. Could have been caught at first slip. Missed out with a valiant attempt. But still, I feel skipper Sadish Javardhana is missing a plot by not having a second slip.
Thankfully, he's up and running, the Josephian captain. Will it be a costly mistake from the Josephian captain? Yeah, Avinta Dialvis was at first slip. He was moving very nicely before Sadish opted to go for a diving attempt, but nevertheless Nimuthu Gunawardena gets off the mark. He's had a very nervous big match weekend. Still no second slip Faris.
And also we're having a sweep, a cover and a long off. That may be prompting to Sadish Javardhana to have short mid-wicket fielder. And this is what happens for a fast bowler when he knows the two fielders are outside the off stump, saving the boundary. And he has to drag it away rather than bowling in good lengths. If Sadish can have the sweeper cover in, saving the single, and drops short fine leg into deep fine leg, to still have a second slip fielder or have a one fielder in the slip cordon and a short extra cover. So I reckon when it comes to tactics, St. Joseph's may be losing a pot a little bit. Could have been more tactically correct. I think he heard me.
Yeah, much better this time to get a second slip in place. But that's at the expense of the third man. And he bowls down the leg side. 5 wides. This is where Gagan Chamod will need to learn. And Farviz, as you said, when he moves into the domestic system, he'll learn these aspects of being consistent.
Trying too many things, isn't it? This delivery, I thought he was trying to bowl the in-swinger and missed the radar completely. The ball has been releasing nicely and there's some movement. Young man, you just keep it very simple. Hit those good lengths and let the ball do the talking. Damit Veerasinghe, my co-commenter, getting excited.
Yeah, very excited to see plenty of fans today, Farviz. Hopefully, weather gods will be kind and we will see a very good game today.
Hopefully, weather gods will be, and we would like to see you in the commentary box, commentating with us, rather than not getting missed. You could have many more better pictures and even better more pictures, but stay with us, Tamil. We don't want to lose you.
I'll humbly consider your request, Farviz, for sure. Pete Wrights, non-Pete Wrights, all trying to have a jab at the Josephians who are in the commentary box, whether it's in school level or whether it's in international level. Faris?
It's a great day, isn't it? All Joes, all Petes, and neutral like us to come out here, enjoy the cricket, enjoy the carnival, enjoy the atmosphere. And who is missing out? The urge and the plea is to come and enjoy the occasion, which is building up very nicely. And my international commentator, my good friend, Mr. Abhay Singh, if you listen to me, I'd like to see you as soon as possible.
They're pushing for the second one, Nathan David, and they'll get it comfortably. 9 overs completed, St. Peter's 33 for 1.
Protect your child's education even in your absence. School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance makes sure your child's education continues uninterrupted by paying their school fees in case of an untimely demise or total permanent disability of the parent. Go ahead, ensure your child gets the future they deserve with School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance. Sri Lanka Insurance, like a father, like a mother.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
Yanula Devutusa will bowl the final over in the first power play. After the completion of the first power play, the fielding captain will be allowed to have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Devutusa on target. For anyone watching this live coverage, this is the 49th Josephian Pete Wright Limited Overs encounter, the first ever schools cricket encounter played in this format, the longest ever in Sri Lanka, and next year it will be the 50th. That will be a grand occasion for these two schools. Slowly but surely fans are coming in. Otherwise, it's always been the limited overs game for the Josephian Pete Wrights to come in and enjoy, meet old friends, get to know new friends, and rekindle. Nimuthu Gunawardena clearly not getting his timing correct.
It's always important to reminisce the old days, isn't it? School days, coming back, having a good time, and especially with the COVID, been hit for a couple of years and 2 years, the game wasn't played, and sometimes when it's played, it's been played behind closed doors. It was not the big match atmosphere what you're looking for. But for young and old, and for families to come out there and have a great time, be a carnival, and it's a memorable day always. Though it's Joe Pete or different big match, Sri Lanka is renowned for big matches, sort of carnival atmosphere even around the world. People do talk about it. So these kind of encounters, especially when it comes to Joe Pete, traditionally the limited over encounter gets filled up. And no surprises here with the amount of rain yesterday. The people would have had their doubts. I'm pretty sure in a few, probably in an hour or so, this will get more filled up.
Yes, that's the hope of the joint match organising committee as well. End of the first power play, St. Peter's 34 for 1.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe signalling the second power play from over number 11 to over 40. 4 fielders will be allowed to be outside the 30-yard circle. First bowling change for the Josephians, the tall, lanky right arm off spinner, the vice captain Lahiru Amarasekara will called into action. Will be bowling from the tennis court end. Faris, from the P-try point of view, I think they'll be not that upset about the score because they've only lost 1 wicket.
It's been a quite sedate start, isn't it? Been careful. As I said, the game plan must be in the 40 overs in the middle, pardon, 30 overs in the middle from 11 to 40 to try and nudge singles and try and get 4 to 5 runs per over. And the last 10 overs, if St. Peter's have wickets in hand, they could use the long handle for their advantage. So this is where the spinners of St. Joseph's College will play a big role, not letting St. Peter's off the hook, keeping them intact and try and pick up wickets in regular intervals to keep the run rate on check.
Yeah, for all the Josephians and the P-trites who were very upset yesterday that the play was suspended due to rain, which came at around 1 or 1:30 in the second session. Faris, almost an entire day's play was lost due to rain and bad light on day 1 and day 2, and hopefully weather gods will be kind today, because after the completion of the first innings, St. Joseph's College will need to bat for a minimum of 20 overs to get a result.
That's why the team bowling second will have a disadvantage in case if there is a rain curtail game. The ZB team batting second will have the advantage of having a look at the Duckworth Lewis and play accordingly. But in the end, St. Peter's have stuck to their guns, stuck to their strength, won the toss batting first. They're not bothered about the weather. They just want to go out there and put a decent score in the scoreboard and try and defend it, which I think sometimes in school cricket is a good option to have rather than complicating too many things.
Yeah, these big matches playing in front of massive crowds, that's the stepping stone for any cricketer going into the national team as well. Nathan David, he's got 2 boundaries. The P-trites have only managed to get 2 boundaries so far, having won the toss and elected to bat first. It's the same pitch being used for the limited overs game as well. Beautifully cut away. Good bit of fielding from Kenneth Lianage. End of the 11th over, St. Peter's 38 for 1.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Double bowling change for the Josephians. Looks like it's Avinta Dialvis, the right arm leg spinner, will be bowling from the Vidyamavata end. Right arm leg spin of Avinta Dialvis. He's predominantly known as a batter, but Savish Jayawardena trying to fill up that 5th bowler's quota. Siobhan Daniel can also chip in with some overs.
Skipper Satish Jayawardena is spoiled for choices, isn't it? come to the middle overs. That man on screen, Siobhan Daniel, can bowl some handy off spin as well. Plenty of spin options for St. Joseph's College. Usually in school cricket, it's a norm. It comes 11 to 40th over. Spinners take control. And this is where I think St. Peter's College got to be a bit busier. When I say busier, it's not about trying to hit fours and sixes. It's about rotating the strike with singles. And eventually when they get the loose ball, they can put away to the boundary. I think even 230, 250, which I think a pass score in this pitch is gettable.
Oh, that's wonderful fielding. That I think is Kapuru Bandara, Hirun Kapuru Bandara. Another Sri Lanka under 19 cap. And we were just praising him a little too much, isn't it, Faris?
Commentators curse Damit Veerasinghe. That's what it's called. The young Kapuru Bandara, valiant attempt, 2 deliveries before. And last one. And don't get excited, Damit. He got one more delivery to finish off. He can't go just like that.
They are still contemplating some fielding changes from Avintha. Just a single to end the 12th over. St. Peter's 42 for 1.
Avurudata Kalin Avrudu with Genie Debit Mastercard. Get ready to celebrate Avrudu with Genie. Get your Genie Debit Mastercard by downloading the Genie app today. It's easy as that.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
It writes, losing 1 wicket early, Win Salgadu was dismissed by Yenula Devtusa, but skipper Nimuthu Gunawardena has joined Nathan David at the crease. They're taking their own sweet time. 42 runs, already 12 overs have gone, and I think Josephian skipper Sadish Jawad would be happy with this bowler's performances so far. Good morning to you, Polly. Welcome to the Combox. How do you feel about the performance so far?
Good morning, Ranjika. Definitely, the Petras have got out to a good start. 42 runs on the board with 12 overs gone. Well, this is the 49th encounter. St. Joseph's 124. They see the bowling card of St. Joseph's College. Yanula Devtusa, the only successful bowler. 1 for 12 or 5 overs. A good economy rate too. 2.40 is economy rate. Gagan Chamod, the destroyer in the 2-day game, still wicketless. 5 overs, his bowling spell had been 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Lairu Amrasekar and Navid Dialvis just bowling over each. Well, let me take you back to the first game, which I was part of it in 1975. That game was played at Dari Road. And on the very first ball of the game, Sunanda Jayasekara had the wicket of Rohan Vijayasinghe caught by Rohan Fernando in the first slip. So likewise we had a similar incident in the 2-day game, Gagan Chamod having Owen Salgadu LPW in the first delivery. But Sunanda Jayasekara's achievement was in the inaugural game of a new series between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College, which was the first inter-school, the traditional 50-over encounter.
Yes, these two esteemed institutions started the pattern, which is followed by all the other major schools in Colombo and around the country. Limited overs traditional encounter. 49th edition. Next year we'll be celebrating the 50th. We'll have a massive celebration next year, but before that we'll have to finish off this year. Chandrika Amar Singh, the on-field umpire, appreciating this limited overs encounter.
You have gone a long way, because the first couple of games Papare played at the college grounds, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College grounds, first couple of years. But now the one-day encounter has been the main encounter for the Joseph and Pete ride when you compare with the crowds in the two-day game.
Sairo Masegara will continue. Vice captain of the side. Got 2 wickets in the big match.
Talking about this game, St. Peter's College won the toss and decided to bat first. They've done pretty well. 12 overs gone, 42 for 1. Lairu Amrasekara is the bowler. It was a bit surprising when we saw Nathan David coming into bat instead of Rasundu Gambage, who had a brilliant half-century in the two-day game. And also a bit surprising, Chamidu Pereira being left out, but St. Peter's must be having their plans. I know he was a bit slow, but still, if there was a couple of wickets falling, then he would have been the man who was to hold things up.
Yeah, he was replaced by Lashmika Pereira, a hard-hitting middle-order batsman. So the tactic must be to use the Pereira as a pinch hitter maybe later on. But Nathan David being promoted to the top order, and that's a wicket. Niputu Gunawardena perishes. Lairu Amarasekara takes a second wicket for all the Josephians. Big wicket. Niputu can use the long handle. It's a lot of power. Would have come in handy for the beat rights, but he has to walk back. Missed out in the big match, and he perishes for the 6th in the limited overs encounter.
I see the replay of that. I thought that was a very good catch by Sadish Chawardena behind the stumps. Lairu Amrasekara getting the edge of Niputu Gunawardena, the beat right captain. So beat right captain walks back for 6. St. Peter's 42 for 2.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
We see Rosadagambage, we were talking about him in the previous over, is coming in at number 4 for St. Peter's College. Best score of 96, 301 runs, average of 30.10, strike rate 71.50. Played 11 matches. First delivery to Gamage, pushes it towards short third man, no run. So that's the end of over number 13. St. Peter's College 42 for 2.
Heels Crest Naimiris sausages. The bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
With the Dialog to continue. He's single, nudged away by Nathan David. He's slowly accumulating runs at the other end. Wickets are doubling. At the other end, Gamage got a stunning half century. The big match saving, I would say, because when he walked in the bat, St. Peters were 0 for 2, and a lot of pressure was on his shoulders. He anchored that innings, he counter-punched in that innings and saved Pete Wright innings against Josephians.
Yes, definitely the Pete Wrights were 29 for 3 at one stage when Chamito Pereira and Kusanta Gambage put on a good partnership of 77 runs to the 4th wicket. This time he's off the back foot and pulls it away. That's wide up mid on. Goes down towards the boundary. A single there. Takes a Pete Wright score on to 44.
Amita has been short throughout his spell. He was lucky to not go for runs in his first over. Once again short, but Pete Wrights haven't been able to get the ball away. But most of the deliveries from Avinta has been really short and should have been punished by the Pete Wrights, but not to be.
So the Pete Wrights have one change in their lineup for this game. So with the Josephians have left out Manasabad Vashana and brought in Kenneth Lane again. Interesting change there, bringing in an additional batsman.
Much better from Avinta this time, pitching it within the stumps and up to the batsman. That's the end of another over. St. Peters College 44 for 2.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
St. Peters College 44 for 2 after 14 overs. Gamage is on 1 and Nathan David is on 19. Done a reasonable job being promoted to open the innings.
Pete Wrights missing out Vishen Halambage due to sickness in the morning. That's why he wasn't opening the batting for the Pete Wrights.
Well, talking about the records, Ranchika, Angelo Pereira has the highest score in this series, 128 not out. Very closely followed by Malinda Varnapura, who's part of the commentary team here. He got 126 in 1998. The same year he got a century in the two-day game too. Tremendous player, went on to represent Sri Lanka. Both these two players, Angelo Pereira too, played a couple of games for Sri Lanka. Malinda Varnapura. So St. Peters coming from St. Peter's. For the Josephians, Tarinduari Vansa getting 109. He has been the highest scorer for the Josephians. That's a good delivery again by Laru Amarasekara. Pitched outside the off stump. Young Nathan David.
It's a good angle from Lairo Amarsekara coming around the wicket, sending the ball across Nathan David, who's unable to maneuver through that offside region. There's two men back to the point, third man and point fielder, short cover and mid off in place. Packed offside field, but this time Lairo misses the line and easily nudged away through the vacant fine leg region for a double. And one of the records you mentioned, we'll come back to that after the over. 15 overs gone, St. Peter's College 49 for 2.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Beginning to say in the previous over, the 2008-2009 battle between St. Peter's and St. Joseph's College. You mentioned Angelo Pereira's knock. It was a brilliant knock. That was Patriots totally dominated that game. Scored 333 runs. And then Josephians could only manage 215. And it was a really one-sided affair that was against the side captained by Shamira Veerasinghe, one of the star-studded players, a trio of brothers who played the 50-over encounter. And also I was there to witness the century from Hashan Vanasekara in 2016, where St. Peter's College once again beat St. Joseph's by 8 wickets. They chased down 259 runs in just 39 overs. That was another brilliant partnership between him and Lakshya Rodrigo, who could get over the line.
Well, yes, Ranjika, you're talking about two things. One is the second one which you spoke, that is the highest chase recorded in this series. In 2016, where St. Peter's won by 8 wickets, chasing 258, and they achieved, as you said, in 39.1 overs. But the highest victory margin belongs to St. Joseph's. In 2003, they got 217 only for 7 in 50 overs, but they dismissed St. Peter's for 58 and winning by 159 runs. And the game you mentioned, which you were there, St. Peter's won by 118 runs. That's the second highest victory margin. So that's a bit of history on this game. Of course, these two traditional schools. And this game is played for Reverend Father Peter Pillay Memorial Shield. Father Peter Pillay was the 5th rector of St. Joseph's and one of the longest serving rectors at St. Joseph's. He was a rector at St. Joseph's for 21 years. Well, nowadays you don't get rectors like that.
That's true. When I was in school, in my 13 years, I think I had 2 rectors in that 10 years. We'll get back to that. 16 gone. St. Peter's College 52 for 2.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සොයිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Cheer up කරමාදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So it's 52 for 2 St. Peter's after winning the toss and deciding to bat after 16 overs. Lairu Amrasekara bowling to a good line and good length. Good bit of economy too. Bowling 3 overs, given away 9 runs, picking up the wicket of the Peterite captain Nimithu Gunawardena. Well, Ranjika, we were talking about 2 rectors during your time. But I would say the 2 longest serving Josephian rectors have been Reverend Father Maurice J. Legog and Reverend Father Peter Pillar. Both of these 2 rectors served to St. Joseph's for 21 years each. So that's 42 years we have had just 2 rectors.
It's a long time indeed. During my school days, it was Reverend Father Felician Rodrigo, and then Reverend Father Travis Gabriel took over from him. And just when I left school, I think the rector changed again in 2013 or 2014. These years, I think the term is only for 5 years in a school. That's how it works.
I think at St. Peter's, Father Joe Vikramasinghe from 1978 to 1994, 16 years there. And also Father Nicholas Pereira, right at the start, had been there for 16 years or so. So those are the 2 longest serving rectors at St. Peter's. They have done great service for these 2 institutions, no doubt about that. So St. Peter's 53 for 2. We're in the 17th over. It's 17 gone, 53 for 2.
මේ අසනීපයක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ පවුල් පිටින්ම වැටෙනවානේ අඩියටම. වාහනයක් පාවිච්චි කරන එකත් ලේසි නෑ. ඇක්සිඩන්ට් එකක් කියන්නේ වැටෙනවා ෂුවර් අඩියටම. මේ පොරකමක් කියන්නේ බිස්නස් වැටෙනවා අඩියටම.
මේක තමයි වෙලාව හොඳ රැකවරණයක් ළඟ තියාගන්න හයියට. 60 වසරක රැකවරණයේ විශ්වාසය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස්. වැටුණත් අඩියටම අපි ගේනවා ඉහළටම.
Run rate has dipped further. Peterites just hovering around that 3 runs per over. Not enough at all in this pitch, especially this format. Given how the game has progressed in the last couple of years, I think minimum of at least 5 runs per over is needed in order to register a challenging total. Good delivery from Avinta Dialves. I've been telling how short he was bowling, but this time he rushed the batter and got some turn as well. Nathan David tried to whip it to the leg side against his turn, but didn't work. Ball also kept a bit low.
The next delivery, Nathan David drives it down to deep mid-off and get a single. St. Peter's is, as you said, a current run rate of 3.14. They should have to increase that run rate, because if you get a total of around 250, that's going to put additional pressure on the opposing team. Well, in this case, it is the Josephians who will be chasing it. Samantha Dialves this time again shortish, but coming off the back foot and forcing it towards mid-off, gets a single. Well, I think Rajika, the Peterite batsmen are trying to hit it hard rather than watching and pushing it to the gaps and getting those singles.
Yes, and also you know what you're getting from Avinta at the moment. 3 overs, he has been short throughout. He's trying to rush you through. You just have to set yourself up for the short delivery. And you can use those vacant regions in the offside, especially backward of point. Only 3 fielders inside the field, inside the ring rather. If you beat one of them, it's going to be a certain boundary. Because even though there was heavy rain yesterday, the outfield looks really fast at the moment.
Yes, and definitely the ground looks beautiful. Hats off to the ground staff here at the SSC. They have done a very good job indeed. Get this game underway. No one expected play actually from yesterday's heavy downpour. That's 18 gone. St. Peter's College 57 for 2.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Welcome back, Santosh. St. Peter's 57-2 after 18 overs. You see, there's a good crowd in at SSC. Boys enjoying.
So that's fans, the kids are enjoying their yogurts, they're drinking yogurts from New Dale. We all love to have maybe a packet of milk.
Of course.
So it's been slow going for the Petrites, which is 57 for 2 in 18 overs. They lost their captain in the process as well. The Australian skipper has made a bowling change. Murida Disanayaka in for the first time, 9 matches, 10 wickets. A good economy rate there, best of 3 for 16.
St. Peter's trying to rebuild their innings. Current run rate, as you see, is 3.17. Good chance of a run out, but the batsmen are home safely. Good piece of fielding.
Bit of miscommunication from the batters on that occasion, but nevertheless they cross over for a single. Good piece of fielding, like you mentioned, just there you go. Yenula Devutus on that occasion. Nathan David has faced 46 deliveries for his 26 runs, getting a promotion in today's game. Usanda Kamage just come out to bat, got 8 of 14. The Petrites will need these two batters to bat on till like the 35th over and get some runs on the board as well.
Like you said, Santos, weather is holding up, so we might get a good game in today. Good lines. It's a matter of rebuilding the whole innings, trying to get the Petrites to at least 125 for 2, and then see where you're at and try and maximize in the last probably 20 overs.
Yes, absolutely. Murida Disanayaka, he's a bit of a crafty bowler. He bowls his off cutters, his leg cutters, his seam up deliveries, and he bowls it on a wicket-to-wicket line and length, so he targets the stumps a lot. Quick single this time, safely crossover for a single. So that's good batting, that's good intent from the batsman. They need to start rotating the strike, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking, because it's the singles and the doubles that frustrate the fielding team more often than not.
Yeah, like you say, Santos, that's very good running. So if you call first time and go, there is a
a good chance that he'll make the run. And these Peterites, knowing that they can't get the boundaries, are knocking it around and rotating the strike. Like you said, Santosh, he bowls very straight, wicket to wicket. Doesn't give too much pace off the wicket, so it's very hard to get him off the square. The Peterites are doing their level best to try and take the score along. Run rate is low, but you never know. If you have wickets in hand in the last 15-20.
Once again, push towards the mid-off field and they get a quick single. Nathan David has looked good. He's been really comfortable opening the batting today. He's got a promotion because Vishen Halamage seems to be a little bit under the weather at the moment. Partnership 18 of 36 balls. The run rate, the Peterites going at 3.19. They would love to increase on that run rate a little bit. That's good batting once again from Rusanda Gamage, nudging it down towards the leg side and crossing over for another single. That's at the end of the 19. The Peterites 61 for 2.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Match fun, Prima කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Avinta into his 5th over. He's the right arm leg spinner for the Josephians. Given just the 12 runs off his 4 overs. Good stuff from the Peterites. I think the message has been sent out to them to keep the scoreboard ticking and keep strike rotation going on.
It also helps with the left hand right hand combination, Santosh. So let's see, these two are batting well. They're not taking any risk. It's just playing the ball on its merits and pushing the score along. They're going at a decent rate now at about 4 in the last 2-3 overs. Another good run. They're batting well, they're pushing it into the gaps, not trying to manufacture shots. So Peterites doing the right thing at the moment.
Absolutely. The ground, it's a big outfield, Bridges. You get big gaps and there's a lot of singles on offer. So it's important that the Peterites continue rotating the strike and keeping the scoreboard ticking, because that will surely get them into the game and get the Josephians maybe on the back foot.
There you see, turns it around the corner. The Josephian fielder is on the 30-yard circle, not preventing the single, so I think the Josephians should try and put a bit more pressure, especially the guys who are in the 30-yard circle. Must try and try to stop the singles and put a little more pressure on the Peterite batsmen, because they're having it easy right now. Just, you know, each time they put it out of the square, they're going through for an easy and a comfortable single. So the Peterites, the Josephians needs to try and stop the singles. It's looking pretty easy for St. Peter's right now. That's again well driven down to deep extra cover. The left and right hand combination working well for St. Peter's.
Yes, it's quite surprising, like you mentioned, Bridges. The Josephian fielders are sitting quite deep on the 30-yard circle, which allows the Peterite batsman to steal a single rather. It swept off his pads. Rusanda Gamage. Oh, good piece of fielding. Definitely saved a couple of runs for his team. That's Hiran Jaisundar, I suppose, on the boundary line, deep square leg boundary line. Some good all-round cricket there from the two teams. Rusanda Gamage, one of his strengths, playing square of the wicket. There's good stuff from the fielder there.
Petra is always looking for singles. That's the end of the 20th over. St. Peter's 67 for 2.
So this is Rusanda Gamage's half century from the two-day encounter. Coming into bat when the Petrites were none for 2. Played a beautiful inning for the Petrites. 55 from 71 balls. See some lovely shots from Rusanda Gamage. Steadied the ship for the Petrites. There you go. That's his strength. Opting for the slug sweep and the sweep against the left armer. So he's in form, Bridges. He's high in confidence as well.
Looks a very good batsman. He can get the runs quick, but obviously he's playing according to the situation right now. He's on 29. He'll have to bat the innings through because Petrites need someone to bat. That's another nice shot. That's going to go for 4. Very well timed and placed by Nathan.
That was a beautiful shot from Nathan David. He's looked good the entire inning. There's a pierce in that gap. Played it ever so late to get the ball into that gap.
The secret was timing and placement. Got it spot on. Looks in really good form.
He's got an opportunity to open the inning today for his team, and boy oh boy, didn't he grab it with both hands.
Got an inside edge there. Bit lucky.
Good comeback delivery from Mujir Disanaga. The first ball was a loose delivery. Nathan David pounced on that loose ball, but second ball was a really good ball from Mujir Disanaga, taking the inside edge. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get his wicket, but it's good stuff from Mujir.
Santosh, question for you. What would be a good total for St. Peter's to defend?
I would say on a wicket like this, Bridges, anything over 260 would be tough for the Josephians to chase it. But it's important that the Petrites have a partnership here. Bridges, you want to enjoy some Naimiris, the bite that bites back?
It's a bit looking very nice. Tastes good.
Yes, that surely bites back.
Lovely Naimiris flavoring in it. Really fresh and nice. I think the Petrites need a little bit of Naimiris in them to up the ante a bit. But they're doing well right now. They're just doing what they need to be doing, pushing the singles around. The odd fours coming along. They're batting well.
A rare dot ball on that occasion. A dot ball against the run of play from the Josephians. Nathan David looking to run that down to third man to collect another single, but unfortunately picking the fielder. So it's a packed offside field. He's got a backward point and a point, so he's trying to keep it outside off stump. So once again a quick single on that occasion. That's good batting from the Petrites. Nathan David moves on to 35. The Petrites 74 for 2 at the end of the 21st over.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover. Whatever you want, whatever you need, all you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
While we were off here, we were talking about the 9 minutes. Gives a small tingle. It would be nice to have it with one of those single malls.
Absolutely, Bridges. So we got a bowling change. Siobhan Daniel has been brought into the attack. He's bowled only 27 overs in the season, not been able to play the most part of the season. He's picked up 2 wickets, but we all know how capable he is with the ball in hand. Got a long on, a deep mid, a long off and a sweeper cover on the boundary raiders. Once again, good sensible batting from Nathan David, rotating the strike, slowly but steadily inching closer to a half century, a well-deserved half century. Bridges is batted really well for the beat rights.
Yeah, that's right. As you see, he doesn't try to hit it too hard. Pretty much playing down lines, sending it where it came from, spinning the singles. But he'll have to bat through. It's not about just getting a 50 and throwing his wicket away. He'll have to bat through at least to the 45th over for Pete Wrights to get a substantial total to defend, like you said, about 260, 270. I would have gone for 240, Santosh, because the outfield is not really fast. When you've got runs on the board, it puts a little bit of pressure, so if you can get a couple of wickets early, then the game opens up.
This time Rusanda Gamage going down the ground, picking up another single. These two batters, Bridges, they look very cool, calm and composed. They're not being bothered by any pressure or any of the bowlers. They're just going about their business, and that's what has been the key highlight of this partnership.
As we say that, it's a mini commentator's curse. Tries to pull one from outside the off stump into mid-wicket and gets a leading edge. As you see there, he's outside the off stump, trying to play towards mid-wicket, getting a leading edge. For his good luck, it didn't carry all the way. All he has to do is just simply what you see on screen. Just put it down to mid-on and mid-off. Get the singles, get a big one for himself and for the team. There's no need to rush for anything right now. You never know with the weather in the evening. So wickets in hand are always a bonus.
Absolutely, Bridges. The key in putting up a big total is having wickets in hand at the death, because that gives you the freedom to go for your shots. Once again, Rusanda Gamage playing it down the ground towards long off. He picks up another single. The Pete Wrights 78 for 2.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover. Whatever you want, whatever you need, all you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
game day pulse check. How many boundaries will be scored during the first innings? So you can cast your vote now on the Papare YouTube and Cricket Facebook. How many boundaries do you think will be scored, Bridges, during the first innings?
Difficult to say, but I'll go for about between 30 and 35.
Absolutely. If the Petrites are to get to a good score, they need to get some boundaries in. At the moment, they got only 3. It's been all about singles and doubles for the Petrites. But this partnership has ensured that the Petrites have a slight chance of getting to a score more than 250. Oh, misjudged from the fielder. Rusanda Gamage taking on the deep midfielder. Fortunately for him, the fielder misjudged that and it just ran in. But just went over his head. Gone for 4, not for 6 also.
He was about 4 feet inside the boundary, rushed in and then figured out, oh my God, it's going to go over my head. Reached for it. 1 bounce into the fence. As you see, the bowler Rahiru is not very pleased about the fielder there. So there is a field change, in the sense the fielders changing or swapping places.
I believe that was Kenneth Lienege on that occasion. How costly would that be for the Josephians? Rusanda Gamage, he's been the go-to man for the Petrites in the limited over competition. He scored heaps of runs for the Petrites. Just relaxing on that occasion, went for a false shot. But fortunately for the Petrites and unfortunately for the Josephians, the fielder misjudged that catch. This time shot outside off stump, playing it through that sweeper cover region, picks up another single. The partnership has slowly but steadily gone from strength to strength. 41 of 59 balls. The run rate 2.
It's gone up. I'll just show you on screen now. The sweep dragged it from outside the off stump. Fielder rushes in, misjudges it. 1 bounce, and she goes into the rope for 4. The Petrites have a lucky escape there. The Josephians, it would have been the ideal wicket to take. Put more pressure on the Petrite batsman. Petrites have got a chance there. Next one, back
shot outside off stump. Cut away, but will pick a couple of runs. Nathan David has been good off the back foot against the pace and the spinners. He moves on to 39. The Petrites 85 for 2 at the end of the 23rd.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Hot and spicy රසද ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලෙට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුද ඉතින් චියර් අප් කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Run rate has gone up from 3.1 to 3.6. It's good for the Petrites. They're getting a move on, but taking a few more risks now. I would have thought. I don't think they need to, but I think the batsmen are comfortable now to take that risk. They've been there quite some time. Nathan's on 39, Sidhu on 22. I don't think the ball is coming onto the bat that well, Santosh. It's about, trying to time the ball, put it into gaps. I don't know whether it's not very easy to hit boundaries because the ball is not coming onto the bat.
Yes, I think it's because of all the rain we had yesterday and early on the day today as well. So the wicket's a bit moist. It's got a bit of dew in it. But as the day progresses, if the rain gods stay away, I think the wicket will just get better and better.
That's right. SSC wickets are renowned to be a batter's paradise. So if you can stick it out there, you're in for a few runs. Chevron again is driven down to mid-on. Comfortable single. I think the Josephians need to pick up their fielding a bit. In the last 10 overs, they've been really poor, giving all easy singles in the 30-yard circle. And that last miss drop catch. It was a pretty easy, straightforward catch, but misjudged the catch. Run rate's gone up to 3.7, so Pete Wrights are slowly moving on.
It has been easy going for the Pete Wrights in the last 2 to 3 overs. They've got easy singles, they've got that all-important boundary as well. So the Josephians not keeping things tight enough.
I think the Josephians are sitting back and waiting for something to happen rather than trying to put a bit of pressure and buy a wicket. It's just going through the motions right now, trying to restrict the runs, which I don't think would be a good idea, because if you get through the Pete Wright first 4 or 5, there once again you see an easy single to short extra cover. There shouldn't be any runs there in the 30-yard circle when you've got a fielder. As you see, the fielder walking back to pretty much a deep extra cover. So I think a word needs to be sent out to the close-in fielders to try and stop the singles and create a bit of pressure. Nathan's moved to 41. Rasindu again tucking it off his legs for a comfortable single. End of the 24th over, St. Peter's 90 for 2.
අයිනෝ පුතා හැබැයි යා ගෙදර නිදියන්නෙම අමුතු තැනක.
කාලගුණය කොහොමුණත් රයිනෝ නං වහලට සේෆ් තමයි මුළු ගෙදරම. Rhino Cement Roofing Sheets. Then you know Rhino. I know.
Get with the real Wasi life. Genie Debit MasterCard by Dialog Finance. Download Genie. Enjoy benefits. The real Wasi life with Genie Debit MasterCard.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages. The bite that bites back.
මේ අසනීපයක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ පවුල් පිටින්ම වැටෙනවානේ අඩියටම. වාහනයක් පාවිච්චි කරන එකත් ලේසි නෑ. ඇක්සිඩන්ට් එකක් කියන්නේ වැටෙනවා ෂුවර් අඩියටම. මේ පොරකමක් කියන්නේ බිස්නස් වැටෙනවා අඩියටම.
මේක තමයි වෙලාව හොඳ රැකවරණයක් ළඟ තියාගන්න හයියට. 60 වසරක රැකවරණයේ විශ්වාසය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස්. වැටුණත් අඩියටම අපි ගේනවා ඉහළටම.
Face wash and face cream 3-in-1 fix එක sharp look එකට trick එක
90 for 2 after 24 overs, second water break being taken. Ovin Salgadu was first out for 4. Yenula Devdusa breaking through. The opening partnership was 23. Then Nimuthu Gunawardana picked up by Lahiru Amarasekar, the vice captain. The Peter Wright captain made only 6, but then Nathan David promoted in the batting order. Solid 41 not out for him, and he's made such a big impact. Just 3 boundaries, and Rusanda Gamage once again showing what a wonderful player he is. Just 1 boundary, but he has rotated the strike very well. This partnership worth 48 as we say, a very good morning to Harun Maulud.
Very good morning to you. I think it's been, like you said, a very steady partnership.
This was Owen Salgado. Very good catch. Those are not easy anyway. He ran Jasundara, then caught behind Sadish Javardhana, holding the catch offered by Nimuthu Gunawardhan. The two captains involved there. The vice captain was bowling. Wicket each for Amarasekara and Devtus. Four others have not been able to make much of an impression, but good to see Siobhan Daniel introduced into the attack. 14 extras. They'll be worried a little bit about it. But yes, a good partnership always is a good story, Harun.
Yes, I think after that start, losing 2 quick wickets, I think they've been very effective in terms of rotating the strike, like you rightly mentioned, Haritha. That's the key in terms of batting in long partnerships. Both Gamage and David, someone whom I did not expect to kind of, bat the way he did. He has taken things very smoothly, rotated the strike, 41 of 61, very much needed for the Peterites at this point in time.
There's no slip or gully. That was well done. A lot of commitment on his part on that occasion. You would expect the Josephines to tighten up a little bit and make sure Kenneth Lenege is into the side in place of the half-centurion of the big match, Chamidu Pereira. Chamidu Pereira was for St. Peter's. His place was taken by Lashmika Pereira. Kenneth Lenege in for fast bowler Manasa Madhubhashana for St. Joseph's. This 50 partnership here for the third wicket, coming out a reasonably good pace.
I think reasonable. Like you mentioned, Haritha, considering the start that they had, 69 balls for the 50 runs that they've got. It's been very steady batting. There was, yes, a chance at deep mid-wicket which went down a begging, but nevertheless, apart from that, like you see, very, very sensible batting. Especially Gamage, he's identified his gaps. Running between the wickets too has been exceptional between these two batsmen. So full marks for the effort. Yes, they're probably not in the most desired scoring grade at which they've got these 92 runs. But if they can hold on till about 35, 37th over, I think they can start let loosing themselves.
Vishen Halambage, we have not seen him. The story is that he's had an upset stomach. He should be okay. Amarasekara picked up 3 wickets in the 2-day game. Manoj Mendes is match referee. Viraj De Silva is match commissioner.
It's close.
It's a bit lucky, wasn't he, Gamage?
Very lucky to get some part of the bat on that ball. Otherwise, he was right in front.
Chandrika Amarasinghe together with Prageet Rambukwala on field. The additional umpire is Hemanta Boteju, national cap. Kane onto the pads. Good rotation of strike. You don't always have to score the boundaries to keep a decent rate going. End of 25 overs. St. Peter's, they have won the toss and are 95 for 2. Always good to see that the top order is making runs, and this partnership very efficient. 73 balls for the 53 runs unbroken so far.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned, considering the start, it's very, very valuable. The rate doesn't matter at this point in time as long as they can, keep on to their wickets. This was the chance that we just spoke of a short while back, but David has been very impressive considering the change he's had in terms of, being promoted in the batting lineup. He's doing the Peterites a favour and consolidating very well with Gamage to take them to a very respectable score.
I've been impressed with Rosanda Gamage big time. The power play first 10 overs, St. Peter's made 34 for 1. Flirted with a little bit of danger. A good throw may have provided the fielding side with an opportunity. You have to take a few risks, all right.
You have to. Considering, this is a one-day game, you have to keep looking for those runs. You can't afford to kind of prod and get stuck. But this was, I would say, good feeling, equally very well run by David. There was a slight stutter at the start, a bit of hesitation, but both batsmen comfortably making it to that crease.
Yeah, the last 10 overs, or the second set of 10 overs, they lost another wicket, added another 31 runs actually. So the last 5 overs, they've got 28 runs without losing a wicket. The 50 came up in the 16th over for the loss of 2 wickets. They're approaching 100. So they've not lost another wicket, adding the second 50 if they get to 100.
It's all about phases, Haritha. So this phase is very critical for the Petrites. Like I mentioned, if they can progress without losing a wicket. This time, as I speak, he comes down the track, plays it with the spin. There is cover in that long off region. The batsman comfortably cross over for 2 runs. So this is good batting by Gamage. He too has quite briskly come to 32 or 41. So he's provided able support to David, taking the Petrites closer to that century mark. Like I mentioned, at this point in time, it's about consolidating, getting to that 35th, 37th over mark without losing a wicket. And this time he's caught. Oh no, the commentator's curse, Haritha.
Welcome wicket for Siobhan Daniel. He was very happy. Rusanda Gamage, having made 32 of just 41 balls, he was just getting into his stride. They needed runs coming better, but partnership 57 of 76 balls. That is the fall of the 3rd wicket. Well judged catch at the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, exceptional catch. He steadied himself, set firm a base, and comfortably took that. Gamage, I thought, who would have been the catalyst to kind of turn things around for the Petrites, is gone. A very important wicket. 32 for Gamage of 42 deliveries, 99 for 3 St. Peters.
Good catch by Yanula Deutisa down at the mid-wicket boundary.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So walking out to the middle, somebody whom the Petrites would want to stay there for long. Best score of 141. See that strike rate over 100 runs. The average almost 50. Vishen Halamage is a class act.
Absolutely. Not very many stats would see 106 strike rate, especially at this level. And to top that off, a 48 run average as well. So a lot to expect from Halamage, another under-19 national cap. He can hit that ball really hard. So something that the Petrites would really ping their hopes on to get them to a respectable score.
No doubt about his talent, but he should be responsible in what he's trying to do. They have got a decent start here. The story is that he had a bit of a problem with stomach ache or whatever it is, bad stomach. They would have come and opened the batting straight away off the mark. That will bring the 100 up for the Petrites for the loss of 3 wickets into the 26th over.
Good start for Halamage, confidently defended. There was a direct hit, but the batsman was comfortably home. As we see the replay of the last wicket to fall. Good catch by Deutisa. Daniel, I think someone who possesses a wealth of experience playing cricket at this level. He was the man for the job to bring this valuable wicket for St. Joseph's.
Yeah, if he picks up wickets, he'll be inspired to do well with the bat too, just as he did with the ball. And he's hungry for a good performance as a parting performance for his school. David gets a rare opportunity to bat with the top order. End of 26 overs. electing to bat St. Peter's. 100 for the loss of 3 wickets.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
So I think Yenlo Devatus has been rewarded for taking a catch.
I think, yeah, probably understanding. We did see Siobhan Daniel making some signals, asking the left armer to come in. Probably understanding and knowing how Halambage is with left arm spinners. Devatus, smart batting by the Peterites. They understand the importance of rotating the strike. There's ample spaces in terms of real estate here at SSC.
Yeah, first 5 overs, he was very economical. Just gave away 12 runs. Bowled a maiden, picked up a wicket. So that was a good first spell for the left armer. Nanda Patrana for St. Peter's, Sadasivam Ravindran for St. Joseph's doing the scoring, and that majestic, massive, giant scoreboard. Chandan Shanta is helping us with the digital scoring part. All very experienced in their job. Umpire D and Patrana, of course, standing out in the middle as an umpire.
Oh, it's close. There's a loud shout for caught behind. That did come on with the arm, didn't turn.
Vishen Halambage would have been thinking, what did I try to do? Umpire Amar Singh.
Oh, smart bowling by Devatus. Fired that in. Halambage looking for some turn, trying to dab that to that short third man region. Failing to make any contact whatsoever. Right decision by umpire Amar Singh. Oh, there once again, this very good bowling by Devatus. It does not seem to be a big turn of the ball.
No, but it's his variation. He knows what he's trying to do. This is a battle in mind between the bowler and the batter. That's better. That's what he can do. A lot better, Halambage. Vast open spaces at the SCC. Enough runs to be scored. End of 27 overs. Elected bat, the Peterites are 3 down for 103.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotics සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
The first 50 of the innings came in the 16th over. They had lost 2 wickets then. The second 50 for the Peterites came up in 10 overs. They had lost just 1 more wicket. So a faster second 50.
They would have loved had they got there without losing a wicket, but Gamage perished in the previous over of Daniel who bowled from the Vidyama at the end. And like you mentioned, I think the fact that there have been spaces, the way they've batted in terms of rotating the strike, that's enabled them to get that second 50 at relatively a brisk pace.
He's batting well, Nathan David. He's rotating the strike very well. See, St. Joseph's wouldn't mind too much. Coming into 30 overs, if the score is somewhere around 120 the most, usually it'll more than double.
Correct.
If the batters do their job.
And not to forget, we're playing on. That's caught! That's caught at short mid wicket. Oh.
Second wicket for Siobhan Daniel, and Vishen Halamage disappoints again. Gone for 4.
Oh, the expectations of the Peterites just crushed to the ground. Halamage, the most experienced batsman, the under 19 national cap. A lot was expected of him, especially playing the format he's known to be very good at.
Went straight to the field.
Daniel would have known a thing or two about his weaknesses.
I would believe, but the same thing should be said of Halamage if you have played that much of cricket with him. Yanula Deutisa once again, second catch for him, second wicket for Siobhan Daniel. Good partnership, 105 for 4.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
See, after a 23-run openings partnership, the first 2 wickets fell in the space of 19 runs. And after a 57-run third wicket stand, 2 more wickets have fallen for the addition of just 6 runs.
Yeah, they say one brings 2, Harida. Let's hope no more wickets fall for the Peterites. We would like to see them taking the innings through. We see Sanjay Gunathilaka, vice captain of the St. Peter's side. Decent stats, I think.
30 plus average, 80 plus strike rate, top score of 71. Is one batter who could make a difference, but again, it's about his temperament that there are questions being asked.
I think for him too, coming from a family of very well renowned cricketers, especially his brother Santosh, so a lot to expect. I think
his father played with me during my time.
So like I said, a family of cricketers, but I believe the benchmark is set so high. He has a lot to do to prove himself. Good start for Gunathilaka, fuller delivery. No one at short mid wicket, surprisingly, so there must be a tactic behind what Daniel is trying to do. We did see the short mid for Halamage in the previous ball in which the wicket fell.
Rate is under 4. At this stage of the innings, I think St. Joseph's have done well to keep their opponents under 4. Daniel, he knows what to do. Yeah, Sirosha Gunathilaka was a left-arm leg spinner, but his 2 sons are more known for their batting. So the genes have worked the other way around.
Talk about that, Harita. But David has looked impressive, but St. Peter's in a spot of bother, 106 for 4 after 28.
Face wash, face cream, 3-in-1 fixer, sharp look digger, trick kicker.
Yeah, this is the Battle of the Saints in Colombo at the SSC at Makona. There's also a game and the Battle of the Magnusteins match also being played. Prima Kottumi, guess and win. Win hot and spicy gifts. Yeah, be involved. Thank you. It's a better crowd, very loud. Win hot and spicy gifts from Prima Kottumi. Log on to the Papare Cricket Facebook page and take part in Guess and Win with Prima Kottumi. What are you going to guess here?
Good question.
Get your imagination going. Is it a victory for St. Joseph's? It is a victory for St. Peter's? It's a 5-wicket haul for somebody?
It's true. The Peterites will have to steady the ship here. They don't have to think too much ahead, to be very honest. Because considering, if you remember, the last one that they played, St. Peter's actually won that match. Considering where St. Joseph's were at one point chasing down that score. So a score between 230 to 240 is always challenging, especially when you're playing technically on a third-day wicket on the same pitch in which the two-day match was played. Spinners are bound to get some turn. The track will definitely slow down as the match progresses, and if if the weather gods are kind and if we get a full game, it's going to be an interesting little second session.
Pray to all saints to have the rains to stay away, because this match it's about the players, the young ones. Some of them the last time for their respective schools. It's cloudy, not dangerous yet.
Not the threatening ones that we saw last afternoon. 29 gone, 108 for St. Peters.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Hot and spicy රසට ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුද ඉතින් cheer up කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Arun, you're from Royal, I'm from St. Thomas's. We are neutrals as far as the Joe Pete concerned. But after this next over, you should be listening to Paulinus and Jahan.
Jayasuriya to be precise. A Joe Pete combination.
There'll be a load of stats coming from Polly and the technical inside of the versatile Jayasuriya. Listen to him carefully. Don't go away too far away. You want expressions? You need to listen to him.
Daniel's firing in 10. It's not giving the ball too much.
He's got the hang of it now. He's got the success to go by. First 2 overs he went for 10. Now he's got the opposition on the hop. Good stuff. Nathan David has batted sensibly, approaching a well-deserved half century for the youngster, wicketkeeper.
Yeah, you have to give it to him. He's batted very smartly. He's understood what his strengths are. He's not gone to do anything too much. He's identified the gaps, worked the singles, run hard. Wherever the chance has been given, he's taken the twos. Only 3 fours in his innings, so that goes to show how well he's kind of accumulated the runs. Oh, it's uppish.
You say safe, because there was no mid-on. They need to put up a decent partnership. So far they've had the 13. What was he trying to do?
Unnecessary, unwanted, free runs for the Peterites. Boy, oh boy, Daniel. And that gets him to his half century. What a way to get to 50, Haritha.
You will only see this at Josephian Peterite. Safely played into your hands, and he'll throw over the wicketkeeper's head to the boundary to send the batter onto his half century. 30 overs gone, 116 for 4, and now Polly and Jan.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
cheer up කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
St. Peters 116 for 4 after 30 overs. They won the toss this morning and decided to bat first. And they did a replacement in their opening. And Nathan David was asked to open the innings, and he has had given the faith back on the Peterite camp, getting a half century, 52 coming off 74 deliveries. And I have with me today in the box former Peterite captain, and before that Let's see the last one. Okay, former Petrite captain Jahan Jasuri with me. Good morning, Jahan.
Good morning, Paulness. Great to be back at the SSC. And Petrites positioned 116-4. Paulness, conventional wisdom says that a team batting first with wickets in hand has all the potential to double the score that they achieve at the end of 30 overs. Looking at that as an indicator, 230 plus seems to be on the cards. It'll take some doing though. Nathan David, like you said, has laid a nice platform. But the Petrites have had an inconsistent batting track record during this season. They do play to potential. A 230 plus score, played uppishly, is on the cards. Would you think that's a par score for this track, Paulness? Looking
Definitely
at how the track's
that's a par score, but the Petrites, when you looked at the two-day encounter, the Petrite batting, middle order batting was a bit suspect, but still 50-over game is a completely different game, and 116 already on the board, and that's another wicket to go, and this time it's Sanjay Gunathilaka walking back. He's gone for 4. We'll have to wait for the umpire. Yeah, it's given out. That was a direct hit, I thought, straight into the hands of the cover point fielder. Sanjay Gunathilaka was standing his ground.
Yeah, nicely looped up there, Sanjay Gunathilaka. I'm not so sure what he was waiting for in terms of the umpire's decision here. Perhaps more disappointment than anything else. Yes, straight scooped to cover point. Easy catch. Nice delivery there. Gunathilaka just unable to get his head over that ball. Scooping that to Naren. The 5th wicket for the Petrites. Down at 116.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Yeah, Paulness, we spoke about potential to double the score at 30 over mark, but I did also say that's with wickets in hand. Now with that wicket, the Petrite vice captain being sent back to the pavilion, that does beg questions as or get the focus or the limelight on the Petrite middle order.
Yes, definitely, Jahan. I said during the two-day game, the Petrite middle order was a bit suspect, but still, let's hope a good partnership come at this stage, because 230 will be a fantastic total for the Josephines to chase. It will be pressure added on. The scoreboard pressure will come on to the Josephine batsmen, because we know what Shimon Daniel can do. And also, let me remind our listeners and viewers, Jahan Jasuri, former Petrite captain, has been a very consistent player in this one-day series, getting about 160 odd runs and an average of 40. I was just going through this one here, Jahan. And also, more than that, remember, there was one tie game. The game ended in a tie, and Jahan was part of it, and he's definitely going to talk us through with that experience of the tie game.
Yes, Paulness, I believe the only tied game in the limited over encounter.
There you see the last wicket, straight into the hands of the cover point fielder. So that was Sanjay Gunathilaka walking back. Amantha Dialvis getting his wicket. Yes, Jahan, talk us through about that tied game, the most interesting result in the Josephine Petrite 50-over encounters.
Yes, it seems like a long time ago, over 20 years ago now, Paulness. Game was played at the Pisara Oval, as was the case during that time. That was where the one-day game was played.
So
come back to that.
31 gone, 116 for 5 St. Peter's. You see the highlights of the Nathan David's 50. Nathan David, a very young player, definitely going to play for St. Peter's for a couple of more years. That's a beautiful shot. That is the first scoring stroke of his, straight into the cover point boundary. A couple of more boundaries coming his way. Another cover drive.
think Nathan David is part of Dialog De Silva's Cricket Academy, but brother of Asoka De Silva, former Sri Lankan Test umpire.
Definitely thrown a challenge today, young David, 16 years of age. As we see some damage that was done there to the mid-off field, I believe the ball made direct contact with his knee. Or did he may have even twisted his, not sure exactly what is in, certainly in a lot of pain.
Definitely, let's have a look at that.
That
just knocked his knee on the ground, or it's a cramp, or cramped himself. The physios are there on the field. Well, meanwhile, Jihan, about the tide encounter.
Yes, so again, the game, we had St. Joseph's batting first, getting just over 200 runs, which was at the time in school cricket considered to be a par score. Anything over 200 was considered to be competitive. And I remember the game, Paul, as we got off to a great start. I think at the end of the first 15 overs and fielding restrictions did apply, we had scored almost 100 runs for no loss. And well on our way to eclipse that total easily. The Josephians, true to form, kept fighting back and started to lose a few wickets. And panic set in, and we found ourselves with our 9th wicket down with still 20 runs to get. And it was the last pair that eventually scrambled towards the total, every leg by being cheered on by the Pete Wright supporters. And got to a point of parity. And that last over, I believe it was Dilshan Perumal, who was one of the adjudicators, I believe, of last week's game, opening the bowling for St. Joseph's at the time, bowling to Nadula Vijayaratne, and he wrapped him on the pads twice in succession. Both of them looked fairly adjacent or close enough, not given out. And the third time, he was just gone for all money, and that was the end of the game. I ended up in the first tie, and it has remained the only tie in this limited over encounter.
I can remember watching that. That is a great game. Peters at one stage were 160 odd for 3, if I remember right. And the last batsman got a run out, and it was Anuk G.S. Vijayaratne, son of Lalit G.S. Vijayaratne, who had a direct hit at the stumps. Wasn't it, Jihan?
Well, I believe Anuk was the captain of that Josephian side. The last wicket incident actually was an LBW, which is what I described. So the run out happened, I think, to the wicket prior. But so yeah, it was edge of the seat stuff. Almost the entire duration of that game, one for the memory books for sure.
That's a nice shot driven straight towards deep mid-off, gets a single. That's Kavika Jayasundara. He's off the mark. You see Melbourne cheese bits. Anytime you can have this. Of course, on your TVs, when you're watching your TV camera, the match on TV, you can definitely have this. So, thank you very much, Melbourne, being part of this game, supporting the Josephian Pete Wright as well as Papare for sponsoring this event. That's worked away nicely this time by Nathan David. Gets 2 more.
Nathan David, a lot will rest on his shoulders now. He's the batsman who's got his eye in. Lost wickets all around him, but he stood firm. 53 off 76.
120 for 5. A lot depends on this pair. They need to put up a good partnership, so that's 32 gone. St. Peter's 120 for 5. There you see the brothers right now, their start of the game. Well, remember this game started in 1975. The first game was played at St. Joseph's College grounds. Dushan Souza was the captain that year, and Bernard Vijayatunga, the Pete Wright captain. And both their brothers have been there. Of Because there is the Veera Singers having the most number of brothers. Rajiva, Shamira and Damit. My two brothers also, they are Susilo and Eroshan, right at the top. Then Viraj, Pradeep and Rohit, another three brothers there. So St. Peter's 120 for 5 after 32 overs, winning the toss and deciding to bat. Well, we were talking about that tied game, and the very next game, Jahan Jayasuriya was the captain, and Peter had won it quite easily, isn't it?
Yes, 2002 that was. That game ended at in time for tea, so that was nice to get a good result under your belt, convincingly.
Well, you have a very good average in this 50-over game, 40.50, as I went through Sonia just a couple of moments ago. How easy was it batting in this Josephine Petright 50-over encounter?
Well, I can tell you that the Petrites are not finding it too easy at the moment, Paulness, unfortunately. That's a big one. I did say that Nathan David, who had played Sri Lanka up to that point, needed to continue in that vein if the Petrites were to get to a competitive total. Unfortunately, he's now gone. Innocuous looking delivery, I thought. Short, just didn't seem to read that one well at all. There you go. Yeah, it was there to be hit. It was a nothing shot in the end. Soft dismissal after doing all the hard yards to get to that score. David is gone, and with him, the Petrites look in all sorts of trouble. 121 now for 6.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
So St. Peter's 121 for 6, batting first after winning the toss. I see Shannon Rodrigo, the new batsman, in. Got 157 runs of 11 matches, an average of 26.17, strike rate 79.29, best score being 49. But he has to come up with something better than that.
Yep.
At this stage for St. Peter's.
His statistics suggest that he can hold his own, and maybe a little bit better than that. But what the ask of him now will be a lot more than that, like you said, Paulness. They'll need to see some overs through and bat deep into this innings and make sure that the Petrites make use of their entire allocation of 50 overs. They had a real risk of being bowled out well within that, and that's something they certainly don't want to see happening.
That's exactly what they got to do, bat the 50 overs. Well, at this stage I wonder whether Chamadu Pereira being there batted. He was batting very well there. You see the replay of the last wicket. The back foot Nathan Lyon cutting it straight into the hands of the cow point fielder. He done well up to that stage, getting 53 runs. Scored by Yenuladev Tuza of Avanta Dialog. St. Peter's have a good run rate of 3.73, not a bad run rate at this stage. But still, they have lost 6 wickets. That is what is important. They got to bat on, bat till the 50 overs, put up a decent total, because the Josephine batting is quite strong. We saw that the previous day. That's a wide bin signal. 17 extras, that quite a number of extras there. And swept away nicely. That's going towards the squalling boundary. Managed to get a single.
You're right, Paulina. 17 extras. This total would have looked even more ordinary without that extra column.
And remember, 13 wides. I think two of them went into the boundary. So 13 wides. That a big amount of wides, runs coming off wide. That's again another wicket gone. That's Kavika Jayasundara. Amanta Dialog is getting another. Well, I thought that was poor shot selection, Jehan.
This has become an all too familiar sight now. The leggy Avinta Dialog, he does get some bounce and turn, but neither one of the two deliveries that got him wickets in succession necessarily deserved those wickets. Just poor batting. Poor batting. Not getting on top of the ball. David was the first, and now it's Kavika. Two soft dismissals, and the Petrites could ill afford this. 125 now for 7, and really losing their way in this innings.
Well, definitely 125 for 7. 33 overs gone. That's Kavika Jayasundara walking back.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover. Whatever you want, whatever you need, all you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Paul St. Peter's precariously placed, 125 for 7. With Lashmika Pereira coming into bat again, averaging above 30. We spoke, actually, you mentioned the fragility of the Petrite middle order, and that's really been on display this morning actually, and real risk of being bundled out here by the Josephians. The Josephians have been disciplined with their bowling for the most part. Yes, there was a fair number of extras, but they've been bowled in good areas at the same time. It must be said, Paulinus, the Petrites have had as much of a hand in their own downfall as much as the Josephian bowling being good.
Yes, I agree with you, Jahan. I think more than the bowling, it's batting poor shot selection, actually. You saw the last wicket, I thought had it been left alone, it would have been called wide. Again, this time nicely played towards the third man area. He gets a single. Well, at this stage, the Petrites definitely should think of batting the 50 overs. They have 17 overs more to go. That's a long way. And just 3 wickets intact. At least come up to a total of around 175, 180 or 190.
I couldn't agree with you more. The start of the stint, we were talking about 230 being a pass score. I think they'll need to recalibrate that. Try to bat these overs out, get themselves deep into the innings, 175, 180, and see how it goes towards the end. But they need to be in there and give themselves a chance.
Yes, we know this is the third day wicket, as Jahan mentioned a couple of minutes ago with me. But still, Jahan, there was not much of play in the first 2 days of the game. St. Peter's got 214 in the first innings, in the first day, and St. Joseph's, of course. And both these two teams did not complete their 60 overs, allotted 60 overs in the first inning.
Yes, the wicket, I don't think the wicket will hold any terrors whatsoever, Paulinus. Yes, there's been some turn for the wrist spinners, but really a very, very good batting track, and what a strong batting lineup they'll be up against as well. But having said that, once you get to that 175, 180 plus middle of the road kind of score, it's well below par. It's one of those totals that can get a strong batting team unsure about exactly how to pace themselves. But first things first, they'll need to make sure they don't lose any further wickets and just get their eye in, these two batters.
Yes, definitely. That is the kind of total that will really create problems in the strong batting lineup in particular. They might take it quite easy, but they don't know. A couple of wickets, early wickets fall, then they get up against it. Of course, the Josephian batting is quite strong. That's pushed on the outside and gets a quick single. That's a good bit of running between the two batsmen. So that's the end of over number 34. St. Peter's 128 for 7.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික්ස් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
128 for 7 St. Peter's. After 34 overs, we were talking about Jahan Jasur is averaging about 40 plus in this Josephine Petra 50 over encounters. Jahan, they must be wanting a batter like you at this stage to be in the mental.
Well, it's always been very competitive cricket, Paulness. I think from its inception, this is the 49th encounter, but it also has a way of lifting you up as you enter this game. I think what happened during the season is put behind you, and you turn up with a mindset, just giving it your best. As is Siobhan Daniel at this point. He'd be disappointed with his returns at the big match. Siobhan Daniel, top-notch player in the not just the Sri Lankan school circuit, but beyond that as well. Certainly someone with the potential to go all the way and be seen in national colours in the not too distant future. He'd be disappointed with his returns in the big match. He's already made a dent here with the ball this time. 2 for 27. He's going into his 7th over.
That's put away again. I didn't get hold of it. Took the inside edge. Gone towards the third man. Get some runs there. Yes, Jan, you're right. Even the Josephians might have been expecting much better from Shimon Daniel, especially in the big game. Just 70 odd runs. That was also in the last big match. That's the only half century he has got. Jahan Daniel, his brother, got 100. But Shimon, I think he's much more talented than that.
Yes, the numbers don't do justice. I do recall he did get a good innings in the last one-day encounter last year. He'll be keen to show what he's capable of once he has the bat in hand.
But on the other hand, the Josephine captain Satish Jayawardena has had a wonderful Josephine Petra 2-day games, 2 consecutive hundreds. The second Josephine to achieve 200s, one being Fred Pereira, way back in the early stages in 1934. The Petrites have 2 of them. Joe Mizzo at the early stages, and then Rohan Buljans at these twin centuries in 1979.
That's right, Paulness. It's been a while since it's happened last. Shows how special the achievement was, Sadish Jayawardena. Clever bowling, getting through this over quickly, building up the dot balls.
Both these institutions have produced great players in the past. Clive Inman is 204, still standing good.
Beautiful shot. Almost made it to the boundary. I need to have another look at that one. Good piece of fielding. Saved a couple of runs. Brings the end to the 35th over with the Petrites on 134 for the loss of 7.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික්ස් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
There you see the Anchor New Dell, the schoolboys, having a different kind of refreshment, enjoying it. Once again, Anchor New Dell, thank you very much for being part of this. the game 134 for 7 St. Peters after 35 overs. Lahiru Amarasekara going to bowl his 8th over. 1 for 26. Lahiru Amarasekara has been quite tight in his bowling, very economical. 7 overs he bowled, given away just 26 runs. The off spinner might be wanting a couple of wickets more.
So there's been good captaincy as well here. Good rotation of the spinners especially. Amarasekar has done his job. As soon as the left-hander came back in, it was his opportunity to get back into the attack.
Short is still a break, away nicely, going towards the cow point boundary, a long chase. Good bit of fielding in the boundary. While the batsman get crossover for 3, taking the Petrite score to 134.
Was that a piece of misfielding? It was, wasn't it? The Josephians need to be watchful that they don't get too complacent, Paulness. If you recall again the game from last year, I believe Petrites, and again the misfield. Yeah, Petrites lost a number of their top order wickets. Before we had Danal Hemananda and Manoj Kumar put together that huge partnership and got them back into the game. Funny things happen in cricket. The game is not done till it's over. So 7 wickets down. Joes still would be keen to finish off this job. Not let the Petrites creep away with any kind of a total.
Christian, I can remember the previous game too. The Josephians were in a similar stage. They were 80 out for 6 when Lakshan come again. Mahim, get his name. But still, they put on a partnership. Good partnership to bring Josephins up to about 270, which was a very big score.
Well, trying to sweep that, almost go for a slog sweep against the turn. Don't think he got any of it actually. Yeah, buys signaled by the umpire. So some aggressive intent shown there by Lashmika Pereira. There you go. Fairly low percentage shot, that didn't get any of it.
See the fall of wickets, 1 for 23, 2 for 42, 99, 105, 116, 121, 125. The wickets have fallen at regular intervals. St. Peters 140 for 7 after 36, and there'll be a change of voices now.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
.140 for 7 after 36 overs. St. Peter's College trying to rebuild these innings. So far, it's been a stop-start innings, mainly due to some good bowling and fielding by St. Joseph's College after losing the toss for St. Peter's. Gagan Chamod into the attack, had a decent first spell, couldn't pick up any wickets, was unlucky. The drop chance by the wicket-keeper captain Sadish Jayawardena. Right throughout these 3 days, he has been really impressive with the new ball as well as with the older ball. As I say, a very good afternoon. The Petrite legend, the evergreen Malintha Varnapura.
Very good afternoon. Good afternoon, Maha. Peters 140 for 7 after 36. As you mentioned, very poor batting display by the Peterite.
Beaten outside the off stump. This is what he's been really impressive, isn't he? With his pace, with his bounce. And he has been dictating terms against the St. Peter's College. You mentioned about a poor batting display so far. I reckon mainly due to some superb bowling and fielding, as well as the captaincy of Satish Jayawardene, who has been really proactive bringing in the changes.
Very experienced player, captain, made 200s in 2 big matches last year and yesterday. Well deserved 100 for Satish. Unfortunately, they couldn't bat the 60 overs. But once again, within 3 days, Josephians in control. Shannon Rodrigo. Batting with Lashmika Parra.
Nicely bowled. I think the huge responsibility will be on Lashmika Pereira and Shannon Rodrigo to rebuild this innings, try and get the elusive 200 mark, which is, I think, looking at the conditions, is a bare minimum. At the moment they can do it. Still, if they could must up the singles and not lose any more wickets. Boundaries are rare to come at the moment, but it's important to protect the singles.
There was no big partnerships, and that's the key. Josephians, as you mentioned, bowl very good lines and their fielding was very good. Peterites top order couldn't do anything than Salgado for 4, Captain Gunawardene for 6, Gamage 32 and Vishen Halamagi for 4. So those are the 4 experienced players for the Peterites. Unfortunately, they could come up expectations. Then Sanjay Gurutilaka for 4 again. So it's just one. That's over mid off. Driven. 2 runs.
For a moment, Gagan Chamot thought he had his first wicket. There was an aggressive stroke by the left-hander, just clearing the field at mid-off. I think at the moment, does this needed? I don't think so. Yeah, it's a cardinal error not to bat out your 50 overs in ODI cricket. If you don't bat it, that means it's been a poor day for a batting team, especially after winning the toss and batting first.
Yep, correct. Even the 60 overs, St. Peter's bat for only 57 overs, and it's once again the one-day game. That's 36 overs, and they have 13 overs after this game, and definitely you could have a small partnership and at least try and get to that 200 mark.
If I do the mathematics, which I failed in my studies, and even a single per delivery will get them for 200. But saying that, the pressure is so immense on the Peterites that they could do anything. Pressure can do wonders. We have seen the best of athletes succumb under the immense pressure, but these youngsters are trying to fight it out as much as possible, trying to play aggressive stroke, but in the end just find the field at mid-on to end the 37th over with a dot delivery. Peters 143 for 7, and the drinks is on the field.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotics සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Big match fun prima කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover. Whatever you want, whatever you need, all you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianakan.
143 for 7 St. Peter's after winning the toss and batting first. These are the batsmen dismiss. Not much to speak about. Young Nathan David scored a brilliant 53 of 79, and Rusanda Gamage scored 32 of 42. Rest of it are single digits. That's why the Peterites are struggling at 143 for 7. And the third highest scorer is the extras. 17 wides, 4 leg byes and 2 byes.
Siobhan Daniel with his off spin. Taken the 2 important wickets for the Josephians. That's the captain. And this is Rusanda Gamage, who missed the chance earlier and then again repeated the same thing on the other side. And this is Halabage. Sanshay Gunatilaka. Ma, you will never change that fielder.
Yeah, it's quite rare, isn't it, in a one-day game, leg spinner, 2 catches been held at cow point. These are the bowlers. 6 bowlers been used. Everyone bowled well and chipped in, especially Avintha picked up 3 wickets, and Siobhan Daniel, the all-rounder, picking up important couple of wickets in his 7 overs. Partnership has been a problem. That's why St. Peter's College are at 143-7, trying to recover and be company as possible to try and get a couple of 200 runs.
Gagan Chamud for the Josephians took 5 wickets yesterday at the big match. And as you mentioned, he bowled his first 5 overs. With very good bowling partnerships for the Josephians. Avintha Dialvis, Siobhan Daniel, Lahiru Amarasekara.
It's important to bowl as partnership just like the batsman, isn't it? But for the moment, St. Joseph's are calling the shots. As you see, there are pretty pictures that Malintavarapura gets excited.
It's Shannon Rodrigo. We've seen a boundary after a long time, Ma. And that's what you had to do. Build up a small partnership, bat the rest of the overs. And at least for till 45 overs, if these 2 batters can bat on, as you mentioned, just 4-5 runs and over, you can try and get to that 200 mark.
That was beautifully played. It was asking to be put away for a boundary, but in the end, Rodrigo just relying on his timing and placement and did it perfectly. Much better, much better. The length is quite fuller, but Shannon Rodrigo easily racing through the extra cow for a single.
Shannon Rodrigo made it at the big match as well. A valuable 19 runs on day 1. And also we have done this in the past for the St. Peter's against St. Thomas's at Bambulapitia. Few responsible innings. So I'm sure that once again he'll have to do something for the Peterites.
Cross the line. Only finally the deep mid wicket. That's a good shot. Found the middle of the bat. I think the St. Joseph's captain have done the homework really well. Knowing the strength of the left-hander, covering the area, having mid-on up and dropping mid-wicket back to the boundary. great atmosphere all round. It's the 49th limit over battle between Joe Pete. The crowd are loving it. It's been an absolute ball so far. And hopefully the weather stays away. We could have a good game of cricket, as well as the spectators will have a splendid time on a Sunday evening.
St. Peter's reached 150 for 7. This is the 38th over in progress.
End of the 38, St. Peter's 150 for 7.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest 9 sausages, the bite that bites back.
Young Mudita is into the attack for St. Joseph's College. Bowled a couple of overs for his 11 runs. Mudita Disanayaka. These seam up deliveries. And Sadisha Jayawardena bringing the changes. He's just not letting the batsman get used to a certain bowler, isn't he? He's been very good in picking up, choosing his players in counter-attacking the St. Peter's batting lineup.
Experienced campaigner Maha, captain Josephian side, and also a Sri Lanka under-19 cap. So you know what is he doing? Changing the field, as you mentioned, changing the bowlers, always worrying the Pete Wright batters.
Oh, did he take outside edge? His reaction says it for sure. Disanayaka was slow over cutter to start the proceedings against the left-hander. Slow ball, oh, just in front. Skipper Jayawardena, he would do a little better to come a bit forward, I think, with the lack of pace off the pitch. Playing on the up for a single, 2 extra cover.
See a third man, point cover, extra cover, sweeper and long off. Straight to cover, and on the leg side you can see short fine, short mid wicket, long on, and that's 3 fielders on the leg side.
Three slower deliveries to start this over. The intentions from Mudita Disanayaka is quite clear. Take the pace off the ball. Let the batsman build the and make the pace. Still, as you said, Marintha, 200 is up for grabs. Maybe a little bit more, as far as these two pairs stays in the middle, isn't it?
Hard hands once again. Straight to the fielder, and this is where they should think of a single or two and rotate the strike. Definitely you can pass the 200 mark. These two can bat on. This is what St. Peter's need at the moment, and the short mid-wicket fielder goes down to deep mid-wicket, and the third man fielder comes into the 30-yard.
Nicely taken off his own bowling. It was a slower delivery. Lashmika Pereira tried to probably go over the top of the bowler, and Mudita Disanayaka had the presence of mind to watch it closely and takes the catch off his own bowling.
Sadisha Jayawardena as a captain must be very happy as soon as he changes the bowlers that he's seen the results, and you can see straight into the bowler, and very good. Well taken. That's the first wicket for Mudita. St. Peter's lose the 8th wicket. This is Lashmika Perera for 10 and 150, 1 for 8.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Lakidu Samarajiva, the number 10 batsman for St. Peter's College. A strike rate of 63 and an average of 8. And a best score of 30. And if he could match the best score today, I think St. Peter's College team and the fans and the old boys will be very happy.
Definitely, Ma. Should see some kind of a partnership or at least 20-30 runs, as you mentioned, for the Peterites to go beyond that 200 mark. Shannon Rodrigo unbeaten on 11. Once again, you see the three fielders on your side. Short third man, point and cover. Short extra cover. And long off. Mid on. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg.
Oh, extra cover. And takes it. Back-to-back wickets for St. Joseph's College. The fourth is coming down for St. Peter's. Lost the last wicket in the last ball of the previous over. And the first delivery of this over. They tried to go extra cover for an inside out, but in the end, only found the fielder at deep extra cover and falls for the 9th wicket for St. Peter's.
Disappointing once again. Straight to the fielder. Very well placed by the Josephian captain. He has set his field and the ball was very outside the off stump but straight to the fielder at sweeper. That's the end of Shannon Rodrigo for 11. St. Peter's lose the 9th wicket for 151.
Nine wickets down for St. Peter's. Sean Robert, the number 11. The best score of 8 isn't that promising, is it? Both the batsmen have not faced a single delivery. Has been quite poor from St. Peter's College after winning the toss, batting first. The batting effort, Malinta, has been quite poor to say the least.
It's very correct, Maha, because you've seen the top order we were talking about, and you can't ask the last pair to bat for 10 overs. Enough of senior players for the Peterites. There are 2 days, yesterday and day before. There's 1 half century from Rusandu Gamage for the Peterites. And unfortunately, none of them have come out even today.
The Joe's in the crowd having a fantastic time, where the Peterites are a bit worried, isn't he? The trophy is back with the Peterites. The way the Peterites has been playing today, it's quite disappointing. This was the last wicket. For a moment I thought it was going to be a boundary, but only found the fielder, the lone fielder, at sweeper cover.
Yeah, we've seen some crowd after 2 years, Ma. We played the big match, but no one was given the opportunity to watch. But after 2 years, that you could see some crowd today. And I'm sure they really want to enjoy a game of cricket. Unfortunately, Peterites have not played their game according to their potential. And unfortunately, 151 for 9, the 40th over.
Probably not to the potential as well as not to the plan. 40 gone, 151 for 9, St. Peter's. Lairu finishes his spell of 10 overs, 2 for 37. Lairu Amarasekar, the off-spinner, did a fantastic job for St. Joseph's College. He was quite steady, bowling dot deliveries. He was bowling 4 wickets and more. Plenty of good efforts, isn't it? Tisira Pera in 2006, 4 for 38. Chaturan Kubar, 4 for 30 in 2010. Jayan Daniel, the brother of Shian Daniel, picked up 4 for 21 in the 2018 encounter. Plenty of big names.
Ashen Daniel, as you mentioned, Sandun Dias, 2003.
Plenty of good names, good potential players. Some fell off, some still carrying on. 10 overs to go. It's the last power play at the moment. St. Joseph's College have the option of having 5 fielders saving the boundary outside the circle. I think Satish Jayawardene will take that option, especially considering it's the number 10th and 11th batting. They will be tempted if the ball is being flighted, and in their arc they will take the big shock.
They have the 4 fielders on the offside. The famous point fielder still there with 3 fielders in. You could see point, short, third and cover, and extra cover. So they at least a single for these 2 batters. 9.4 overs left for the Pete Wrights.
Avintha Dialvis with his leg spin picked up 3 wickets. It's been really impressive and goes to show the wrist spinners in this game. When it comes to white ball cricket, nicely swept away by Lakindu, the fine leg fielder. Valiant attempt, but no chance in the end. This good batting, waiting for the loose delivery and making sure he puts it away. Just a matter of wrist spinners in this game, I feel, Malintha, going forward. We have seen the last probably 3-4 years, the wrist spinners have been having a bigger say in white ball cricket and continue to do so.
Yes, even in IPL, one-day cricket in the world. And today we've seen Avintha Dialvis for St. Joseph's. Taken 3 wickets for 27. Bowling outside the off stump. That's where the Pete Wrights failed earlier. Well flighted. And a quicker one. Mixing his deliveries.
A dot delivery to end the 41st over. St. Peter's 155 for 9.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotic සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Fun prima kottumi tiyanaka.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
St. Peter's College reeling at 155 for 9. If anyone joining our coverage now, that's the story. St. Peter's won the toss, batting first. It's been a poor batting effort so far. But full marks to St. Joseph's College. But bowled well, fielded well, led very well by Satish Jayawardene. Yenula Devtunsha bowled in the first power play, the first 10 overs, continuing. Some with been offered, only find the field at cow point. That's sort of a day for St. Peter's College. Even the loose deliveries have not been put away and found the field.
Yeah, Ma, this has been with the top order as well, and you can't expect the things to happen from the last pair. But at least if they can work and bat the 10 overs, bat the 50 overs.
The clear message from the St. Peter's coach and the captain and the think tank would be to these 2 youngsters is to bat the 50 overs, which I feel is quite unfair, isn't it? As I said in the previous over, If you don't bat your 50 overs in any form of cricket, it's almost like a crime. Especially considering that the team who won the toss is batting first.
And also in a very good batting track, Maha. This is SSC. He played only 1.5 days, last couple of days, so there is plenty of in this track. A very good batting wicket. Unfortunately, Pete Wrights couldn't make it. Straight, a big appeal and given. That's the end of the Pete Wright innings. 156 all out in 41.4 overs. And that's Yenula once again brought in, and he has done the damage for the Pete Wrights, for the Josephians.
Young Yenula definitely deserved many wickets as possible. The way he bowled, especially in the first 10 overs when the pressure was on, only 2 fielders saving the boundary. And this was adjudicated LBW. Close call, but umpire Pregit Rambukwala thought it was going to hit the stumps and gave the batsman out. 156 all out St. Peter's College, and young Lakindu Samarajiva gone for 4 of 9 deliveries. It's been a disappointing effort with the bat by St. Peter's College, and they will want to make it amends with the ball when they come to bowl. But full marks to St. Joseph's College attack, who have been superb right throughout the day with the ball, with the field. As I said, led well by Satish Jayawardena. As we see the six-paders having a good time. And wonder we have Damit Veer Singh in the middle.
Yes, the Josephian camp did really well with the ball, and also well supported by their fielders. Very good bowling changers, and they did their best. And this is the Pete Wright crowd. Unfortunately, the Pete Wrights were all out for 156. You could see some of the athletes in the middle.
As expected, some of the Josephians having a ball time in having a great time in this encounter. Batting effort of St. Peter's College, not much to speak about. Nathan 53 of 79 deliveries. Rusanda 32 of 42 did the bulk of the work. Shannon and Lashminga tried to rebuild the innings, but both were there out in 2 deliveries in consecutive overs. And since then, there was no recovery in the end. St. Peter's College all out for 156 in 41.5 overs. Bowling for St. Joseph's started real by Gagan with his seam up. Couldn't pick up any wickets, but I thought he was very unlucky in not picking up any wickets. But Yenula, Rahiru, Avintha, Mudita and Siobhan, plenty of sin options and seam options, did the job for St. Joseph's College. Pick out the bowlers for me is definitely Avintha Dialog with his leg spin. Picked up 3 wickets in his 8 overs, giving away 27 runs, ably supported by the rest of the bowlers.
This is Pete Wright openers after winning the toss. But there was no big partnership. Few shots well placed, but then again straight into the hands. Enough of gaps. Once again a drop opportunity. Always hard hands. This is the chance that they missed, Rusanda Gamage, and this is once again on the other side. Gamage's played straight into the hands of the mid-wicket fielder. He made 55 day before, and this is Halabage. Much expected from these seniors. Out for 4. That's Siobhan Daniel. Overthrows, and that's Nathan David's half century. Well deserved 50 for this young player. There was no support at all. This is Nathan David. So much easy. That's the field that we were talking about at point.
The car point fielder was very busy, isn't it? This time piercing that gap at car point. That was a outside edge, but soon after the next delivery, easily taken by the young man of his own bowling, and the very next delivery caught at deep extra cover, and that brought the curtains to the St. Peter's innings. Since the two settled batsmen got out, rare routes by Avintha Alvis neatly put away towards fine leg. But this one, Janula hitting the front pad, and Pregit Rambukwella lifted the dreaded finger to make sure that St. Peter's College is all out for a mediocre 156. So the equation is St. Joseph's need 157 runs to win in 50 overs at a run rate of 3.14 to win the 49th one-day in a counter. And we'll be back after lunch break shortly.
Heads is the call. It's a head, and Lakshin Rodrigo has won the toss. Lakshin, what are you deciding?
Counting down for the first ball. It's all ready. Yeah.
First one into the gap, but we'll have to settle down for a single. This time thrashed the first boundary of the Petrite innings. That was just on the spot.
So ever for Jan Daniel from this end. And the ball absolutely sitting perfectly for Santosh Gunazil. And you saw, he played that off the front foot.
Goal to do these two batsmen. Gone, castled, and that's the first wicket. The 43rd annual Joe Peden counter.
From Anishka Pereira, letting the ball creep through his bat and pad and uprooting the off stump. Wonderful sight for any fast bowler. That's the first wicket gone for
the Josefian outfit. Over the infield.
Just like I mentioned earlier, Lelum, his attacking batsman, I'm sure I told you he was just beyond area. And once again, it's a clear indication that it's going to be an easy batting track.
Well, he exactly knew what he wanted to do. The field was up. There was no cover in the deep. It was a short delivery, and he just...
And that will be 2 consecutive boundaries for Santosh Gunatilaka.
In counting 35, that's the best partnership for the first wicket. While that one is over the top and into another boundary. So 3 boundaries in this Lakshan Gamge over.
Lifting it to that vacant mid-wicket region. It's good batting from Santosh Gunatilaka. Smart batting, I must say. He knows that the offside is...
He gets fine leg boundary. That is another boundary.
By having a square leg and a mid wicket to ensure that anything short doesn't go to the boundary.
This time it's a very good hit from Revan Kelly. He gets hold of it and bat through these innings, especially the middle overs.
Bit of sloppy work by the Pete Wrights, which has resulted in extra runs. The bowler being a bit adventurous, threw it at the wicket keeper. It was a rash throw.
He has been given the reins for this one-day match, and that's another boundary. Revan Kelly has been a treat.
Kelly is approaching. There we go. There we go. No ball signaled as well. And that is it. That's his 50. Revan Kelly finally getting there. Could have been a good over, been spoiled by himself. Nobody to blame there. So Nipun Sumanasinghe.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
Heads is the call. It's a head, and Lakshin Rodrigo has won the toss. Lakshin, what are you deciding?
Counting down for the first ball. It's all ready. Yeah.
First one into the gap, but we'll have to settle down for a single. This time thrashed the first boundary of the Pete Wright innings. That was just on the spot.
So ever for Jan Daniel from this end. And the ball absolutely sitting perfectly for Santosh Gunatilaka. And you saw, he played that off the front foot.
Goal to do these two batsmen. Gone! Castled! And that's the first wicket. The 43rd annual Joe Pete encounter.
From Anishka Pereira. Letting the ball creep through his bat and pad and uprooting the off stump. Wonderful sight for any fast bowler. That's the first wicket gone for
the Josephine outfit. Over the infield.
Just like I mentioned earlier, Lelum, his attacking batsman, I'm sure I told you he was just on area. And once again, it's a clear indication that it's going to be an easy batting track.
Well, he exactly knew what he wanted to do. The field was up. There was no cover in the deep. It was a short delivery, and he just...
And that will be 2 consecutive boundaries for Santosh Gunatilaka.
In counting 35, that's the best partnership for the first wicket. While that one is over the top and into another boundary. So 3 boundaries in this Lakshan Gamge over.
Lifting it to that vacant mid-wicket region. good batting from Santosh Gunatilaka. Smart batting, I must say. He knows that the offside is packed, and what he does is just uses his wrist and the long handle to lift the ball towards the leg. They kept on the momentum right throughout that run chase. Once again, another boundary for Santosh Gunatilaka. Fine, great taking off, one slip. This time it will run down to the boundary. Easy pickings for Sulakshana Fernando.
Oh, this is good. Pulled away almost from his front foot. The Battle of the Saints. Short and pulled away with the minimum of effort. And Amita, that's a glorious looking stroke.
That's right, Coach, because all his boundaries so far has been pulled on to the mid-wicket region. He has been very fast to react to that. He was on 26.
Driven upishly into the gap again. Once again playing it very square of the wicket. Another boundary to Gunatilaka, which will take the Pete Rice to 38 for 1. And Gunatilaka moves into the 30s.
By Daranta Menerigama.
Short and beautifully cracked away through the point region, rocking on the back foot.
Deliveries, as we see. That's a good delivery.
Gunatilaka was trying to play across the line. Let's take a look at this again. There you go. Yes, he was playing across the line. Well. That is debatable.
Going into the Ekanaika once again. Going away, straying down the leg side. Push. That's the 4. A gentle push. And goes down to the mid-on boundary for 4 runs.
That's again down the leg side. Has he got some bat onto it? It's running down towards the boundary. 4 runs, leg buys once again. He's missed his direct. Well, that's very well played. Beautifully done. Just whipped it off his presence. Picked it up early. Just used the pace of the bowler down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Again down leg side. He didn't have to do too many things with his deliveries.
Oh, see, that could be out.
See, didn't I tell you? He generated that little bit extra outside off stump.
Only one slip in position. He's held on to it. And St. Joseph's have got their 3rd wicket. Not a very good shot, but richly deserved by St. Joseph's.
That was very good reaction on the part of Gian Fernando Pulle.
Well, that's a good looking shot to get off the mark. That's a fine shot indeed. No chance for the fieldsman on the boundary line. 4 runs.
Just guide it to the vacant fine leg region.
I think that the Josephians will have an issue with having bowling right arm as well as left arm. Because having a right hand and left hand in the wicket and
easy pickings for Mayaka De Silva. Sponging it to that point region.
One not out in the last match as well.
And that's Manilka going big and now a hard, handsome over the mid-wicket region for 6. This is what this youngster can do. He's on 26. Good clean hit. He's getting underneath there. That was the advantage he had. Samarasinghe dropping it right in the Sumanasinghe. And Manilka getting under that. It is in the zone. Thank you very much.
Even in the school cricket structure, Kosala, we actually bought 3 games together from 3 cities on one day.
And this time it's Sulakshana who decides to come down the track and loft him over the mid-off region down to the boundary for 4. That will take the Josephian tour, the Pete Wright total to 120.
On that at youth level.
Yes, and oh, that's a very well played. It was close to his body, but it was quick to latch onto it. Played by Fernando down to the boundary for 4 runs.
Sulakshana Fernando, well, his inclusion has made such a big difference for the Pete Wrights.
Yes, he was right on top of it. He was not afraid to play it in the air. And he's found
a beautiful shot into the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So this is glorious batting by these 2 batsmen, Sulakshana Fernando making merry that time. That's the end of the over. And that's the last shot pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary for 6 runs.
Superb stroke on the part of Sulakshana, dropping it short.
Sorry, 70 delivery. Once again, put away officially over extra covers. A lovely shot, and that's another 4.
Super stroke. You couldn't ask anything better from Manelka.
Sulakshana Fernando. Tashan Pereira must be quite devastated. In fact, massive hit once again. Loose delivery. Massive hit. That's to try the 4th wicket record. They are the only successes. Over the head of the fielder. Gave his maximum, but by these two batsmen. That was not easy. Playing across the line. Flat batted. Oh.
I think it hit his hand, and
Nipun Sumanasinghe tried his best.
And 9 overs remaining after this. They need to get to that 330 target.
Once again pulled away to the mid-wicket boundary. A lovely shot. He pulled it across from the offside and put it away into the between the two fielders. A lovely shot.
It's absolute perfect placement. 2 men in the deep. He took it from outside off stump. He was not afraid to go across the line. Hit it in there, but he knew where the gap was. Perfect execution. Wonderfully played by Sulakshana Fernando. The 8 overs.
You're right, Ricky. I think they have wickets in hand, so they can afford to open it out after they get. And that's a poor shot by Sulakshana Fernando. Loss of concentration. Just pushing it, a soft dismissal to the mid-wicket fielder.
To hit it over the infield. Tried to get it into the gap. Tried to beat that short mid-wicket. But he just failed to clear the fieldsman, and unfortunately he didn't get it right that time. Took the bottom of the bat, couldn't really time it. They got an important wicket at an important stage. If they can get another one here, if they can get Manelka De Silva out, it will really serve St. Joseph's quite a lot.
Once again pushed away on the back foot to the cover.
Oh, that's delightfully played, Amita. Sorry to disturb you. That's a wonderful 100 and a wonderful shot to get there. He just opened shot by Manelka De Silva. It has been a wonderful 100, and congratulations, and very well played by the young man.
333 looks a little bit far, but the way these two are batting, Manelka De Silva once again steps out and hits it to the...
Quite capable of clearing the boundary on a couple of occasions. Oh yes, that's one. Brilliant cricketer.
That's a brilliant shot. Played right over the bowler for 6. I'm sure in the last couple of overs there will be many more to come.
Right underneath the ball. Very safe shot. So the couple has already come in 2 balls.
Right by trying to get a 50. And if that happens, I'm sure the Pete Rice will go over the 331 run mark.
He's absolutely toying with the bowling, Lakshana Rodrigo.
It has taken his toll even on the wicket keeper.
He's got him. Still in slow motion. Action replay. Take a look at this from the edge of the crease.
A repeat of the last.
Opening batsman for St. Joseph's, Tashan Pereira and Sumanasinghe, and that's the first delivery that's going down the line. As I was told by the Old Pete Rice Sports Club president Ravika De Silva, expecting about that's nicked away and passes the third man, and that runs down to the boundary, and that's the first 4 in the Josephian innings. A fine leg and a third man, as we see Gunatilaka coming from the Torrington end, and that's a beautiful delivery. Took the bottom edge of his bat and was bowled, clean bowled. So that's the first wicket.
Chopped it on. And there you go, just playing outside his outside the line, just hanging the bat out to dry. Yeah, poor shot, it must be said. But
as we De Silva once again going away from us, has allowed a fail for an LBW, and that's given. So that's the first wicket for Manelka De Silva. And Nipun Sumanasinghe has to walk back.
just erupted with that wicket. They know what a big one that is. There you go. Swinging back in, and oh, well, playing across the line Interesting one, Amita.
Two stumps open, umpire deciding that
pretty well, and they've actually benefited.
Well, that's very well played. He's right on top of that. Now that's one of the better shots we have seen so far in this St. Joseph's inning, having Pereira, and he picks up a boundary.
I think that's what they have to do. They have to play the ball on its merit, do nothing extravagant. I think that's exactly what the Pete Wright batsman did as well.
They have to keep up with the run scoring as well. Over 6 runs per over required. That's very well played. This time on the front foot. He's got the width he was looking for. This is much better. Joe walks inside his stumps and faintly flicks it away.
Overing just below 4 runs and over. It's an uphill task. And again a wild swing there by he gets it over the square leg fence for a 6. That's a good hit, Amita.
Scoreboard, Josephians are to get at this target.
And that shows you that Maduravela is no main batsman, and that the promise that is shown right through the season. And the Josephians
bowling around the wicket at the moment. Time comes down the track. Hoiks it. And that's one bounce into the fence for 4 runs. He's trying a few things. This time it has come off for Javin Pereira.
Ricky, I think that's what the batsmen have to do now. Take that element of risk and score runs, at least 6-7 runs in over. That will start creating a little bit of doubt in the minds of the Pete Wright. If that happens in the next 4-5 overs, I'm sure and we have seen Harin flash outside the off stump many times and been quite lucky about it. No ball, which has created another boundary in the mid-wicket area.
Now those are the errors St. Peters cannot afford to make. Misfield in the outfield, and it's a run down towards the boundary. Much required runs at the moment. It's also a no ball. So for the first time today, we are going to see a free hit come into action.
So off the free hit, I hope they can get many more runs. Yes, it's another boundary.
Goes across the line, he's found the gap, it's running down towards the boundary. This is good batting by Javin Pereira. He's taken on Obesek.
Balls more.
This time he goes across his stumps, swings it over square leg, down to the boundary. This time he was in control. He knew where he was looking to hit it and timed it well. It was a dangerous shot, but well executed. And the second consecutive boundary. This time makes contact, it's in the air and it's through that gap. Now how did he find that gap? Like you said, he's been lucky. It was in the air for a while.
Runs of the last 5 overs, that's pretty good going. It was 105 for 3 after 20 for Peters.
Maybe we can make that 44 now.
Yeah, he asked for it. He asked for it. The batsman was incensed.
Short of a well-deserved half century. And that stroke brings up the century partnership. The Josephians will certainly believe now, Haritha.
Yes, we have a match in hand. Still a long way to go, but brilliantly picked up. Dropped it short.
Yeah, this is a time where both batsmen are taking chances, so he can invite the false stroke, but that once again is an excellent stroke. Something to happen, and that will allow the Josephians to actually creep past once again. That's a lovely shot, piercing that gap. Yet another boundary, 9 runs already off the over.
65 for 1 Bangladesh after 10 overs in Damulla.
Well, just as you speak about breaking the partnership.
Was it Gunatilaka who held on to the catch? Sulaksha Fernando, straight into him. How heady, how patient, how resilient can Dinet Maduravela be?
There's John Daniel for you.
I think that was a loose delivery outside off stump. Oh, thank you very much.
He's cleared the ropes quite easily.
Yes, beautifully played. They've done this well. Maduravela in particular has not been afraid to come down the track, and on occasion
This time is missed it again, and his leg stump has been knocked back. Way to go for Maduravela, who has played an excellent innings. Once again exposing his leg stump, and this time rewards to Santosh Gunatilaka. It's an outside edge, a lucky boundary is it? Well, 4 runs to the total. Unfortunate or unlucky Gunatilaka that time.
Sekara once again going away from us.
Go on. Great work by Chatro Besekara. See the benefit of flighting the delivery. Got the batsman out of his crease. He was just trying to play onto the onside. Oh yes. Scooped it up straight back at the bowler. Thank you very much.
Besekara to continue from the commentator's box in a reverse sweep hit upishly. Here's the cover fielder, he's running down to the boundary and unable to stop, and that's the 4. Upishly into the extra cover and it goes over the boundary, and that's a 6. Beautiful shot by Jehan Daniel. Led as you see him coming in from the Torrington end.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant catch. Gone for the Joes. There's a quicker delivery.
Powerfully hit.
Oh, brilliant catch. Brilliant. His second catch.
Intent is just to get a few singles. And that was a glorious shot. Just now opened out and put it to the extra cover boundary for 4. That's again slashed away between the 2 fielders and runs down the third man boundary. So that's 4 valuable runs for St. Joseph. Coming in, pulled away. And that's taken at mid on a good catch.
Santosh Gunatilaka holding on to a good running catch. Gian Fernando Pulle. He had very few options left.
Once again another big heave, and the umpire and the ABW decision given. 7th wicket.
You can't blame him. Couple of wickets for Sachin Silva.
So Harinpur moves up to 7 with that. There is a loud appeal and the reded finger goes up, and Pure is given LBW.
It's his 3rd.
That's the wicket taking delivery.
No chance.
I don't think the umpire had any problem in raising his finger.
Put bat to ball.
Once again hit upishly, but I think Midon is under it, and St. Joseph's are all out.
3 for Gunatilaka.
So 259 all of St. Joseph's in reply to St. Peter's 311 in the 50 overs.
Jehan Daniel of St. Joseph's College. Hales is the call. Hales it is, and St. Joseph's College has won the toss. And Jehan, what would you do?
We are going to bat first.
Santosh Gunatilaka and Revan Kelly, I'm looking forward for that.
So they will get here in time. That's a big stroke and will run away to the boundary. Johan getting off the mark for the Josephians.
That's the length that you don't want to bowl at Revan Kelly. Short, 50 over.
Oh well, yet again, exactly where he was punished the earlier time.
There's that shorter length again. Gee, these batsmen are making maximum use out of these punts.
Stepping outside, and this is what the captain ordered.
See the turn that he gets, drifts in. What he did was he went against the turn a little bit. Over extra cover would have been a better option, but
oh, very unfortunate down the leg side.
Welcome back to Singley Sports Club. The 49th one-day encounter, the limited overs encounter against St. Joseph's College, against St. Peter's College, live from SSC grounds in Colombo. Batting first, winning the toss, St. Peter's College bundled out for 156 in 41.5 overs. A disappointing effort. The runs been scored by Nathan, Rusanda, Shannon and Lashmika. Only 4 players to reach the double figure mark, and the rest of the batsmen have disappointed. In the end, St. Peter's College all out in 41.5 overs for 156. And bowling for St. Joseph's College, very impressive. Young Gagan Chamot started the proceedings, didn't pick up any wickets but bowled really well. And the rest of the bowlers all chipping in really well. The pick of the bowlers is Avintha Dialbis, the leg spinner. Picked up 3 wickets in his 8 overs, giving away 27 runs. And the rest of the bowlers have chipped in very well in restricting St. Peter's for 156 with 23 extras. And the wickets to fall for St. Peter's College.
That was the first wicket. Nice catch taken there by that was caught behind Nimuthu Gunawardena. See, that's the 3rd wicket out. Going for the big shot, and yeah, just chipping it to that man at short mid. Poor shot selection, trying to push things, laying everything in the air. There we see it. Most of the time caught in the covers, and that was a really good catch there, taken by Modida. Played back to the bowler, and again I think the shot selection was really, the bowling, when you look at the way they batted. And here we see St. Joseph's College need 157 runs to win in 50 overs with a required run rate of 3.14. I'm sure they will be happy with that after losing the toss. Was probably wanted to bat first, but I think end of the day they will be the happier side. What do you say, Mark?
Absolutely. Going into the lunch in the dressing room of St. Joseph would have tasted much better than the St. Peter's dressing room. It's the 49th one-day encounter, an important one, and the disappointing effort by the St. Peter's. Can they get something right with the ball? They need wickets with the new ball. There are plenty of good players in the St. Joseph's College, mostly attacking batsmen, and the spectators have been having a ball. This has been missing for a while because of COVID, but it's good to see when the spectators having a good time in the crowd, and the cricket has been pretty decent in the middle. In the end, it's for young and old, for family affairs. Brilliant time been spent.
Looking at the weather, we have bright sunshine so far. Josephians will be brimming with confidence, just chasing down 157 to win. Like yesterday, if you saw that 2-day game, they ended up with 240 for 2. See the Josephian batsman already out, ready to walk in. The captain Satish Jayawardena went to see who his opening partner will be. The surprise package here was Avintha Dialbis. Didn't bowl a single over in the 2-day game, but came and spun his magic. I would have expected Naren Mullidharan to be bowling with his leg spin, but it was otherwise. No one would have expected Avintha, but he did the job for the Josephians, and now their batsmen need to finish it.
Yeah, definitely the bowlers have done the job for St. Joseph's College. Now the batsmen to finish off the job in getting back the trophy, which has been missing in Dali Road for a while. Looks like the St. Peter's College team has been given a pep talk by the coach and the captain, wanting to take new ball, wanting to take wickets with the new ball, and it all depends on Satish Javardhan, the captain, kept well, marshaled his troop really well. Best of 107, average of 57. Really good numbers for a youngster. Definitely a future star in the making.
His one-day season has been good. Also coming off 1,000 runs in the season, so he'll be full of confidence. He's getting 200s in 2 big matches. Can't ask for anything better.
And his partner, the young man, is Hirun Kapurubandar, playing his 6th game, a strike rate of 40, an average of 5, which I'm pretty sure he must be wanting to better today. And what a great opportunity to do that in chasing down a mediocre score of 156. He has ample time in his back. It's just about getting a good start and finishing off the job for St. Joseph's College.
Sri Lankan under-19 cap, not played a lot of matches, Maha, for school. I'm sure he'll be raring to go make a mark in this match. And as usual, skipper Satish Javardhan taking the strike. There's no hurry for the Josephians, so very mediocre run rate that they have to keep to. But Hirun Kapurubandar is a dasher, and I'm sure he's going to bat the way he knows.
The intentions are quite clear, isn't it, from St. Joseph's College, getting Kapurubandar up the order. Maybe just keeping a close eye on the weather. In the last few days, it's been raining quite heavily come evening time, or yesterday it was even in the afternoons. So I reckon think tank has thought really deeply in getting down a batsman in the late order to open the batting and try and give that emphasis in the power play and get Satish Javardhan to play the anchor role and Kapurubandar to be the aggressor.
Yeah, because we know that next in would be Siobhan Daniel, also aggressor. He knows only one way to play Maha, so definitely Josephians may be looking at trying to get a good start. There we go. First runs on the board for the Josephians. Captain Satish Javardhan opens his mark. The easy single.
As they say, always a quick game is a good game. So that's why I think St. Joseph's College will be eyeing to finish as soon as possible. In St. Peter's reply, if they can pick up a couple of wickets with the new ball, that will be putting a lot of pressure on the experience of St. Joseph's College at the moment. Left arm spinner to continue. Not too surprised with the conditions being so hot and humid. With the 2 right-handers in, a left arm spinner starting is a decent call.
I would like to see either a slip or a leg slip in there, Maha, because he might be trying to hit the pads with the ball coming in to the right hand of the new ball. It's not going to spin a lot. I would like to see just a catcher there, having a chat to the wicket keeper, keep the batsman in check, another dot ball, just a few dot balls and then make batsman play something. See, there no pressure, just putting his leg across, just guiding it for a single.
Yeah, Sharon Rodrigo, the evidence of the first 4 deliveries is not turning at the moment. He's going with the angle, and it's best to play him as an off spinner for the right hand, but it's not going to turn this occasion, just getting a top edge of it, that paddle sweep. And with Sharon Rodrigo, if he could get past the outside edge with a spinning delivery, that will create a doubt on batsman's mind. So this is where the young bowler's ability comes to test.
The problem is, like you said, the spinning delivery, even if it takes the edge, at the moment there is no slip, so it has to go straight to the wicket keeper. So they're trying to maybe cut down the runs and make the Josephians do something different. So after 1 over, St. Joseph's are 2 for none.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraj.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
It will be Lakindu. Samarajiva to open from the other end. There is a pace and spin on the two ends. Have to keep their lines pretty much tight. Anything loose, Sadish will pounce on. Very strong on the off. Get rid of it. They have one slip. A good field there for him. They have to be pretty tight.
Both these batsmen will enjoy the pace on the ball. They'd rather face the seam-up deliveries than the spin of the other end. So I reckon this is where Samarajiva will be under pressure. Both these batsmen most likely is to come at the fast bowler. There's a good piece of fielding at cow point. Certainly saved a boundary. Young Ovin Salgado at cow point.
Won't be anything new for Sadish Javardhan. You know, he got 110 on the same pitch just yesterday. Faced the same bowling. Played right straight to that fielder, either side of it, and he would have got a boundary.
Pretty unlucky there, Sadish Javardhan. Pardon, Hirun Kapur Bandar. Was forewritten all over it, as you said. Either side, at least 2 feet away from the short fine leg fielder would have been a boundary. And St. Peter's College wanting to get a couple of wickets, deserve a little bit of luck. And at the moment, it's all St. Joseph's.
From the Vidya Mountain. There you go again on the pads. You can't bowl there. Most batsmen will put you away. This time getting it right. That gap. Fine leg up in the circle. Let's put away Hirun Kapur Bandara. That's the way he knows to bat. And that's the way he'll go about it.
Yeah, walking towards the ball, isn't it? Showing his intentions pretty clear. He's going after the fast bowlers. He's been sent out in the to the middle with the task, and at the moment he is blossoming with that.
So, people in the crowd there. There you go again over the cover region. There is a fielder there. The sweeper cover will run across, stop it.
Poor bit of running between wickets. Both the batsmen thought it was going for a boundary, and they just took it so easy. There was 2 written all over it. This is what St. Joseph can't afford to do, being complacent.
Yeah, they need every run just to keep the pressure on the beat rights, make them do the mistakes early on, get the field spread out, and I'm sure it will be easy batting then. They're still going in with 1 slip. Fine leg up. Nicely tapped down, an easy single. Right fielders sitting back on the inner circle, 30-yard circle. Makes it much easier for the Josephian batsman to just play it down and take that single.
Definitely good batting there. The ball is not there to be put away for a boundary. Rotate the strike. So the 2 different batsmen in the middle is always hard work for the bowlers. One trying to go after the bowling, the other trying to play the anchor role. I like the way that the St. Joseph think tank has thought about it, and sending in Kapur Bandara to open the innings. Smashed away, but only finding the field at sweeper cover for a single. 2 overs gone, St. Joseph's 9 for no loss.
Just see this package of Sajesh Jayawardena, 100 yesterday. On this same track, you cannot bowl to him outside the off stump. He's very strong on that cut and the drive. Score a lot of runs in that cover region. You see, once he got his eye in, using his feet and hitting it over the mid-off fielder's head, and that was his 100. Second 100 in 2 big matches. The first Josephian to do it. Took them 89 big matches. There are guys who have got 2 hundreds, but not consecutive hundreds. It was Fred Pereira who did it in 1934 and 1936. Sajesh Jayawardena doing it consecutive years.
Looks a solid player, isn't he? Good technique, sound player through the offside to the leg side. Made a lot of good runs for St. Joseph's College, and even with the national team as well. Someone to look forward to for the future, for sure. And he got all the attributes to be a good cricketer going forward.
Yeah, definitely a very good wicket keeper as well. Compact opening batsman. Meanwhile, Hirun Kapur Bandara just coming into the national setup, into the under-19 squad. Will need to learn a bit more. There you see that, just paddling it to the fine leg boundary.
Smart batting. There was no fine leg. The fine leg was quite square towards the square leg fielder. Kapur Bandara saw there was a huge gap. All he did, went down on one knee and just placed it beautifully. The pace of the new ball will carry it forward. It's good batting. Kapur Bandara may be a late order batsman, but he's thinking like a top order batsman at the moment.
Well, he did the opening batting for Sri Lanka under-19 in the one-day series when they went to Dubai. But I'm sure he would not face spin in that tournament. There we go, down the track. Just that he'll have to be a bit careful. He's sweeping it off the middle stump. So if he misses, then he's got to be in trouble.
Playing the options right, I thought. The last delivery trying to play over mid-off with the mid-off fielder in the circle, trying to take the aerial route. It's a good shot. Very good shot. Square leg was in the circle. Plays the percentages right and brings up the first maximum of the St. Joseph's innings to end the third over. St. Joseph's College 19 for no loss.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
$19 for no loss after 3 overs. Perfect reply by St. Joseph's College against 156, which was made by St. Peter's College. Outside edge this time. Sajesh Jayawardena trying to match his partner, trying to be aggressive, just getting the outside edge for a single. Luckily there was no fielder around the gully area.
There we see that shot again, going down on one knee and a clean hit over the ropes. He's got some power with him. Sajesh also doing the right thing, maybe, trying to give him the strike, make him score more runs, put some pressure on the pit rides.
They're playing the options right, Kapur Bandara. Square leg was up and the deep square leg was towards the deep mid-wicket fielder, and the second fielder in the boundary was at long on. So he saw the big gap between short fine leg and square leg and took the option right. very impressive by young Kapuru Bandara.
I think trying to prove a point. He should show, maybe wanted to show the selectors as well, you know, this is what I can do. Yeah, nicely left. Wants the ball to come on. You can see him walking towards the bowler.
Had the presence of mind, Kapuru Bandaru walked towards the bowler, trying to hit through the extra cover, probably over mid-off. The length wasn't there, just outside the off stump with good pace by Samarjiva and let it go. It's just not all about slogging. It's been proper strokes so far. That's what impressed me about young Kapuru Bandara.
So he gets 6 runs over, just needing 2.94. No hurry at all. You see, trying to go down the track, trying to go over the bowler's head. Why is it something to do with us? We just praised him and he plays a false stroke.
This time trying to go even straighter, probably over the top of the bowler. But in the end, very good length by Samarjiva. Not full, not short, just in that good length area, there or thereabout. And what's impressive about that delivery was a carry through to the wicket keeper, somewhere close to the chest high. And the dancing continues. The music has been thundering. And you're wondering where Damit Veer Singh is. He's one of these stands. We're yet to find him. Anyone finds him, he's needed back in the com box.
I'm sure, Ma, he's in a place that you can't find him. That one nicely left this time. Trying to show. The on-field umpires, Chandrika Amarasinghe and Prakit Rambu well. So far, weather has held up. Yesterday, by this time, the players were back in the pavilion.
Being a Josephian yourself, Michael Adams, you're keeping a very close eye on the radar.
Definitely. Like to win this, Mahavil. Peter is winning the previous encounter last year. Trophy to come back to Dali Road. That's one hit in there over the bowler's head, over the mid-on fielder's head. Good piece of fielding there, getting his hand down in time. Batsman come back for 2.
Enough bat at that occasion. Trying to probably go throughout mid-wicket. Wasn't a top edge, but got the bottom of the bat. And in the end, no damage done. But the intentions are quite clear against Kapuru Bandara, who's comfortable against the pace. And this occasion, just managing to clear the mid-on fielder.
Nice to see the crowds back. Lakindu for his second over, final delivery. So the white side off stump, a wild shot. And after 4 overs, Joe's 22 for none.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
22 for no loss after 4 overs. St. Peter's College bringing in the changes. Nimuthu Gunawardana into the attack from the meaty box end. The captain taking the responsibility of bowling in the power play against the 2 right-handers of St. Joseph's College. Deep mid-wicket. Cow point are the 2 fielders saving the boundary. And predominantly it will be off spinners taking away from the right-hander. Probably won't turn with a new ball, but that's where the guile and the experience of the captain will come in play.
Skipper trying to take it by himself. He needs to do something. I would like to see a slip coming into that area, Maha, because with, like you said, ball going away, you need to create something. You need to get wickets. I'm sure they're not going to, restrict the Josephians to this score if they both think you're bowling 50 overs. You just need to pick up wickets, put the pressure on them.
I think the idea is quite clear from St. Peter's. Damage control and hoping they could get a 1 wicket, and usually in cricket we've seen 1 becomes 2 in no time. So the tactics used by St. Peter's College is quite interesting. Now 6 fielders in the offside, just a 3 in the leg side. Predominantly is going to be outside the off stump. What Hirun Kapuru Bandara could do is to bat at off stump and try and sweep it, since the square leg is up. It's almost a free hit to the leg side. Only 3 fielders in the leg side.
I think he heard you, Ma. They've got 2 there.
Smart options, not hard. I think that's where the St. Joseph's College openers could do a lot of damage to St. Peter's College. Clearly they've gone to plan B, and whether it could be a plan C for St. Peter's College. Interesting to see the way Kapuru Bandar is maneuvering the field at the moment. Field remains the same, the invitation is there, but as I said, like to see Kapuru Bandar bat on off stump or maybe just outside the off stump. At the moment, his back foot plants at middle stump and the front foot too. There you go, but it goes across. But I would like to see even more before he faces delivery, be in the off stump and put the pressure on the bowler.
I think ideally he should take his off stump guard just to tell the bowler a message, I'm going to bat here, this is what I'm going to do to you, and then get him to change his line. Because even if he gets turned, when he gets his leg outside the off stump, he can't be out LBW. After 5 overs, St. Joseph's 25 for none.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Big match fun prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Anchor New Dialog. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
25 for no loss after 5 overs. The atmosphere builds up around the stadium, and the players in the middle dishing out a decent bit of game. St. Joseph's College trying to knock off the 156 as soon as possible. St. Peter's College trying to restrict the St. Joseph's as low as possible in the power play, try and put the pressure, pick up a couple of wickets. So a bit of a cat and mouse game going on at the moment as Samarajiva continues. Hitting those back of the lane deliveries. Skipper Sadisha Jawardana just happy to get a single and give the strike back to Hiren Kapuru Bandara to be the aggressor.
That's good batting. He's understood the game. I'm sure he wants to just make sure that the Joes finish this while he's there. Get the most from Hirun. Done well, 21 of 24. Some spectators enjoying. It's really hot out there, but still enjoying the day.
Sure, would have enjoyed a couple of cold beverages by yourself, Michael?
I'm waiting too after this stint.
It's all about the old boys getting together as neutrals for people like us coming out and enjoying the atmosphere. We missed it during the times of COVID. And the authorities have done a wonderful job in putting back things into place so that the spectators comes with their families, friends, young and old, to come out there and just have a ball out there. Players are putting up a decent show in the middle, and the spectators are lighting it up with an effort outside the ring. As a Sinhalese Sports Club, the music's blazing away, and the atmosphere is still building on.
Another interesting thing, Maha, just two players in both sides have played big matches before with crowds. Just Shevon Daniel and Satish Jayawardena, both Josephians. All the others have not played with crowds, so that also must be telling on them.
Looks like an injury to the captain, fielding that hardly hit drive by Satish Jayawardena. It was struck nicely off the middle of the bat, and at a short extra cover does a decent bit of fielding and realizes he has done some damage to his fingers. Hopefully not too bad for the young man.
He just bowled an over, so I hope it's nothing to do with his bowling fingers. And there we see a crowd. Something to look for, Damit Veerasinghe.
He's in hiding, isn't he? Dance moves for the bailas, for the music. Sri Lankans do the best.
Brothers in the series, limited over cricket. A lot of Soza, Dushan and Rukshan, Vijay Tungas, Bernard and Darrell. Well, DS Vijayaratnas you'll get a lot. Different Susilo and Niroshan. There is Dilip and Harin. Pereira's Viraj, Pradeep and Rohit. De Silva's Roshan and Ashley. Virat Kohli's Rohan and Ajit. Tilakaratna, Rohit and Krishan. The Asela brothers, Asela and Dhanuka. Matthews, Travin and Angelo. Chanal Varnakul and Shamal. Rajiv Veerasinghe, Samir Veerasinghe and Damit Veerasinghe. The most important man here.
Yeah, only Viraj, Pradeep, Rohit, the Pereiras match the Veerasinghes there. Three brothers in the same family playing the big match. It's a proud moment for the parents, especially with Damit Veerasinghe holding a great position in bringing in these pictures live around the world.
A few others as well. The Lakindu will continue after that injury. It's down the leg side, called a wide. Peters will want to restrict those extras and make the Josephians, score every run off the bat. Bit of effort. Need a 129 runs more needed for the Josephians. A lot of overs, 44.3 remaining. We'll have to make something happen here. That one wide outside the off stump and called a wide again. Lakindu trying to do something special. One going down the leg side. The next one wide outside the off stump. Well, running in twice for no use. We'll have to re-bowl those again.
Yeah, marginal call, but it was a good decision by Pregit Rabukkal. Every day, all day in white ball cricket, that will be a call to wide. No doubt about his effort when it comes to the young fast bowler Samarajiva. Sometimes he has lost the radar trying to look for pace. That's been his downfall.
Coming down the track to the third man for a single. Not connecting that properly, but they'll be happy with that single. Sadish off strike. Is it to Hirun? Real captain's knock. 6 of 9. Hirun on 22 of 25. That's his job. Required run rate just 2.86. Speed rates need to create something. There we go again, the crowd. Still looking for Damit Veerasinghe in that crowd.
pulling the length back. Samarajiva after the two wide deliveries, one through the offside, one through the leg side. The run rate at the moment 5.14 being maintained by St. Joseph's College. Required is 2.88, but back of the mind on the Josephians will be the weather.
So far so good, Ma.
I reckon St. Peter's College will be keeping an eye as well, but at the moment I can clearly say, looking at the skies, the weather gods has been quite kind to the cricket, letting it continue as much as possible.
Trying to cut away. No run. Ends 6 overs. St. Joseph's 30 for none.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 බැලිමන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇංක නිව් ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
චියර් කරමු ආදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි. බිග් මැච් ෆන් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
30 for no loss, St. Joseph's after 6, a steady start considering the total that they are chasing. If they bat the way they are, things look to be easy going for the Josephians. With me is Brigesh Jagannathan. Good afternoon, Brigesh.
Good afternoon. Like you say, it's going to be a walk in the park for St. Joseph's if they go on like this. The weather is also pretty good. There is no forecast of rain till 7 in the evening, so if the weather stays away, I'm pretty sure St. Joseph's will go on to win the game. But saying that, the Peterites need to do something to try and get a wicket, try and attack the bowlers. But right now, as you see, it's a little bit too easy for St. Joseph's.
Yeah, look, yesterday this time around we did see thundering showers that flooded SSC, but today skies look beautiful, blue. We see patches of white clouds all over, but the weather should stay true and give us a full match here at the SSC. Josephians dominating, not very, I would say, penetrative in terms of the Peterite bowling. Shannon Rodrigo has been the main, I would say, the ace spinner for the Peterites, but apart from that, the rest have been pretty much up and down stuff, Brigesh.
Yeah, like you say, they're just going at the rate of almost 5 runs an over right now. So there is no worries where the runs are concerned. They're chasing only 157. The required run rate is only 2.9. Sadesh and Harin doing a good job in the middle, rotating the strike. They're not taking it easy. Good shot down to the boundary line. That's going to reach the fence. 4 runs to Harin. Good, very proactive. Not trying to just play it down, work the singles. He's looking for the fours as well. Played it really well into the vacant gap. 4.
Toying with the fielders, Kapuru Bandara. Both these batsmen, I think, the threat for the Peterites is that both of these batsmen are masters of the white ball. Represented the under-19 national team playing in this format, so they do know how to, play this format of the game. This time, reverse swept, and that too is running away to the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Kapuru Bandara. He seems to be in full flow. The run rate, the rate at which he's scoring to suggest that he has no time to waste. 7 gone, 39 for no loss in Joseph's.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 බැලිමන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Some masterful one-day cricket batting by these two, especially Kapuru Bandara, just after a very good tournament back in UAE, opened the batting in most occasions. for the Sri Lankan 19s. We look at this replay. He, I think, played it so smartly. He realized that the bowler would be bowling wide outside the off stump, and having realized that, went through with that stroke. Very, very smart cricket by Kapuru Bandara.
He is playing with the field, wet leg side. The previous ball before that ball, knew that the bowler is going to bowl outside the off stump. He's playing with the mind. Reverse sweeps him for 4.
He spotted the Veera Singha brothers, Rajiva and Shamira. We're missing the young one, young Damit, to complete the trio. Seem to be having a good time. It's good to see the crowds, Brikesh. As a neutral, to be very honest, it's quite the contrary to what we see at our big match. But then again, here, packed crowds.
Very good crowd, may I say. Pretty much all the tents are pretty full, enjoying a good day of cricket. I think the organisers have done a really good job promoting the game. Likewise, been supported by the old Pete Wrights and the Joes. And even I saw quite a few schoolboys as well in the stands, as you can see, pretty much packed. Back to the action. Outside the off stump, that's called wide. Likewise, pretty wide. Pete Wrights don't look like they can penetrate the opening batsman. Kadish and Kapuru Bandara batting really well, especially Kapuru Bandara going at a runner ball. Not going to hang around. The way to go about is make sure that the runs are accumulated when it's there. He's on 30 of 31 balls. Satish 7 of 12. Looking very comfortable.
Oh, that's a peach of a delivery that rose from just off a length. Jayawardena, yes, he may have been 100 not out yesterday. Today is a new day. That would have beaten any good batsman. Good comeback delivery by Lakindu Samarajiva. Look at that. Oh. Beat him all ends up.
He's trying to run it down to third man. It's not a safe shot with a slip in place. St. Peters need to get a wicket in a hurry. If this goes on like this, I think the Josefians will be able to finish the game in 30 odd overs, maybe 30 to 35 overs. So you see the crowds there enjoying themselves on a pleasant Sunday afternoon.
But the gods indeed have been very, very kind today to allow this big crowd to witness an enthralling game of cricket. St. Joseph's obviously in the driver's seat. I'm sure most of the Josephians must be very happy with the performance. But the Pete Wrights, they have a lot to do. A miracle, to be precise. St. Joseph's already 41 for no loss, just 116 runs. And having said that, cricket sometimes is a funny game, Brigesh.
Yeah, you just need to get one wicket. You never know, you can get a sniff into getting the second and third wicket as well, and pressure is on you. Your mind tends to do things which are not needed. Saying that, these two guys are batting really well, running the first runs hard, whatever is there to be got, making sure that they get it. Plenty of overs to spare. 116 more to get. Current run rate 5.35. Required is only 274. St. Peters were going on nicely, but lost their way. Up at 154 all out.
I think their middle order really let them down. A lot was expected of Halabake, Gunatilaka, the experienced duo. They failed to deliver, and as a result, the Pete Wrights couldn't muster a total above 200. Anything above 200, especially in a schoolboy encounter, it's defendable. I'm not saying it's the easiest of totals to defend, but in a schoolboy game, especially when you're looking at this pitch, which is technically a third day wicket, there will be something for the spinners towards the latter part of the day. Could have been a really challenging total had they gone past the 200 run mark.
Yeah, like you say, runs on the board is always pressure for batsmen, and if you get your inroads early in the get a couple of wickets, then things can obviously change. That 200 looks like 250 when you get 2 early wickets, and then got to sustain that pressure to try and win the game.
Trying something cheeky there, Kapuru Bandara. No harm done to the score. That's the end of over number 8, 41 for no loss St. Joseph's.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fixega. Sharp look at it trickega.
St. Peter's trying everything at the moment. A lot of discussion in the middle with the senior players and the captain. St. Peter's need a couple of wickets.
Rikesh, we have some succulent pieces of sausages in front of us.
Yeah,
Harun. Crest 9 miris.
You need to have one as well. I'll have one.
Just after lunch,
it was
but
really
nevertheless,
nice.
yeah. Although we are just after lunch, you cannot say no to this. Spicy stuff.
Lovely. Tastes really good. I saw some in the stands as well when I was floating around.
So it'll be in many hands today.
It's been used as a lot of bites in stands.
Exactly. Everyone with high spirits. Change in bowling from the tennis court end. Sean Robert. Not very many wickets during the season, but like you said, St. Peter's trying anything and everything to make early inroads. They have to get wickets if they are to win this match. There's no way they can defend this total. Wickets will be the key for the Pete Rides.
They need to try and get a wicket. So I think the captain's trying to see who is more effective to these two guys, because the Josephian batsmen are doing really well in the middle, scoring at a healthy run rate, 5.02. Very warm out in the center, very humid. Drives, but straight to point. No damage done there.
Robert looks to be a very nippy bowler. Quick arm action. Not the tallest of them on the field as well. Very important that Jawad and Kapuru Bandara don't be complacent. Yes, both of them have been in very good form, but the message from the camp would be to make sure that they finish it off. Oh yes, this time taking the inside edge. Like I said, you'll have to give the bowler due respect. More often than not, you can tend to kind of ease off when you see bowlers that aren't your frontliners, and generally they can bring a wicket or two. Don't you think, Vish?
Yeah. Part-time bowlers can also do damage. This is an ideal platform for a part-time bowler when the batsman thinks he's got everything under control. A little bit of lapse in the concentration can give the Pete Rides an opening, so the Josephians should make sure they keep talking to each other. Just need to pile on whatever is out there. Kapuru Bandara well left.
just lets it go. Has nothing to do with it. Looks a very organized player. Has all the shots required to chase down big totals. As you see there on the front foot, not in good position to play. The advisable thing to do is to let it go. Plenty of time for him. Sadish, on the other hand, Centurion, skipper, is just accompanying his partner. It's very good batting. When one of your partners are doing well, just give him the strike, keep rotating it, accumulate the runs. Next one down the leg side, turns it down. An easy single to the Josephians, 43 for no loss.
Very easy stuff. Nothing threatening actually posed to the Josephians. Gunawardhan and the skipper will have to think 2 steps ahead if he's to make some form of inroads into this Josephian batting lineup. A lineup that is full of experience, especially in this format. They have Siobhan Daniel, Hiranja Sundara, 2 under-19 national caps, as the next one is lofted over mid-on and very well fielded. Excellent stuff by the mid-on fieldsman to bring that ball back to play. Didn't give up. Jayawardene taking on the bowler, Robert, who's not express. That's 9 overs gone, 46 for no loss, St. Joseph's.
Hot and spicy rasada cream kottu mee kanakuta papare beat ekina nata way set එක තාලට ගස්සලා boundary උඩින් කප්පක උස්සමුදේ තීචියරා කරමාද තින් cream kottu mee big match fun cream kottu mee තියනකන්
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Sadish on 12, Kapil Bandara on 31. Josephine's enjoying. Petra is looking down the barrel at the moment. Petra is trying to see whether they can buy a wicket. These two are going at a healthy run rate. Everything is looking good for the Josephians, and everything looks good in the stands as well for the St. Joseph's supporters.
Yeah, although the Peterites look down and out in the middle, in the stands they seem to be going about their merry way, Brigesh.
Yeah, they're all happy. It's a fun occasion. It's
Yes.
The 89th. The 49th 50 over. Everyone comes to enjoy. You meet all your old friends, classmates, teammates. It's a good time to enjoy. Everyone looks forward to meeting each other, so they're all having a good time, irrelevant to who's winning or losing.
So
That's
double
what
bowling
the
change.
Josephine Petright is all about.
A double bowling change. We've got Rodrigo, who's operating from the Vidya Mawat end. Lakindu Samarajiva is given a break from his captain. But easy pickings for these two batsmen, Jayawardene and Kapuru Bandara. Batting very sensibly, respecting the bowler, playing the ball on its merit. And they've slowly but steadily got to nearing 50 runs at a decent scoring rate.
The wicket's a really good wicket. A bit on the slow side, obviously due to all the rain. But if you can stick it out, you get your timing. It's nothing big. There's no ball, no lateral movement, there's no spin. So it's pretty easy for the batsman to, play your shots. As you see, everyone's enjoying their time at the game. That shot, brilliant shot through extra covers. no chance of cutting that off. That was in the gap. Kapuru Bandara moves on to 35. It's looking really good.
Oh, this is excellent batting by Hirun Kapuru Bandara, making maximum use, and that boundary takes the Josephians to 50, with 51 runs for no loss. It's pretty much plain sailing here for the Josephians at the SSC. A very dominating performance. Like I said, it's only a miracle that can bring St. Peter's into this match. The experience, the expertise, and the maturity shown by these two batsmen, it's really, you know, having a huge impact on the Pete Wright bowling.
He batted well yesterday as well in the second innings. And following it up at the 50-over game today, these two look really good. St. Joseph's 51 for no loss in 10 overs.
By Chandrika Amarasinghe signalling the second phase of the bowling. There'll be 30 overs of play in that second phase. 51 for no loss after 10 overs in comparison. St. Peter's 34 for 1 in the first power play session. The 50 came up in the 10th over for the Joes in their reply. It was 2 down for 50 in the 16th over for St. Peter's this morning. Nothing lost for the Dali Road side makes Reshwan Pereira very happy.
Yes, indeed. I think a really good reply from the Josephians. Started off really well. Captain Sadish and Hirun Kapuru Bandara, both national caps in the middle for the boys from Dali Road.
Brilliant stuff. Brilliant weather, brilliant crowd. There it is. Thank you, Malisha. That's what happened after 10 overs.
St. Peter's just couldn't get going in that power play in their innings. Nonetheless, the Josephians have had a good start.
Brilliant delivery. That's very good. Sean Robert got the ball talking on that occasion.
Caught Hirun by surprise. You see the replay.
Occasionally get something like that. Yes, Hirun Kapuru Bandara is in that kind of form. He could get away with a snorter like that too. Current run rate over 5, required run rate well under 3.
Fans would want to finish this game as soon as possible because you can never say the weather. Kapuru Bandara crosses over for another single.
Brilliant stuff. After being restricted to 156 all out, the ball remaining. Sweet stuff. Maliban, Cheese Bits and Crisco. Keep your hands to yourself. Reshwan, I know it's very inviting. Anytime. Great stuff.
Yes, for sure. Watch a game of cricket having a bite of this.
Yeah, Sri Lanka stays around the world. That's what it's all about. Yeah, 156 all out. Nathan David got to 53. Rusanda Gamage 32. 57 run stand for the third wicket. After being 99 for 2 at one stage, lost their last 8 wickets for the addition of just 57 runs. St. Peter's, there were 23 extras in that total. Avitha Dialvis 3 for 27. Unlikely hero with the ball. 2 wickets for Siobhan Daniel, Lahiru Amarsekara and Yenula Devtusa. Dropped it short. He's enjoying the stay out in the middle. Kapuru Bandara. Then there were three fielders who took 2 catches each on the field for St. Joseph's. Yenula Devtusa, Kenneth Lienage and Hiran Jasundara. Kenneth Lienage coming into this game in place of Madhubhashana, Manasa Madhubhashana.
Josephines going with an extra batsman. Don't think they will have to use him as they are going well. They are just 102 runs away from the Pete Wright target, and that ends the 11th over. Josephines 55 for no loss.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
cheer up කරමු ආදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
There's been a wonderful souvenir that has been put out for the 49th limited overs Battle of the Saints, and it says that the highest team total in the series stays with St. Peter's College. In 2009 they made 333 for 7 in the allotted 50 overs. Angelo Pereira was the Pete Wright captain. Shamira Veerasinghe led St. Joseph's on that occasion. St. Peter's winning by 118 runs with Angelo Pereira voted player of the match. Shannon Rodrigo probably would want to get up there. Another 300 plus total for the Pete Wrights. Also the second highest series total, 311 all out in 50 overs. That was in 2017 at the same venue. Okay, won't reach the boundary. Yeah, the Pete Wright captain was Lakshana Rodrigo. Arin Kure led St. Joseph's. St. Peter's won by 54 runs. Manilka De Silva was the star player of that game. Just look at St. Peter's. The score was 271 for 6 in 50 overs. That was in 1999 at the Sarah Stadium. Jerome Fernando led St. Peter's, and Roshan De Silva captain St. Joseph's. With a good all-round performance, the Josephine captain was player of the match as they won by 7 wickets. The second best total for St. Peter's, 249 for 9 in 1998 of the 50 overs. The match was played at Sarah Stadium. Monto Pereira captain St. Joseph's. Malinda Varnapura was the Pete Wright captain. Scored 100. He was voted player of the match. St. Peter's winning by 7 wickets on that occasion too. So in consecutive years, the two sides have won by 7 wickets. Massive crowd, really enjoying. Everybody having a good game. If the total was over 200, it would have been even better. But never mind what happens out in the middle. The stands are absolutely chock-a-block.
Good to see the stands back here. March Madness final game of the season. And it's an electric atmosphere here at SSC. As Jayawardena crosses over for another single. That single that ends the 12th over. St. Joseph's 59 for 0. Players will have drinks here. There's a sea, hot and humid, and this was last year's the 48th limited overs cricket encounter. St. Peter's won the toss, batted first, and they got to a good total of 245 for 8 with a brilliant 100 from Wanuja Sahan. He was the captain. Dhanal Hemanand partnered up with Wanuja Sahan for a brilliant partnership. And Shenal Buthejo 34, Sanjay Gunathilaka 6. And pick up the bowlers for the Josephians were Mudita Dhanayaka 3 for 43, Desha Seniviratna 2 for 45, Mitra Thainura 1 for 70, and Dunit Velalage 1 for 36. And in reply, the Josephians 219 for 9 in 50 overs. Shevon Daniel top score of 91, Sadish Chawla 61, Dunit Velalage 28 of 52, and Hirun Kaprabandara 10. And pick up the bowlers for the Beatrites 3 for 32, and Niman Umesh 3 for 34, and Wanuja Sahan 2 for 50. I think a good all-round performance from Wanuja Sahan, which helped the Beatrites win by 26 runs. Reverend Father Peter Pillay Trophy at Dali Road, and the boys from at Bamlepitia rather. Josephians will want to take that back to Dali Road today.
And you're going to accompany that?
Yes, for sure. Currently sitting very comfortable. 59 for no loss. This is the batting card. Sadish Jayawardena 17 of 27 and Hirun 39 of 45. Sadish just coming from a brilliant century yesterday, and he's picking up from yesterday. So
he has done well. In the previous big match he scored 100, then in the 50 over he got a 50. This 2-day game he got 100. He's batting on 17. Will he make it to the half century? He's playing second fiddle to Hirun Kaprabandara. That is great stuff.
A deep batting lineup for the Josephians, and the bowling still a bowler to pick up a wicket here. Shannon Rodrigo 4 overs, none for 21. Lakindu none for 17 in 4. Nimatha Gunawardena the captain, none for 12 in 2. And Sean Roberts none for 9. Surprise not to see the leg spinning national cap Vishen Halamage still not bought into the attack from Peterite captain, and this was the partnership. Hirun Kaprabandara and Sadish. Hirun Kaprabandara took on the bowlers from the word go.
He's played some delightful shots. I know some very good deliveries have been dispatched to the boundary with some innovative batting. Anything short or too full have disappeared simply because the batting has been so good. So after a drinks break, Vishen Halamage, isn't it? You were talking about him. I hope he is fully recovered from his stomach disorder. Yeah, we're just thinking about talking about the low scores in this big match series. Bowled out for 83 in 32 overs St. Peter's in 1985 at the Oval. Eshan De Silva was the Peterite captain. Jonathan Allis led St. Joseph's. They were 84 for 8 when they won by just 2 wickets. Jonathan Allis finally voted man of the match for his 28 not out. There was another low score for the Peterites, 90 all out in 29.2 overs at the Sara Stadium in 1996. Neomal captained St. Peter's. Shalinka De Silva, the Josephian captain. He was won by 7 wickets with Chaminda Fernando of St. Joseph's being voted player of the match.
Jayawardena pulls one, crosses over for 2 runs.
The lowest.
think this is one hell of a treat.
You know why you are giving it to me? Because the camera is on you. Otherwise, you will take it from me and eat it. Now eat it.
Yes, for sure.
This is good stuff. Brilliant stuff. The bite that bites back. Taking the attack to the bowlers. The lowest total by St. Joseph's was recorded in 2015 at Kettarama. 99 all out in 23 overs. The Joes. Kato Madhushka was the Josephine captain. Chandula Jayaman led St. Peter's and he was voted player of the match. Chandula Jayaman, the Pete Wright captain, as they won by 67 runs. So thanks to the excellent souvenir that has been put out, we should commend the work of the people who have been directly involved with the souvenir committee people, as well as the joint match organizing committee. They'll be quite pleased with how the match is going. A closer contest would have been welcome, but nevertheless, it's very well received. Superb game at the SSC. Now get to individual performances. Centuries. 3 of them. Taridu Ardemansa 109 in 2003. Roshan Silva 101 not out in 2017. Lakshan Gamage 101 in 2019. I remember that very vividly.
Yes, that innings was a match-saving century. Josephians backs against the wall that year, 51 for 5 if I'm not mistaken. And him and Sachinta Ravindu put on a brilliant partnership to win the game for the Josephians.
Of the half centuries, the highest 91 last year, Siobhan Daniel, Revan Kelly 87 in 2016. Trevin Matthews 84 way back in 1997, that's Angelo's elder brother. Brilliant bat he was. They were the top scorers amongst the half centuries list. Angelo Matthews has the highest aggregate of wickets, 9 wickets, with Dinal Damarage. 2 others have taken 8 wickets, that's Tisara Pereira and Shamir Veerasinghe, all of them from St. Joseph's.
Shmika Pereira brought into the attack, right arm off spin. He was the only change for the Pete Wrights.
Coming in place of Chamindu Pereira, who scored 66 runs in the 2-day game for the Pete Wrights. Third in line. Long chase, long chase. Shannon Rodrigo did well to save a single for his team. The run rate ever increasing. Didn't try to overhit, very well played. Just held the ball with the speed, with the angle. That's quality cricket. Hirun Kapuru Bandara now on 43. Javadra finds the gap on the offside, through extra cover 4.
Beautiful shot from Sadish, comes down the track. Straight away, Lashmika under pressure.
He got the timing, the placement. Perfect. Get into the pitch of the ball, taking it on the half volley, hitting it all along the ground. That's sheer poetry.
I think Sadish, he's just, he wants to be there till the end. He was brilliant yesterday with the bat. 2 consecutive hundreds in the 2-day game. Once again, comes down the track, crosses over for a single.
The best bowling in an innings. Suresh Miranda 5 for 14 in 1984. Sandun Dias 5 for 18. 2003. You remember all that. You need something like that as a performance. Ranesh Pereira 5 for 44, Dinal Dambarage 5 for 67. You need something of that individual brilliance to do well. Dinal Dambarage with the Joes as an assistant coach with the team, former captain. I knew his father, Chris Dambarage. He was a brilliant football player. Big man. A direct hit would have been a different story.
Clean pickup. Would have had Sadish in trouble there. A risky single.
Yeah, even if he probably got it into the wicketkeeper's gloves, still there would have been a situation. The bowler was quick across the turf very quickly. Yeah, if it was collected by the wicketkeeper, Nathan David, that would have been a curtain call for the batter, certainly.
Sadish Jadal just looks discomfort.
See, he has been on the field for the entire 3 days. He was wicketkeeper, he was opening bat, he was unbeaten, he was wicketkeeper today, he's opening bat.
I think he's been through all the action in this last 3 days. That's great commitment from the young man, and he looks in a bit of pain.
See that partnership, 83 balls, 74 unbroken. Has been comfortable off the front foot, off the back foot, on the offside, on the onside, behind the wicket, in front of the wicket. Great stuff. From the crease, out of the crease, square of the wicket on either side. Yeah, it's taken its toll. It's hot and humid. These days are very hot indeed. Near cloudless sky. Don't blame that. Hirun Kapuru Bandara has dominated this partnership. The last few runs, of course, has come off the bat of Sadish Jayawardene. Work to be done. So we can take another look at aggregate best batting in the one-day series. Revan Kelly 146, Ashley De Silva 142. They are the top two in that list. He figures very well, Ashley De Silva. 3 consecutive years he's had 3 victims behind the stumps. The other to have 3 victims, Ajit Aliraja. So he's been good with all that. For St. Peter's, the highest run scorer is Angelo Pereira 128, Malinda Varapur 126, Hashan Banasekar 118 not out, Manelka De Silva 107, got in the man of the match award. Vanuju Kumar 102 last year round, also a player of the match. Most of them would have got the player of the match. The highest amongst the half centurions has been Sulakshan Fernando 90, followed by 4 scores of 80 for Chatura Piris 83, Damian Maya Rachi 82 not out, and Prajeev Jains 82, followed by Danal Hemananda 81 last time around.
Looks like the Josephian captain won't be able to continue. He's being carried off the field. I think pretty unfortunate for him.
Yeah, this is part of the glorious uncertainties of cricket. Who would have thought that Sadish Jayawardene would have to limp out? But the good story for the Joes is Siobhan Daniel comes out. Top score of 52, strike rate of 77 plus. That average, that is a far cry from his absolute skill. He's done well. He's picked up 2 wickets. He wants to finish this on a high. his school cricket career for St. Joseph's. Not too many runs yet to get, but he could still make an impact. Sri Lanka youth captain.
His upcoming delivery will be the first delivery where Sadish Jayawardene wasn't in the field. It will be really unfortunate for him not to carry his team home. Hope he gets better soon.
Yeah, he has to come up and collect the trophy once you win.
So hopefully a Josephian win from here on. That ends the 14th over. St. Joseph's 74 for no loss.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Just with that souvenir for the Pete Wrights, the highest aggregate of runs, Angelo Pereira 228, Chatro Piris 208, Malinda Varnapura 169, our commentary colleague Jan Jasuri 162. We also have Brijesh Jagannathan, who is with us, scoring a half century in 1995 in the one-day game. This bowling for the Pete Wrights, Lakshana Rodrigo 5 for 32. Five others have taken 4 wickets. Bowling aggregate goes with Rumesh Ratnayaka 9 wickets. 8 for Santosh Gunatilaka, Niranjan Dabare and Vinodan John have taken 7 each in the one-day matches for the Pete Wrights. As far as the wicket keeping is concerned, Renold Anandappa, 2 consecutive years, 4 catches, 4 victims, Idunil Lantari and Lahiru Milanta. Hirun Kapur Bandara moving closely for a well-deserved half century.
He has batted really well with a good positive mind. Actually, hope he gets to that milestone.
We were talking about 3 players, 3 fielders holding on to 2 catches each. According to the records, 4 players have taken 3 catches each in the one-day games, a wide by the Pete Wright captain. When you are bowling to Siobhan Daniel, you are trying to be careful.
Yes, because he can punish the bowlers. He will want to make amends from yesterday.
Yeah, he gave a chance and then dismissed in the same fashion at square cover. Looking for that 25th win in the series. One-day series, that is. Battle of the Saints. St. Joseph's well on their way to doing it.
Yes, for sure. If they don't get to that mark from where they are right now, they would be really disappointed. But they will want to make it 25.
He's taking the safe option, trying to get to 50. Kapuru Bandara batted really well. 1-6 and 5 fours. He's made the Peterites run around the field regularly.
Daniel still trying to get into the groove, and that ends the 15th over. St. Joseph 78 for no loss.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
.78 for no loss, St. Joseph's after 15 overs. Plain sailing here for the Josephians. Nipithu Gunawardana, captain, operating from the Vidya mouth, and these two batsmen, Jayasundara, Kapuru Bandara, beg your pardon, has looked exceptional. He's given the due respect for the bowlers, played the ball on its merit, and really showing how batting in the white ball format should be. And the next ball is swept hard to the boundary for 4, as I'm joined with Jehan Jasuri. Jehan, not a very happy man, I suppose.
Well, good afternoon, Harun. I can tell you who a happy man is at this moment. That's Hirun Kapuru Bandara, who's just brought up his half century in good time as well, almost run a ball. Given such a good platform. It was never a big total, Arun, to chase, but these kind of totals can be tricky. Hirun and the Josephians have just kept it very simple, just played very, very normal cricket. And there you go, 89 strike rate. Very importantly, just made it look easy, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I think the only way the Peterites could have got into this match is by getting wickets. That's something that has been very difficult to come by. Even take the stats of the 2-day match, it really found it difficult to penetrate these very formidable Josephian batsmen. Batsmen who have had a wealth of experience playing in this format, especially white ball cricket. Tough ask.
Yeah, it was a tough ask to defend 150 runs on this track. Absolute featherbed here at the SSC. Yes, it is a day 3 wicket. The 2-day game was played on the same track. But absolutely no terrors for the batting side, St. Joseph's.
Not the best of deliveries. Beg your pardon, it's Lakshmika, who's of Pereira, operating from the Vidya mouth at the end. But like you said, I think the rain too would have done the wicket a little bit of good to hold for the moisture to kind of hold the wicket together, even though it's a 3rd day. God. This time, umpire Rambukwala not signalling wide. End of over number 16, St. Joseph's 83 for no loss.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
83 for no loss. Must say, yesterday this time it was pouring cats and dogs, but it's absolute beautiful day. Blue skies, few patches of white cloud, but nonetheless, it's been an excellent day for cricket. As Gunawardena continues from the tennis court, and he stumbled there. He's making his way back. Very, very unfortunate for Kapuru Bandara. Just pray and hope he's not done too much of damage to that left leg.
Yes, on one side the Josephians must be relieved that that didn't result in a run out. Having said that, Kapuru Bandara looks to be in excruciating pain.
Hope the replay would show us exactly what happened. There was a bit of a stutter. As long as he's not twisted that ankle, that can be a real killer. Oh yes. He didn't land well on that leg.
Could do a bit of damage to the ligament that way. Hope he's okay. Batted phenomenally well up to now.
Until they look at what's wrong with Kapuru Bandara, let's look at his innings. His 50 came at a very brisk pace. Took to the Pete Wright bowling. Another batsman who has all the shots. 360-degree player. It's a lot of sweeps. He toyed with the field at most times, Jehan. And you look at the way he kind of identified the gaps and played with the bowler's mind. Fantastic one-day cricket batting.
Indeed, shots all around the park. You call him a 360-degree player, and that's what he's demonstrated. Picking those gaps with consummate ease. Just an absolute headache if you're a fielding captain. It's a skill in which he played. So nothing too wrong with the bowling, but that can be really unsettling as a bowler, couldn't it, when you start stroking it as well as that with such skill.
Absolutely. If you look at the summary of this match, the 49th Battle of the Saints, St. Peter's bowled out for 156 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. Nathan David scoring a very valuable 53, was ably supported by Rusanda Gamage, but the middle order really let them down. Avintha Dialvis, the leg spinner, getting 3 for 27, Leandro Deotusa 2 for 18, and the veteran Siobhan Daniel getting 2 for 33. St. Joseph's in reply, having not lost a wicket yet, 85 for no loss. Jaya Wardena was retired hurt. Kapuru Bandara getting to his 50th shot while back, and Siobhan Daniel just joining him with 3 not out.
Yeah, signs looking ominous for St. Joseph's. Those 3 names you see on screen there, the top 3 for St. Joseph's, all Sri Lankan under-19 caps. Sadish Jayawardena of them with a century in the big match, coming in with a lot of confidence. He repeated that, or he did that in the previous year as well. But Kapuru Bandara has really been the star. And if the Pete Wrights had any hopes of rattling or sending any jitters down the Josephians' batting order with early wickets, all that was laid to rest. In an absolutely dominant position at the Josephians at this moment in time. And potentially an early finish in the offing, which will not be to the liking of this capacity crowd here at the SSC. The Josephians and Pete Wrights turning up in their numbers. Absolute partying in the aisles, and great atmosphere here at the 49th limited over encounter. Kapuru Bandara continues to receive medical attention. Am I seeing the next batter on the field already?
We are. We see a batsman walking, or batsman who's already walked in and joined Daniel. As you rightly mentioned, Kapuru Bandara still getting attention, probably not being able to walk. They must be looking for some assistance to carry him off. The way in which he landed on that leg, it looked really painful. Let's just hope and pray that nothing too serious has happened. As you see young Josephians, happy little Josephians, looking on, waiting for that a moment, or as you see, not the best of pictures. It must be really serious, Jan, for him to be carried off in that manner.
Yes, the way he was batting, it had to be serious. I wouldn't think he'd want to leave for anything else. He was seeing that ball well, striking it beautifully. And the coach himself, Dylan Ramanayaka, there at hand. And might have been a sensible call to move him out and avoid any further damage.
The other informed batsman, Hiran Jayasundara, unfortunate to miss out on 100 yesterday at the big match. Obviously would want to kind of come and finish things off here. Fantastic record. Strike rate of 64, but that average of 46.6. 373 runs in 9 matches. I think another force to reckon with. St. Joseph's really possessing a batting lineup which not very many schools possess.
Yes, one of the strongest batting lineups in the school circuit by quite a distance, I would think. These Josephians, some big names, but also big runs behind them as well. So in form as well. What would you do if you were a Peter Wright captain? Just 70 runs to get.
Yeah, I think it's easier said than done, but the only way, like I mentioned earlier, the Peter Wrights can get into this game if they get wickets. So they'll have to somewhat put pressure in terms of the field placement. You probably have a couple of fielders patrolling the boundary, but having long off, long on, you ask the batsman to take the risk and go after the bowling so that you bring that additional chance, because when you have the field widespread, it's just easy pickings. You can just simply make the single. The real estate space here at SSC, we all know, is probably the best for batsmen. They can't ask for anything better.
Yeah.
In my view, they should kind of bring the field, be a bit more aggressive, get in those closing catches to create some kind of an opportunity for the Peter Wrights.
Yeah, as things turned out, Harun, the two informed Josephians have unfortunately been forced to retire. The two new batters at the crease. Yes, not a lot to get from here. It's almost this new opportunity that has sprung up on the Peter Wrights to put some pressure back. I didn't think the way Kapuru Bandara landed on his feet, it seemed unlikely that he'll return. Not sure about Jayawardena, but still, the Peter Wrights have to remain positive. Let's work down for a single. And I couldn't agree with you more. You need to get creative and try to buy yourselves an eke out a wicket, if possible, at this juncture. That brings the close to... No, it doesn't. Oh, in fact, it does.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Two new batsmen. This is the ideal opportunity, like you just mentioned, Rehan, for the Peter Wrights to kind of bring the field in, bring those close those catching positions, and try to create some kind of pressure. Wickets will be key for St. Peter's if they are to make it. Cricket is a funny game. Yes, there is just about 70 runs to get, but you never know.
Yes, stranger things have happened. You need to give yourself a chance, though. And you know what they say, with one you might just get two, and then things can get interesting.
We got a leg spinner. Halambage bowling from the Vidya Mawat end. Did bowl quite decently yesterday. Leg spinner always excites me. Decent stats, 20 wickets for the season at an economy of 4.8, which is pretty good for a leggy. So running between the wickets, excellent running by Jayasundara. He displayed this yesterday as well. And once again, the deft touch and understanding the field. More so the fact that his game sense has been very good to watch.
I like this change here. Some wrist spin, make something happen. I'm not sure I agree with the field placement. They're spread out far and wide. Again, Harun, you'd know this, perhaps spreading out the field and letting you settle in for those first 2 or 3 deliveries. You get your rhythm going and then perhaps look to attack from there.
That must be the plan. Halamage probably to settle himself in. He has a deep mid wicket, sweeper cover and a long off. He bowls at a decent trajectory and a good pace as well. So if he can settle in and probably get a slip too, he'll start ringing bells on the batsman's mind. So like I said, 2 new batsmen. It'll take some time. So it's very important that Gunwardhan, the captain, makes a run scoring difficult for these 2 batsmen. Seeing a few fielders being rotated and changed around. A packed offside field for Daniel. Took the outside edge. So they seem to be having a plan for Siobhan Daniel. They understand his weakness. I think yesterday he was dropped at cover point and also just the next over was caught in the same region. So the fact that they've had the cover region protected and having Halamage bowling right arm round. This is good bowling. Then Daniel under pressure. $18 overs gone, 91 for no loss.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Shannon Rodrigo from the tennis court end to continue. Smart move. So you have the ace left arm spinner from one end and a leg spinner, wrist spinner, Halamage, who did bowl a decent first over. Operating, so an ideal time for the Pete Prides, like I mentioned earlier, to apply some pressure. Perfect situation would be for them to have mid-off 2, a long off 2 at mid-off, to apply that added sense of pressure, to ask Hiran Jayasundara to make the mistake and take on the bowler.
Yes, these tactics so important. Just block off that easy single. There you go. That's exactly what you were talking about, Arun. Just easy as you like, risk-free, knock it down for a single, get your eye in. That's what you don't want to allow with new batsmen, especially under circumstances such as this.
I think as a captain, what you're supposed to do is do something that the batter would not like, or would find it uncomfortable to kind of deal with. If he captains in that mindset, you more often than not would get your strategies right. And being in this position, although these 2 batsmen, yes, they have the name, but cricket is a different game. When you're in the middle, when you don't have runs under the belt, any batsman can be under pressure. So this is good to see. We are seeing the sweeper cover region, the sweeper cover fielder coming into the circle. Daniel has not looked very comfortable either.
Yes, I would look to even bring the mid-off in, actually. Daniel has, like you said, didn't have a great outing in the two-day encounter. He'll be determined to see this one through for St. Joseph's.
That's what pressure can do. Came down the track after a decent looking stroke, but the Petrites have done well. They've kept him quiet for a while and he's looking to do something different. So this is exactly my point. You start applying the pressure when you bowl dot ball after dot ball. You start playing in the minds of the batsman. And someone like Daniel, who's not too patient, would definitely take on the bowler. And this one is hoiked in the air. The long on fielder is under it and he's gone. Daniel misses out yet again.
Well. I did say I'd like to see the mid-off in. What do I know? The Petrite skipper kept long off out, which made that shot and that dismissal all that much poorer for someone of the stature of Siobhan Daniel. Tried to take the fielder, the boundary rider on. There was absolutely no need for that. Look at that. Not quite getting to the pitch of it. Uncharacteristically poor dismissal for Siobhan Daniel. He's been out of sorts in the two-day encounter and goes cheaply here as well. That's a big one for St. Peter's. Siobhan Daniel goes cheaply and the first wicket on the board.
Very poor shot selection. I'm sure the Josephian camp will be disappointed looking at that. Not something that they expected. You just spoke about that element of patience, yeah, and it was quite evident in the way he was kind of trying to get those runs. Kudos to the Petrites. They managed to keep Daniel quiet.
Yes, indeed, and these are the kind of moments that can make a batting unit panic. Yes, there's only a few runs to get. That was a poor shot. Now the big fish is gone. The two opening batters may or may not come out to bat again. There's some element of pressure here to see this one through. Petrites have had a good passage of play, keeping things nice and tight. Like to see a little more intent and aggression. And you never know. It's a funny game, this.
Absolutely. Cricket is a very, very funny game. Like you rightly mentioned, the attitude, the captain will have to be positive, get those fielders in, create another chance or two. Like you said, one brings two and at times three. Good combination too currently in progress. We have a left arm spinner and a leg spinner bowling from two different ends. They can, get Jayasundar quiet because he's the last reputed batsman, considering the two openers are already in with some form of injury. I think a wicket or two will do the Petrites a whole lot of good.
I like Colombo's rhythm with his leg spin. You said it earlier. Seems to get some revs on the ball, but I'm impressed with the effort and the pace at which he bowls. We haven't seen him turn too much, but if he does get some bites, he can be a handful.
Absolutely. It doesn't give too much of room for the batsman to actually step down because it comes at a decent pace. Ideally, if he can get a bit of turn, it will be all the more merrier for Halambage. New batsman managing to pierce that gap. This is what the Petrites would want to do, to dry up the run scoring, bowl dot ball after dot ball, because at this level, schoolboy cricket, more often than not, it brings about a chance.
Those almost innocuous looking moments can make a difference, Arun. Stopping that single, not allowing them to get off the mark, that could just induce that false stroke. Another good delivery. Petrites will need to be razor sharp on the field. Try to eke one more out here. Now that's good cricket by the Josephians. That's, from a Josephian perspective, that's what they need to do. To look for those ones and twos, just settle the nerves a little bit.
next few overs, it's going to be an interesting passage of play. Wicket or two will do a world of good. Oh, this time he's beaten a loud appeal. Umpire Abu Kwalla declines. That's end of over number 20. 97 for no loss, St. Joseph's.
Heels Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
So 96 for 1 St. Joseph's. Scoring rate has somewhat slowed down with the wicket of Daniel and the two opening batsmen retiring hurt. It's very unfortunate to see Kapur Bandara have that slip and fall right at the middle of the wicket of the pitch. He landed very badly on that left ankle, to be more precise. Rodrigo bowling his 6th over. A lot will depend on him. I think he's been the main bowler for St. Peter's this season. And with just another 4 more overs to go, I'm sure the Pete Wright captain would want him to deliver the goods, at least with another wicket or two.
Yep, Shannon Rodrigo has been the mainstay of the attack for St. Peter's. Doesn't turn the ball too much. Tends to be very disciplined in terms of line and length. Wicket to wicket kind of left armour.
Cheeky stuff. He played that stroke yesterday as well. Jayasundara seems to have mastered it. Plays it very late. Good control over the stroke as well. Reminds me a bit of Mahela Jayawardene, an exponent of that stroke. Jayasundara tormented the Royalists this season with a fabulous double century in the 2-day game. And a batsman of his caliber, I suppose, not the hardest of hitters, yes, bats at a relatively slow pace, but has a very good cricket brain. He understands the game, he understands the feel, and that's the level of that's the type of batsman that you would want, especially bringing into Test cricket and also one-day cricket.
And that's the kind of batsman you need out there, with just under 2 runs of a required run rate. Not a lot of runs to get. Just play risk-free cricket.
As long as Jayasundara is there and if he can actually get able support from the other end, proceedings will be relatively easy for the Josephians. It'll all depend on how the support role is played with the rest of the batsmen. As we see, the 21st over gone 101 for 1 St. Joseph.
Anchor New Delhi Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest and I made a sausage. The bite that bites back.
At the end of 20 overs, St. Peter's was 67 for 2. St. Joseph's 97 for 1 with Hirun Kapur Bandara, and before that Sadish Jayawardene retire into the pavilion, and Shebon Daniel, the only batter, dismissed.
That was the only way to stop the Josephian openers.
Yeah, 100 up for for the loss of just 1 wicket.
Vishen Halamage, if the Pete Rights are come back into this game, he will have a big say in it.
100 of the Pete Wright innings came in the 26th over. They had lost 3 wickets then, so St. Joseph's in front. 22nd over for the loss of 1 wicket, getting to 100. Such an enjoyable atmosphere at the SSC. The weather has stayed fine. Prayers have been answered, Rashwan.
Yes, for sure. The weather gods have been great today. The way it poured down last evening, everyone thought that today also it would pour down, but the weather has held up, as you said.
Ground staff did a wonderful job under difficult circumstances. Avind Dialvis, unlikely hero with the ball. He picked up 3 wickets. Now he can get about there, and with Hiran Jasundra, who was also unfortunate yesterday not to have made a well-deserved 100. He was 91, not out, stranded on 91 because of the inclement weather.
He would want to make amends. He couldn't get that 100, but will want to finish this game off in the middle. I think he's a brilliant bat. Sri Lanka under-19 cap. He has some left. He has some years left to play for college. He's a great asset.
Absolutely, chock-a-block in some of those enclosures. Have we got another casualty?
So I think that would have hurt.
Driven. Vishen Halamage.
Firmly
22
hit.
overs completed, 105 for 1. St. Joseph's in reply. They're chasing 157 to win this one-day encounter. Great stuff. Think it will be okay.
And this is Anchor New Delhi. I think the best way to beat this heat is to have a yogurt drink or a milk, or that yummy yogurt that boy is having.
Yummy stuff, anytime, for any age group.
For sure.
Nutritious too. Halamage flighting it. Oh. Where did he get it? On his hand, on his leg. That's a lot of playing.
That would hurt a lot tonight for Vishen Halamage.
Yeah, he was one of 4 batters dismissed for 4 in the Pete Wright innings. Really put the rest of the batting under pressure.
We can add Siobhan Daniel to that list to get out 4 today. Just 5 batsmen, 4 from St. Peter's, and Nolan Josephy and Siobhan Daniel. The only wicket be taken.
Yeah, there'll be individual awards for the best fielder, best bowler, best bat, and for the man of the match. Of course, the winning side will receive the Reverend Father Peter A. Pillai Memorial Challenge Trophy.
It's currently sitting at Bambalapetia, but boys from Dali Road will be eagerly waiting to take it back home.
Yeah, the match adjudicators for those awards: Ishara Amarasinghe, national cap, is neutral. For St. Joseph's, Mario Perumal, and for St. Peter's, Mohammad Amin would be the adjudicators together with Ishara Amarasinghe. So the chief guest today, captain of 1995, Asela Patran, will be a happy man. His school, without any problems now, will be victorious in this encounter. He missed out going to the Middle East for an indoor cricket tournament. Immediately after this, he will traveled to India with the team. Sri Lanka Indo cricket coach. Wonder if his younger brother Danuka Patran is listening to us from Canada. End of 23. St. Joseph's in reply 109 for 1.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages. The bite that bites back.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
So, contrasting camps for St. Joseph's, coach Dylan Ramanayaka, master in charge Asiri Caldera, prefect of games Reverend Father Priyan Tisera, and went straight to the field. Avinta Dialvis will be unhappy. Hammered it powerfully but straight to mid-off. Low catch. It was not going to be missed, so a second wicket down for the Joes. That would make Director Principal Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade a little bit unhappy, I would believe. Avinta Dialvis gone for 7. Vishen Halambage successful with this delivery. I wonder whether it was Nimuthu Gunawardana who was fielding there. Patriot captain making no mistake with that low catch.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Mudra Disanayaka is the new batter coming in. Utility all-rounder he is. Top score of 29. That average doesn't actually explain his batting capabilities. Wonderful striker of the ball. Shanaka Fernando, the head coach of St. Peter's. Master in charge Sunanda Fernando, sports coordinator Reverend Father Milan Bernard, director principal Reverend Father Rohita Rodrigo. Not a happy unit as the match stands now. Could have been hammered away to the boundary. Instead he picked the mid-off fielder, the Patriot captain. Halambage is happy.
Two left-handers back in the pavilion for the Josephians.
Avinta Dialvis out for 7, which I thought he would have been well and truly focused on being unbeaten when the winning run was scored.
Yes, because he was the main wicket taker, contributor in that Patriot innings.
Loose delivery down leg side. Pragit Ramukwalla is at head umpire's position. Chandrika Amarasinghe is his colleague on the field. Hemanta Botejo is the reserve umpire. And David unable to pick it up down leg side. Viraj De Silva, match commissioner. Manoj Mendis, match referee. Nanda Patrina for St. Peter's and Sathasivam Ravindran for St. Joseph's, the scorers at the giant scoreboard. Helping us, Shanta Nishanta. That was close for comfort. "47 runs away from victory, St. Joseph's. St. Peter's getting through a period where they've applied a fair amount of pressure on their opponents.
As you can see from the bottom of your screen, St. Joseph's College need just 47 runs. 26.1 overs.
So the required run rate under 2 runs and over at the moment. That is an easy way of looking at it. End of 24 overs. St. Joseph's in reply, 110 for 2.
Heels Crest and Iris sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියන.
And Rodrigo to continue from the tennis court end. Not Shannon rather, it's Lashmika Kavika Jayasundar rather. Nimathu Gunnar, the captain, trying all his cards here. Kavika Jayasundar. Full toss to start off with. Straight to the deep field, Vishen Alamage.
Will anything happen? Nelson on the board?
Can't say right now. The Josephians are.
Yes or no, Reshan? Surely.
I hope not.
Better delivery from Jayasundara, angled across from around the wicket, right arm.
I think the beat right.
2 for 44, his best figures. Just taken only 3 wickets.
Beat right captain should be more attacking, I would say, because he should bring in a slip-in field for the new batsman. His face to 7 delivery is yet to get off the mark.
Gunawardhan was slow off the mark. Nevertheless, the run was well called for. Excellent evening, very pleasant evening at the SSC.
Gods have been kind here today at the SSC. Downpour yesterday was so severe. And today it's just a beautiful day for cricket. And in the stands it's all happening. Electric atmosphere. Forward defense to win the 25th over. St. Joseph's 113 for 2.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
When St. Peter's were batting after 25 overs, they were 95 for 2. St. Joseph's in reply after 25, 113 for 2. So well in control.
Ideal bite right now. Coach Chinaimeris.
All yours.
Thank you very much.
So he took 2, one for himself and one for me. Thanks.
You two can have one rather.
No, I said all yours. So no offense.
Perfect bite to watch a game of cricket.
They've been part and parcel of this Papare.com for quite a long time. Thank you very much. You made us happy, you made us contented. So we'll give you all that back. A few kind words.
Josefians would not want to lose any more wickets. Right now they are in a very good position to bring back Peter Pillay to Dali Road. Pillay Trophy rather. I think Vishen Halamage going through a brilliant spell here. Into his 4.2 overs and just 1 for 12.
They wanted him to perform as a bat. Failed with that.
Rare bad delivery from Vishen.
Get enough protection in the boundary in that area. It's a vast area to cover. That was Kavika Jayasundara doing the picking up.
Jayasundara looks a very comfortable batsman.
He's in no hurry. He knows that the situation is right. They don't want to lose any more wickets.
I think the Josephians want to win this game and they want to win it quite comprehensively.
Probably get there. I mean, all you need to do is just bat sensibly. Difficult to set an attacking field under these circumstances. The captain slipped the last fraction of a second when he was going down to pick the ball up. No damage done. End of 26. St. Joseph's in reply 115 for 2.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Two other matches with the Papare.com live streaming and live coverage. One is at Morutua Disoisa Stadium, Sri Sumangala Panadura versus Morutu Vidyalaya. Do you have any idea what's happening?
Yes, Sri Sumangala College just got 152. They were bundled out for 152. And Morutu Vidyalaya currently in a spot of about 54 for 5. That game is, can't say it's in the balance, and I think it's edging over to Sri Sumangala.
There's another match being played at Magona. That's Sare village, the battle of the Mangosteens, the Kalutara teams, bottom edge. This is Central College and Kalutara Vidyalaya in the one-day encounter. Deshaun working hard and to log on to that match.
Yes, that game currently, Kalutara Vidyalaya has been set off a target of 201. currently going quite nicely, 69 for 2. It's been a low scoring affair today in all 3 games. Just under 200.
Yeah, we can say that it was not because of the wet weather of last evening. Definitely not here at this venue.
I think the Petrites are all to blame for themselves. They just gifted their wickets. They didn't.
See, at 99 for 2, going at a decent rate, I thought they were looking at 225 without any problems.
And if Petrites got to 225, this game would have been a whole lot different. And that ends the 27th over. St. Joseph's 116 for 2.
Welcome to the universe of the Raz, where you explore and discover whatever you want, whatever you need. All you can imagine is on your feet. When miles are abridged, happiness is unlocked. Discover your Daraz.
Big match fun, prima kottumi tiyanaka.
Slow progress towards the victory target. That gives a very appreciative crowd enough time to enjoy. The after party will be long, Rashwan.
So I think both set of spectators will party all night. Especially the Josephians. Celebrations will go on later tonight if they win this game. Right now they are in the driving seat.
He was slow off the mark. Lakabdu Samarajiva was in the 30-yard circle, top of the mark, and rather than attacking the ball and taking a shy at the stumps, which he did and was successful, he was too late. So, well judged single, I should say.
Our work colleague from Kandy, watching the game all the way from Kandy, the Joe Beat, after rain spoiled a game in Kandy, the Trinity versus St. Anthony's limited over encounter. Sudarshan Piri says hello to me and you as well, Haridha.
Oh yes, he is waiting for the rugby season to begin. Thank you very much for all the updates. Mr. Piris, enjoy. Tomorrow being May Day, holiday. So the party time will be extended as Rashwan said. You're a party animal?
I don't know, you tell me.
Not exactly, I suppose.
Mishin Halamage has been the only positive.
Oh, chance of run out, Oh no. Dissanayake didn't want the run. It went behind on the offside. Jasundra came hammering in. He knew he was in trouble. He probably sacrificed his wicket. That's the third wicket down at 118. Bit vulnerable. Few unforced errors on the part of the Josephian batting. Take a look at that. He took a start, he fell. Jasundra kept on running. Throw comes into Halamage. Thank you very much.
Really unfortunate for Mudit Dissanayake. He walks back to the pavilion. Mudit Dissanayake 4 from 17 balls.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Throw in from Rusan Gamage, who also held on to a catch to dismiss Siobhan Daniel. A lot of things have happened since Vishen Kalamage has come into bowl. He's into his 6th over. He's been economical. Naren Mulludharan comes in, usually the opening bat. Top score of 46. Decent strike rate of over 65. Held the average of over 26. Dylan Ramaneka would probably want him to just bat on and Jayasundara to just guide the youngster and himself play towards the end of the game. But enough time for you to enjoy.
Josefians just into pressurized period right now. And Naren Murudharan, Hiran Jayasundara rather, starts off with a single. That ends the 28th over. St. Joseph's 119 for 3.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fixega. Sharp look at it trickega.
119 for 3 St. Joseph's. Can we effectively say that they are 190 for 5, Jehan, considering the 2 openers are still retired hurt?
Completely changes the perspective now, doesn't it? Yeah, it's interesting to see. I did think that Kapuru Bandara didn't look like he was in shape to return. Not sure about Jayawardena. The Josephians will be hoping that they will not need the services of either, and they really shouldn't. 38 more to get. Less than 2 runs and over. The Petrites have clawed back, haven't they?
It's impressive stuff. I have to give it to the captain and the bowlers that have really backed the team, especially when they looked down and out at one point. Yes, the 2 batsmen retiring hurt did help them in terms of this cause, but it's very good to see the captain Gunawardena bring the field in. New batsman Muralidharan.
Yeah, the run rate is completely immaterial at this point. It's all about wickets in hand and yeah, teasing Muralidharan outside the off stump.
Jayasundara, Kavika Jayasundara, not a big turn of the ball. He has the height, gets decent bounce. Off of the ball, going on with the arm. So this is smart bowling, trying to dry the run scoring up. Like you mentioned, cannot defend this score. You'll have to get wickets. Bowling out St. Joseph's is the only way that the Petrites can win this match. At this juncture, looks a very tough ask, but like we mentioned in the past, cricket is a very, very funny game.
The dot balls keep accumulating. Kavika's almost close to completing his 3rd over, just 5 runs conceded.
It'll be interesting to see how Jayasundara also goes about his innings. Someone who generally takes a bit of time. The fact that he's got another new batsman, whether they look to get that scoreboard moving, want to get things done fast, whether you would want to kind of play a relatively more cautious role, considering that they still have 21 overs. Good batting by Jayasundara. Spoken a lot about him, level-headed, smart, 29 gone, 121 for 3 St. Joseph's.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So it will be Halabagate to continue, who's been pretty impressive. Just gone for 16 in his 6 overs. Very consistent line and length, and it's been one of the main reasons for the Josephians to be at this at this state with 3 down. It's created that pressure, Jehan.
For me, he's been the X factor. He's the one who's thrown in something different. Doesn't turn the ball a ton. His action itself doesn't lend itself to much turn. Doesn't give the opportunity to do so. But he's been very accurate, quick through the air, and has asked the right questions of the batsman. Just 1 for 17 off 6 as we see the mid-on fielder now doing some damage. We had heavy rain yesterday. Couldn't be too different. We have hot sun today, and at this juncture, Harun, a game result is we will have a result in this game, but it seems to be sapping the energy of some of these young Josephians and Pete Wright, so that may just have been a twist again.
Quite hot. It's wondering whether the ball hit his knee. Can hurt, especially if it hits that area just at the joint. More often than not, you tend to see stars. Let's take a look at the batting card for the of the St. Joseph's innings thus far. I think 2 of their top batsmen retired. Jayawardene on 27 and Kapuru Bandara with a very, very bad fall. He just got to his 50. But after that, you've seen Daniel, Avint Dialvis and Muthu Disanayaka not troubling the scorers very much. The Pete Wright bowlers have done very well. The 2 spinners, mainly Rodrigo and Halamage, have put the brakes into the scoring, but there's this one gentleman, Hiran Jayasundara, who's 91 not out yesterday and is continuing in his merry way. As long as he's there, it's not going to be a tough ask for the Josephians. But having said that, there's a lot of effort put by the Pete Wright bowlers, trying hard. As we see the bowling scorecard, the spinners have played a major role in kind of pegging the scoring rate. Rodrigo and Halambege, like we just spoke of, Kavika Jayasundara too, coming into the party. How do you think the Pete Wright should go on from this point on, Jehan? 21 overs more, just 22 runs. Do you think they should bring a slip in, probably a closing catcher, and try to create that extra bit of pressure?
Yes, there's just, like we've said, just one way to get through this one. You could look at this score, 123 for 3, and seen what we've seen with the 2 batters on the top of the order. Them pretty much either out of the equation or certainly compromised in their ability to execute. This could be read as 4 or 5 wickets down. You throw another couple into that mix, and that's how the Pete Wrights need to be looking at this. The equation does get very, very interesting indeed. So yes, some additional pressure. Always believe that you're in the game. And in fairness to the Pete Wrights, their body language, certainly that of Vishen Halpage, who's been excellent so far with the ball, has indicated nothing but positive intent in the last 10 or 12 overs. Ever since the injury to Kapuru Bandara, the Josephians have found it tough going out there.
Very true. Like you mentioned, Halamage looks up and running. Seems to be very energetic, very bubbly on the field. Hope it rubs on to the rest of the team, as they really need the team to kind of step up, make this match a bit more interesting. I'm sure the Pete Wright in the stands, as much as they're having a good time, would want the cricket to to be going in their favour. Oh, it's a rank short ball, long hop, but failing to make good connection there, Jayasundara. Must be tiring, like you said, energy sapping conditions here today. Very, very contrasting to what we witnessed yesterday. At 1:30 it was pouring cats and dogs, but today bright sunshine here. The SSC wicket playing very well, and Halabagi bowling some exceptional leg spin. Not turning the ball much, but nevertheless doing what the job the captain wants. 30 gone, 124 for 3 St. Joseph's. Continuous fall of wickets has really put the brakes into this Josephian innings. At one point, it looked like the game was going to end at around at this 25th to 30th over juncture, but we have come to the 30 overs, 124 for 3.
Yes, credit to the Pete Wrights for fighting back. What they would give for another 25 or 30 runs. We spoke about this at the time. They did not bat out their 50 overs, and that's a cardinal sin in limited overs cricket. 41.5 overs bowled out, leaving 8 or 9 overs behind. Those extra few runs would have made a world of a difference. As things stand, the Josephians within arm's reach of yet another win in this limited over legacy. The Josephian Pete Wright, the 49th encounter. The Josephians already lead the table. Signs are looking good for them to add to that tally.
You're right, Jan. I think the Pete Wrights only have themselves to blame, especially the lower middle order. Had they just contributed a bit more, 30-40 runs, had they got to 200, that psychological advantage too comes into the equation. It's not easy for sides to chase. Yes, the wicket looks a featherbed like you just mentioned, but when it comes to a game of this magnitude, you have the crowds, something that most of these players have not played, mind you, because we've had COVID, we've had the economic crisis for 3 years, it has been played under closed doors. So considering the magnitude of the event, it's not easy to chase. So I think the Pete Wrights missed a trick. Probably they got ahead of themselves. But had they got probably 30-40 runs more, it would have been a different ball game altogether.
Yes, I've always maintained, and this is from the time we used to play, Arun, that 200 runs in schoolboy cricket always gave you a chance, and that's that.
He's gone. Naren Muralidharan took a few steps down. He did try to come back, but the keeper behind the stumps, Nathan David, excellent glove work to whip the bails off in a flash.
And the Pete Wright flags are fluttering again. Kavi Kapera, now that was almost a repeat. He threatened to do this on more than one occasion in the previous over. There's absolutely no turn there. Muralidharan played and missed a few times. This time he committed a little too much, tripped over, and good neat stump glove work behind the stumps by Nathan David, and another one falls for St. Joseph's. The game getting interesting now. 126 for the loss of 4.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇන්ක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
I think the heartbeats in the Josephian camp would start beating a bit more faster now. Wickets tumbling. The vice captain making his way into the crease. Lahiru Amarasekara, no mark with the bat, mind you, but the pressure. 4 wickets down. 2 top batsmen retired hurt, wondering what's playing in his mind. As we take a look at his stats, nothing much to boast about in terms of his batting performance. He's well known for his bowling. Jehan, your take?
Yes, I can tell you that Amarasekara perhaps didn't expect to be out there in the center with so much to do, having bowled the Peterites out for 156. Well, he's out there now. He is the vice captain of the side. Will he be the hero for St. Joseph's to take them home? I think the runs required do not sum up the magnitude of the task. The Peterites are all over the Josephians at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It may look, it's just 31 runs, but like you mentioned, it doesn't tell you the difficulty, the level of difficulty, the degree of difficulty of the task. 31 gone, 126 for 4, St. Joseph.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Mentioned, Jihan, the body language has certainly improved. The Peterites at one point they looked down and out, shoulders dropping. But the wickets at regular intervals, especially after the two batsmen have been retired hurt, has helped the cause for the Peterites as Halambage continues to bowl his 8th over. He's bowled an exceptional spell. I think he'll bowl out his 10. That's what the Peterite captain should do. Try to get your best bowlers in and get the wickets as fast as possible. Like we mentioned, it's very difficult total to defend in terms of consuming your overs. Wickets will be the way forward.
Yep. Hiran Jayasundara, I think this is going to be the key. He's going to be the key rather. 22 of 46. He's taken his time. The Josephians will believe they're well in the driver's seat as long as Jayasundara is out there. Even saw that run out of Mudita Disanayaka. There was a moment in time there where Jayasundara could have been run out. We saw Mudita Disanayaka giving his wicket up. I think they know how valuable Jayasundara is to the cause here. And so far, there's been a calming influence on a Josephian batting order that sizzled at the top, but faded away towards the middle. I can't help but think that it's Hiran Jayasundara between the Peterites and an improbable victory.
This time wide outside the off stump. There is protection in that sweeper cover region. Another important point is, even in that big match, it's just been the top 3 batsmen that has got exposed playing on this track. So all of them that we have seen will be batting and who will come into bat will be exposed for the first time. So that's not going to do any good.
And you know, Harun, I don't think it's just from the big match. I think throughout this season, the Josephian top order has been in such good form and piled up so many runs. I don't believe the lower order had too many opportunities.
Such has been the case for the Josephians. It's been such a formidable side this season. 32 gone, 129 for 4 St. Joseph's.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Jayasundara to continue from the tennis court end. He's bowled an interesting line and length. He's come around the wicket for the right-hander, not turning the ball. Bowling the ball going on with the arm. We saw him getting the prize scalp of Narendra Muralidharan. I think his task is to keep one end tight, to apply the pressure. He has Halambage and Rodrigo to support. Tough miss. Batsman comfortably cross over for a single, so that's 1 run less for the Josephians as they slowly tread towards that target. 157.
Interesting action, Kavik address. There's a lot of movement and motion, exaggerated movement. Almost reminds me of former Sri Lankan bowler Parindu Kaushal. You look at the, some similarities at least. Doesn't turn the ball as much.
True. I think he can do a bit better in terms of his arm. It seems to be coming a little bit somewhat round. Can get more bounce if he gets it at that 11 to 12 o'clock region in terms of a release point. Certainly has the height. At this point, he is doing the job for the Pete Wrights. Been a bit loose in this over, couple of short deliveries.
Yes, hasn't been up to mark in this particular over, and that's the thing for the Pete Wrights. They cannot afford to slip in any way, shape or form. They have to be absolutely on point. Easy singles just completely erode the pressure, just eases the pressure of that on the Josephian batters.
Absolutely, very thin margin of error for the Pete Wright bowlers. They've got their fields in the ring as we see the end of over number 33, 133 for St. Joseph's.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇන්ක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Lovely conditions here today at the SSC. We're just speaking about how it was such very tough conditions yesterday. Gloomy weather, thunderstorm, a ground which was pretty much flooded. And it's amazing to see. I think the infrastructure here is quite fantastic. Brilliant system to sap all the water off and have a scheduled start. You got to give full marks to the ground management as well, don't you think?
Absolutely. There are the blue skies, nice conditions, and an amazing atmosphere at the SSC.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Did he get some bat on it?
Wow.
That went on with the arm. The replay would be very, very interesting. Only a piece of bat could have actually saved him there. Oh, touch and go. Been talking about Halambage's pace. This time it's close. It's plumb in front. Amarasekara was gone for all money. Fantastic bowling, Halambage. Take a bow.
Yeah, he's been an LBW candidate for some time. The previous one he got away. We thought that was close. This time, absolutely plumb in front. Great bowling by Halambage. That's his USP. Look at that. In with the arm. Oh, that's way too close to cut. Poor shot selection on that occasion. Yeah, easy one for the umpire. Well bowled, young man.
Excellent stuff, Halambage. Poor game sense by Amarasekara, having faced Halambage quite a few times, not realizing the ball is not turning. Played a very poor stroke. Just 3 runs, 133 for 5, St. Joseph's in a spot of bother.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
See, do you think the heart rates at the Josephian camp Going up a notch? Yeah.
Going up a few notches, I would think, as it's Kenneth Lienage, the new batsman. Not much of an average. He will have his work cut out. He does have with him Hiran Jayasundar, and I said this earlier, and it increasingly seems to be the case that Jayasundar will have to see this one through for St. Joseph's. Will Lienage have it in him to see it through from the other end?
Absolutely. I think we made mention of this during the last stint as well. Jayasundar will play a very pivotal role if St. Joseph's is to reach this target, because looks like apart from the main four batsmen, the rest don't seem to be kind of confident enough to handle the pressure. Yes, it is pressure, especially in a atmosphere of this nature. It's very enigmatic. There's a lot of noise. Not something that these guys have been used to. I don't think any of them, maybe one or two, probably would have played in front of crowds. So, very interesting. Like we've mentioned this quite a few times in today's match. Cricket is a very funny game. It's never over until the last ball is bowled. How good has Halabage been, Jahan?
He has been fantastic, absolutely fantastic. This is not an easy art, Arun, as you well know. The wrist spin and being so consistent. Loved about him is just the consistent in line and length, just threatening to hit those stumps more often than not. He's dismissed the left-hander. He's been great against the right-handers as well. Bowling under pressure when the chips are down. It's been an absolutely sterling performance by Halabage.
Absolutely. When he came on to bowl, the Josephians were cruising. I don't think he came in as the main spinner. Relatively bowled, even during the big match, didn't bowl very many overs, but he's really proved himself more than handy leg spinner in my books.
Yeah, bowled with a lot of heart, I would say. Some fumble there, just trying to dive to stop that single off. He has one more over left, and that then makes it interesting again. They will need someone else to keep up the pressure. It's Halabage who's transformed the momentum of this innings, and then the Petrites will need to find another one to keep things up.
A very good point, Jan. Who is that person? Who's that bowler? They'll have to find, as we see the end of over number 34, St. Joseph's 136 for 5.
Anchor New Delhi Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
I don't think very many expected the Josephians to consume this many overs in chasing this target. But like we mentioned, the wickets have fallen in regular intervals, especially after the injuries to the two opening batsmen, and that has really dented the Josephians' batting scoring rate, pegged down to a larger extent. Cruising at around 5 runs per over when they started, and that has dropped by about a run. It's just 21 as you can see on your screens, but like Jehan mentioned, oh, what a start by Rodrigo. Going on with the arm. The task in hand looks much more complex and difficult, although it's just 21 runs needed, 5 wickets. On paper, it looks 5 wickets. We aren't sure in terms of the situation of the two batsmen that have retired hurt. So it could technically be read as 7 in the event they aren't capable of coming in.
Yep. Shannon Rodrigo going about his business. Doesn't turn the ball much. He's actually beaten the bat the outside edge of the bat a couple of times with no turn. Just keeping things nice and tight, building up that pressure, dot ball by dot ball. Again, the run rate does not matter, but it just plays on your mind.
Good stuff. Good stuff here by Rodrigo. I think the concern for the Pete Wright captain would be after this, Rodrigo has 2 overs. Halamage will be bowling 1. 3 overs down the line, who does he throw the ball to is the big question. So if the Josephians are smart, they'll just watch out the next 3 overs and see who's coming in. And it's not easy for a new bowler to come in and settle in quick, considering the situation that they are in. Both teams will have to play a bit smart. This is good stuff. 5 dot deliveries. It's the end of the over. 35 gone, 136 for 5.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back. Heels Crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Cheer up karama devatin prema kottumi. Big match fun prema kottumi tiyanaka.
Josephians closing on the 25th time winning this Reverend Father Peter Pillay Memorial Trophy. Josephians lost the plot in that middle phase of the game.
Nice gathering. Talk of the gathering at Min area. You know what it is? The gathering at Min area? The elephants. That's world renowned. It's the gathering of students of 2 premier Catholic schools, St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. Yeah, the match is getting very interesting. Never thought it'll go to the 40th over and go to the lower order. Both openers retired hurt. Yeah, they put on 74 runs, mind you. Lucky. Probably got the bat. We'll wait for the umpire. No, it's off the pad. That's why the appeal from Vishen Halamage. Pragit Rambukwala, the umpire, signals the boundary as leg buys.
Vishen Halamage has dragged this game for the Beat Tribes.
He's into his last over, 2 for 25, and there was also a run out during his over.
Josephian prefects very loud. It's not just the Josephians, it's the Beat Rights prefects as well. Brotherhood continues between the 2 alma maters.
Runs needed. Enough overs left. 14 after this. Required run rate just about 1 over. 1 per over. Anxious moments. Kenneth Lienege brought into this game in place of Chamindu Pereira. Manasa Madhubasan. Chamindu Pereira was left out for St. Peter's.
A dot ball to end Vishen Halamage's brilliant spell here. And St. Joseph's College 141 for 5. comparison, you see.
See the comparison. Joseph's 141 for 5. The two batters retired. St. Peter's 140 for 7. Hardly anything between those. Thank you for keeping us really updated. The production team doing a good job.
To take it rightfully, Josephians are 2 batsmen down. Then,
they may come into bat, but why should they?
They shouldn't. The Sadish Javardhan and Hirun Kapur Bandara will not want to come back to the middle.
Yeah, Lashmika Pereira was the one who came in for Chamadu Pereira for St. Peter's. 2 batters. Lashmika can also bowl. Got into double figures but didn't make much of an impression when the Pete Wrights batted Lashmika Pereira.
The Pete Wrights, Kavika Jayasundara has been impressive with the ball.
He's round the wicket, right arm, pushing through his deliveries quicker. Some of them have been slow medium. Here's the difference. He held on to 2 catches. Hiran Jayasundara is now 27 not out. Subdued innings from him.
A lot of responsibilities on his shoulders here. Quick single taken in that occasion.
Samarajiva going down quickly.
It's pretty loud out here at the SSC. Electric atmosphere.
Far horizons, the cloud build-up is there, so we will finish this match off and hopefully stay away until we have the presentation ceremony too.
Neatly played from Kenneth. These kind of chases can be tricky.
Shane Halmage preventing the ball, passing him. Good cricket, good cricket. Can't look for the big boundaries, just rotate the strike in that fashion. You put pressure on the fielders. Risk-free cricket. Another good knock from Hiran Jayasundara. Responsible, confident, reassuring his teammates. He must be very anxious at the dressing room.
He was unbeaten on 91 last evening rather. I think he would want to finish this game.
Actually, it was last afternoon.
Yes. Really unfortunate for the young man not to get that big match century. Nevertheless, it's the end of the 37th over. St. Joseph's 144 for 5.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
You can see the cloud build up. Horizons. Eastern skies getting cloudy. Far away, western skies also cloudy. Little bit grayer on the eastern side. Southern skies relatively unhindered. Plenty of blue skies in that direction as we look towards the Vidya Mountain. There it is. Still a few clouds hovering above the venue. Sunlight not shielded, but it's not very lit up. Mild sun rays.
Captain Nimatu has gone to his trump card. His main spinner, Shenan Rodrigo. He's bowled well for his 8 overs, 1 for 32.
Manasa Madhuvashan left out and Kenneth Lenige brought in, so there's a situation where he can be a hero for his team.
Kenneth Lenage finishing, hopefully if he finishes off this game, will do a lot good for him the years coming. He has a couple of more years left in him.
Not taking any chances, Jasundara. It's moved to 30. Strike rate is 50, never mind. As long as he's there, plenty to hope for. Jenula Devtusa can bat. He just hold on.
Lairu Amarasekara can bat.
He's off. He's gone.
Oh, sorry.
Gagan Chamod can bat, provided the other two are not needed. Yashwan is nervous. He's looking for an extra batter to survive.
So I think Josephians have put themselves in a lot of pressure. Just giving away cheap wickets.
That's good. That's good. You play in that fashion, you give a lot of confidence to your partner and your teammates. Kenneth Lenage. You get the loose delivery, make maximum use out of it. That's the way to get about. Every run matters now.
Josephians slowly and steadily getting there. So as you said, no one thought the game would go for this long. Almost closer upon to the 40th over.
That's after St. Peter's restricted to that 156. Start of the game, we all thought that it would be a good contest. It shaped up to be at 99 for 2. St. Peter's were in a very good situation. But then they lost it all. Close call. Jasundara survives. End of 38. Take a look at this. Yes. He wanted to keep the strike. He couldn't. Shenan Rodrigo, well bowled. 146 for 5 after 38. St. Joseph's in reply.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Cloud cover. Building up. Nimita Gunawardena back. Went out for a short period. So he has bowled 4 overs for 21. He knows that this is the time to use his experience. Put the pressure on. So the umpire probably say that you'll have to be on the field the exact amount of time that you are off the field, so he won't be able to bowl. Pragit Rambukwala and Chandrika Amarasinghe. On-field umpires Hemanta Boteju, the standby umpire, match commissioner Viraj De Silva, match referee Manoj Mendes. Kavika Jasundara will continue.
going to be a battle of the Jayasundaras. Iran Jayasundara from St. Joseph's versus Kavika Jayasundara from St. Peter's.
You got that one right. Runs to get. Interesting period of time. You get a boundary, release a lot of pressure. Field closing in on the left-hander. Fast forward action.
He's
Great stuff.
He's really firing it in. Kenneth Lienage looks
rather
nervous.
than tap and run, will he be adventurous enough to play a risk-free shot through the covers? Like that. That's good. Equally well fielded.
Both the teams have been brilliant in the field.
Yeah, it's a pressure situation. Oh. Fired it in. He almost played on. Rusanda Gamage at extra cover. Educated leave. Can feel the pressure. Can feel the pressure. Both for the batter as well as the bowler. Keeping it tight. Kavika Jayasundara. Nothing given away. Light dipping.
And a maiden from Kavika Jayasundara. Brilliant. He was not going to bowl this over. And that ends the 39th over. St. Joseph's 146 for 5.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Shannon Rodriguez last over. Rashwan, we've had 40 overs so far in a low scoring tight match. It's never on the card, but the game has been well fought out. That's good.
It's been a game brilliant for the neutrals. But it's anxious moments for St. Joseph spectators and the Peterite spectators.
12 extras with that bye. Robert missing it. Safe collection. Rodrigo should look for the positive. He can bowl at Kenneth Lienage now. Sun peeping through the western skies. That's a good omen.
The weather gods have been kind enough today. We are almost getting a full game here. Kenneth Lienage has really got into a shell. He's faced 24 deliveries for his 4 runs. The young man under a lot of pressure.
Oh, that's another miss by the wicketkeeper. He's coming back for 2. Could be 2 more extras. We'll wait for the umpire. 2 more byes. That's a great let off by Nathan Robert. Batted well, so far fielded well. Ooh. "14 extras, that's sizable. There were 23 extras in the Peterite innings. getting to 150.
Kenneth Lienege taking his time here. Young man really has got himself into a shell. But he has showed that he is patient out there. He has not gone for any big stroke, even he's given away a lot of dot balls.
So the last ball for Shannon Rodrigo in this limited over encounter.
Probably his last ball in his school cricketing career.
Oh. So close. So very close.
That ends the 40th over. Shannon Rodrigo finishes a brilliant spell of 1 for 35. Look at that. That was...
had to be taken. They were going to win it. It had to be taken. It wasn't the case. 40 gone, 150 for 5. 10 overs, 5 wickets technically to get the next 7 runs for St. Joseph's.
And the comparison after 40 overs, St. Peter's College ahead in the runs, but St. Joseph's just a 1-run deficit. St. Peter's 151 for 9 after 40 and St. Joseph's 150 for 5. And joining me in the com box is another Josephian, Michael Adams. We're just 7 runs away from making the tally 25 wins out of the 49 games.
Yeah, right. I'm just seeing the third power play starting after scoring that. Run nicely played by Kenneth into the gap, and that's a 4.
Welcome boundary for Kenneth Lienege. And that would do.
Josephian will breathe a sigh of relief.
And especially for the young man. He was under a lot of pressure. He's got himself out of it. And the Josephians inching. Beautiful shot. Pierces the gap and races away to the boundary. Josephians just 3 runs away from getting that 25th victory.
Just use the pace of the bowler and make sure it went in that gap. Slight hold up in play. Spectators running onto the ground.
Yes, I think they should hold up for Josephians are just 3 runs away from victory. The last win for the Josephians came in 2021 under the captaincy of Sharon Fonseca. They won that game by 85 runs. Then last year the Beatrites under the captaincy of Wanuja Sahan. And the Josephian spectators, they know they're 1 hit away from winning this game. And all of them are eagerly waiting.
They should not take it easy. Just make sure it's the right ball to hit. Just knock it around. Get the single, put it in the gap. Well, if you get the gap here, you can easily run 2, if not 3, which is all they need. There is no disruption. Well, the rain kept away.
Yes, I think where the gods have been very kind enough. Past 3 days, the rain came down every day, and today it looks quite far away. Kenneth Lienege on strike.
Driven in the air, yes,
and that's the win. That's the win for the Josephians. And the crowd runs to the ground. Reverend Father Peter Pille Trophy back in Dali Road. And blue, white, blue will be flying high. And a sea of Josephians run onto the grounds. And Kenneth Lienege, the young man, he was the the only change in this game. And he has hit the winning runs for the boys from Dali Road. And blue, white, blue will be flying high later on tonight, till the later part of tonight. That's the win for the Josephians.
Well, Rashwan, it says Joes won by 5 wickets, but it was a little bit closer, because if those two batsmen who went in were not going to bat, it was going to be really close. And all credit to Hiran and Kenneth for that victory. They just cleared it. They had enough time, but the pressure was mounting, and all credit to them to make sure that trophy comes back to Dali Road.
Yes, and much awaited limited over encounter. Josephians have done it. And I think everyone, all the Josephians will be proud. And you can see the captain, Sadish Javardhana. He will be a happy man. The Josephians elated. But you can't take away anything out from the Peterites. They fought hard. They came back into the game really well in that middle phase of the game. Courtesy of Vishen Halamage's brilliant bowling spell. And what a game. Was not interrupted by rain. As you see on our screens, Sadish Javardhana is a happy captain. He will go down the history books. He was unbeaten today as well. He was unbeaten yesterday. Today he was just too unfortunate to go out retired hurt.
Seems like he likes the Peterite bowling. Last year also he got 100 in big match.
And a half century in the limited overs game.
And this year too, a century in the big match. And 27 not out today. Unfortunately, was a bit cramping and had a bit of a hamstring injury. Hopefully he is okay.
I think he has made himself proud. That's the win for the Josephians. This is a batting card. A big partnership, a 77-run partnership up front for the Josephians. Hirun Kapru Bandara 50, not out, retired hurt rather. Sadish Javardhana 27, retired hurt. And the big man, lot was expected from Shevon Daniel. He was out for 6. And Hiran Jayasundara held the ship for the Josephians. 30 not out. He faced a bulk of 63 deliveries. Other than that, it has been just a single-digit scores from Avith, Mudita Narain and Lahiru Amarasekara. Kenneth Lenege, the young man, has hit the winning runs. He was put into the game in place of Madhubasana, and he has hit the winning runs, the young man. He has a couple of more years left in him. So this inning of 13 of 30 deliveries will do a lot good to him in the upcoming years.
Looks a convincing win by 5 wickets. 2 injuries. We see the bowling. Shannon opening the bowling 10 overs, 1 for 35. Lucky to 4 overs, just 17. Nothing much to talk about. Nimuthu 4 overs, 21. John Roberts coming in the middle, 3 overs, none for 15. Lashmika 2, none for 14. Vishen Halamage. I think that was the turning point. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. A brilliant bowling spell. And Kavika 7.2 overs, 1 for 24. The fall of wickets 94, 109, 118, 126, 133. 14 extras, 40.2 overs, 158 for 5. Here we see, let's see some highlights now of the Josephian innings.
Josephian started off well with some aggressive batting from Hirun Kapru Bandara. He took the bowlers on in that opening power play, swept 1 for 6, and those two openers were unstoppable. They looked like they would go on to finish the game. They had a brilliant partnership, but they were forced to retire themselves hurt. Really unfortunate for the two openers, but nevertheless, Sadish Javardhana, he was, as you see, stretched out.
I think they laid the platform for this victory, even though they couldn't complete it. There we see the second casualty being carried away.
This was the big wicket of Siobhan Daniel. He tried to go aerial, and then Avinda Dialvish perishes to Vishen Halam again. This was the mix-up between Mudit Disanaik and Hiranjaya Sundara. A brilliant stumping from Nathan Rodrigo. And then Lahiru Amarasekara was bowled by Vishen Halamage, and then runs came for Kenneth Lianage. Chances were given a half chance there, and then he
that was the one that made it easier, and that was that last boundary in that gap. Very well placed. A superb win for the Jaws.
Brilliant win. Blue, white, blue will be flying high in SSC and all over the world. All the Josephians would be proud of this win. It's the 25th win in this limited overs encounter between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's for the Josephians. And this is the match summary. St. Peter's won the toss. They put themselves into bat. They just got 100. They were bundled out for 156 inside 41.5 overs. Top scorers Nathan Rodrigo 53 and Rosanda Gamage 32. In the pick of the bowlers, the surprise package, Avinda Dialvis 3 for 27. Yellow Devatoosa 2 for 18 and Siobhan Daniel 2 for 33. And in reply, the Josephians 158 for 5 finishes the game off in the 40th over. Hirun Kapru Bandara not out 50. He was retired hurt, and then Hiranjaya Sundara remained in the middle when the Josephians hit the winning runs. Sadish Chawar, the 27, retired hurt. And the peak of the bowlers for the Pete Rides, Vishen Halamage 2 for 25, and Kavika Jayasundara 1 for 24, and Shannon Rodrigo 1 for 35. St. Joseph's College won by 5 wickets. Pete Rides came back really well into this game, and they gave a hard time. They put pressure onto the Josephians in that latter part, but nevertheless the Josephians have won this game. You can't say comprehensively, but they have done it here at SSC.
It looked as if the Josephians were cruising at one stage, the two openers, but then the fatigue set in. Sadish Chavdana had to be taken off, bit of hamstring problems early in the day, dived for a catch, pulled a muscle in his back, so everything there, I think all in all, well done to the organizing committee. But I think they need to take a look at, you just can't play 3 days at a stretch, because these boys are not used to it, and you're playing 2 different formats, and the weather. Maybe try to bring it back to where it was in March, give them a break of 1 week and play the 50 overs the next Saturday, so that everyone will be good. It showed, well, this is the hottest period, and it showed on them. Sadish Javardhana was on the field right along from day one. They won the toss, put them in. He was on the field for the 50 odd overs, came back to bat with a 10-minute break. He was on the field. Next day morning also he was on the field, not out. For 50 odd overs he was batting. And then today again he loses the toss, goes into field, was on the field for till the Pete Rice ball out, and then he opened the innings. So that's asking for a lot from a schoolboy who's not used to being playing 3 days of cricket in this heat. So let's hope that
that will be changed.
Yes, I
But
think
all credit to everyone.
I think Sadish Jayawardene can be really happy about his performance here at the big match. The last couple of games for him as a schoolboy cricketer, and I think a lot can be expected from a player like him for Sri Lanka as well. And I think for the Josephians, that partnership, that opening stand partnership made a real big difference for them.
Yeah, definitely. Hirun didn't open in the two-day game, but he is known to be very aggressive. We can see some of the highlights of his innings. Well, he played the major role where went after the bowling, and Sadish played the anchor role. And they got Joes up to about 74 before this injury struck. The Peter bowling looked very ordinary, but once they went, it becomes a different ball game. New batsman coming in, it's very hard, to get used to the pace of the wicket. Siobhan Daniel plays his cricket here, but still found it hard. Just nudging it around, it was not coming for him, and then threw his wicket away. So this is how hard it is for a side, and especially this is a third-day pitch, played on the same pitch. Well, all credit to the Josephians. They bought in the extra batter, and he made the difference.
Yes, that change made a big impact in this game. Kenneth Lianaga came in for Manasa Madhubasana for that limited over game, and I think the Josephians took a good decision by playing an extra batsman. I think that has paid off, as you said, and that young man can carry this experience to the coming years. And I think Hirun Kapru Bandara, he's an under-19 national cap. His attacking innings to start for the Josephians was just brilliant.
Not scored a lot of runs for the college, but that experience in playing for Sri Lanka under 19 in Dubai, I think helped him a lot. He would have not expected to see a spinner open the bowling with Shannon, but he played him really well. I was there on commentary with Maha at that time, and he just made life hard for Shannon by using the crease. He was moving around and batted brilliantly for that 50. Unfortunately, being injured. Let's hope that he's fine and can continue his cricket with the future. Brilliant batting, you can still see him.
I think all the national caps for the Josephians, Sadish Jayawardene, Siobhan Daniel, Hiran Jayasundar and Hirun Kapru Bandara, all of them stepped up in the big occasion, and they have done a lot good for themselves and showing their class in the big stage, and especially to talk about Sadish Jayawardene. I think he took the responsibility of the captaincy role, scored a brilliant unbeaten century in the two-day game, came today to bat, and he was just unfortunate to go out injured, but then he will cherish these moments. I think that big match century was a one-of-a-kind inning from Sadish Jayawardene.
And definitely, he was on the field from morning. 40 odd overs, the Peter batted. So he was there. Then, after that lunch break, comes out again. So it's not easy. And he needed to control that innings because Kapru Bandar was going really well. All he had to do is just knock it around. And unfortunately, these things happen. And then the Peter got on top. But sanity prevailed. Weather gods were okay. And the Josephians somehow managed to squeeze his win.
I think St. Joseph's was kind enough today evening. And if we can talk about, look at that, the blue, white, blue will be flying high. And the party will go on later tonight. To talk about the tally, 49 games, and the Josephians have won for the 25th time. So that's a big win, and reaching that 25th win in style. And Speed Rights 21 wins, 2 no decisions and 1 tie game. So next year will be the 50th Joe Pete limited overs encounter, and I think that will too be a big occasion.
Definitely extending the tally by 4 now, so it's going further away, and the Josephians will be happy with that. We will take a short break and come back after that.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO. අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO. අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රෙඩි ඔලිවරපු යාල්පාණතිල්ල
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
කිලක්කු මාහාන
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்தில்
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
ඇඩ්මෝරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්පදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්පදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝර් ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
රුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිප්තදාස
ඇට් මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
සුගතදාස ඉන්ඩෝ ස්ටේඩියම්
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Season 1 දැනුම, Season 2 චරිතාවලිය, Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு
Yeah, so here, the end of the 49th one-day encounter between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. Josephians winning it handsomely with about 9 overs to spare, winning it by 5 wickets. It was a good day. No rain, which was expected by everyone. Had 2 days before this, which was marred by rain. Match was called off on both days. One day, the first day on around 2:40 and the second day around 1:15. And here, have a look at the match summary. The 49th one-day encounter. St. Peter's winning the toss, batting first. Managed to get 156 all out in 41.5 overs. Nathan getting 53 in the batting of 79 deliveries, Rusand 32 and Shannon 11. Pick of the bowlers being Avinta 3 for 27, a surprise package. Yanula and Chevon, well, the award ceremony. They are ready with the award ceremony, and let's hand over to Haritha, who is down on the ground.
Our presentation party is happy, and here we take this opportunity to cordially invite all of you to give a round of applause for them as well as the two teams, St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. Thank you very much for a grand game of cricket. The presentation will proceed with the certificates of participation to the two teams. We take this opportunity to cordially invite Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade, Rector Principal of St. Joseph's College, who will present the certificates to the Pete Wright team. May we have the team? Nimutu Gunamodana, the captain. Sanchay Gunatilaka, vice captain. Vishen Halamage. Ovin Salgado. Rusanda Gamage. Kavika Jasundara. Nathan David. Shannon Rodrigo. Lakindu Samarajiva. Sean Roberts. Lashmika Pereira. Chamindu Pereira. Dinet Silva. Dilana Damsara. Janit Kaushan. Venu Khemachandra. Anupa Garuman. Ishira Ayupala. Ritil Suravira. Sachin Pereira. Check one. We thank Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade and congratulate the Pete Wright team. Cordially inviting Reverend Father Rohita Rodrigo, Rector Principal, St. Peter's College, to hand over the certificates of participation to the St. Joseph's team. Sadish Javardhana, the captain. Check one. Sadish Javardhana, the captain. Lairu Amarsekara, vice captain. Hirun Kapuru Bandara. Kenneth Lienege. Hiran Jasundara. Mudita Disanayaka. Yenula Devtusa, Shevon Daniel, Naren Muralidharan, Gagan Chamod, Avinta Dialvis, Sahan Davare, Abhishek Javira, Kaven Patirana, Dinuk Serasinga, Manasa Madhubhashana, Rishma Amarasingha, Sasanka Ranavira. Thank you very much, Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo, Rector Principal of St. Peter's College. We congratulate you, St. Joseph's College. Having powered the 49th Josephian Peter Limited Overs Cricket Encounter 2023, Sri Lanka's premier connectivity provider and prolific promoter of Sri Lanka sports, Dialog Asiata PLC, is happy to be involved in this presentation ceremony. Before we get to the individual awards, we would like to mention our adjudicators for the game. Ishara Amarasingha, national cap, he was the neutral adjudicator. He was joined by Mario Perumal of St. Joseph's and Mohammed Amin of St. Peter's. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful job done. Cordially inviting Mr. Jonathan Allis, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Hatton National Bank PLC, proud past pupil of St. Joseph's College, for the first presentation. This for the best fielder, the Reverend Father Joe Vikramasinghe Trophy, presented by St. Peter's College Old Boys Union. Best fielder, Nathan David from St. Peter's. We thank Mr. Jonathan Allis and Nathan David. We congratulate you. Cordially inviting Mr. Dulika Jayamana, Head of Payments and Partnerships of Daras, for the next presentation. This for the best bowler, Mr. Austin Fernando Memorial Trophy, presented by Mr. Roy Dias. The best bowler, Yenula Devtusa, St. Joseph's. There will also be a special award of performance in recognition to the best bowler from Daras. Mr. Dulika Jayamana will make that presentation too. We thank Mr. Dulika Jayamana and congratulate Yenula Devtusa. Cordially inviting Mr. Shanthan Vasudevan, Director, Janata Steel, for the next presentation. This for the best batsman, the Reverend Father Noel Pereira Memorial Trophy, presented by Mr. Lakshman Gunamodana. The best batsman of the one-day game, Hirun Kapurubandara, St. Joseph's. Congratulations to you, Hirun Kapurubandara. We thank Mr. Chantan Vasudevan. Next, cordially inviting Mr. Harsha Samarnayaka, Vice President Brand and Media, Dialog Asiata PLC, to make the presentation for the man of the match. The Lakshman Gunawardena Trophy, presented by Mr. Lakshman Gunawardena. The award goes to Avinka Dialves, St. Joseph's. A game-changing bowling performance from him, the highest wicket taker. There will also be a special award, a healthcare voucher that will be presented to him. This is the special healthcare voucher for you. Stay healthy. Thank you very much, Mr. Harsha Samarnayaka. Congratulations to you, Avinta Dialves. The last award coming up. Maybe take this opportunity to cordially invite our chief guest for the day, Mr. Asela Pathirana, for the occasion. He will be joined by Mr. Trinesh Fernando, the Group General Counsel, Vice President, Group Legal and Regulatory of Dialog Asiata, in making the presentation. The Reverend Father Peter Pille Memorial Challenge Shield, presented by Dr. Milton Munidasa, awarded to St. Joseph's College for their hard-fought victory. Sadish Javardhana will receive it from the chief guest. Congratulations on a wonderful performance, but they were made to work hard for that victory. So St. Joseph's will increase their tally to 25 against their traditional. Maybe have the team for the official photograph Champions Trophy. It's been such a wonderful occasion. We thank Mr. Asela Pathirana and Mr. Trinesh Fernando. Once again, congratulate St. Joseph's for a tremendous performance. Came back from a difficult situation. St. Peter's was sitting pretty at 99 for 2 at one stage. The last 8 wickets falling for 57. They were 74 without loss when both openers had to retire, but lost 5 wickets in the process. It was good to see this fight back from both teams. As the Josephians prepare, we would like to say thank you very much for St. Peter's for providing all the excitement on the field, all our worthy sponsors, our service providers, the media for an excellent job done over the 3 days. This was unprecedented this year round. We say a special thank you to our distinguished invitees for the presentation ceremony. Thank you very much, Reverend Fathers and our distinguished invitees. It's been an occasion, our prayers have been answered for a full day's play. That is the story of the Battle of the Saints One Day Encounter 2023. So we take leave from the presentation area. Thank you very much. Have a safe journey home. We go upstairs to our commentary position.
So thank you, Harita. We are back. A win for St. Joseph's. We'll have a look at the match summary. St. Peter's winning the toss, selecting to bat first. Managed to score only 156, all out in the 42nd over. With Nathan scoring 53, Rosanda 32, and Shannon 11. Avinta the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 27, Yanula 2 for 18, and Siobhan Daniel 2 for 33. St. Joseph's in reply, 158 for 5 in the 41st over. Hirun Kapuru Bandara 58. He had to retire of 59 deliveries. Hiran Jayasundara 30 not out, 63. And Sadish, the skipper, also not out on 27. He also had to retire. The pick of the bowlers for St. Peter's, Vishen Halamage 2 for 27. Kavika Jayasundara 1 for 24. And Shannon Rodrigo 1 for 35. So St. Joseph's winning this match by 5 wickets and taking that trophy home. Here we see the updated tally for you. The 49 matches played. St. Joseph's now have won 25 games with 21 to St. Peter's, 2 no decisions and 1 tie. The Josephians have extended their lead by 1 more this year. And with that, we would like to thank each and every one of you for viewing these pictures for the last 3 days. And till we meet again, good night and all the best to you.
I came from the mud. There's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree. There's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.